The underground market was located beneath a manor in the suburbs of Chengchong City. Before heading over, Xianxia and Zhang Jiuxiao had changed into leisurely clothes, assuming the roles of young scions heading out to play. It's said that the person who founded the black market in Chengchong City is an ill-fated scholar. The injustice he has faced from the bureaucratic system has made him harden his heart to the world, and he decided to forsake academics for martial arts. In order to vent the frustrations within him, he created the black market. In there's nothing that one cannot buy or do as long as one has sufficient money. Of course, the prices there are exorbitant as well. In fact, it could be said to be the greatest money sink in the Chengchong Empire. While advancing forward, Zhang Jiuxiao briefly introduced the black market to Xianxia. Considering the scale of the black market, isn't it weird that the Chengchong Empire Master-Teacher Pavilion and the royal family have left them to their own devices? Xianxia asked. Since even an outsider like Zhang Jiuxiao knew about this place, there was no doubt that the royal family and the regional Master-Teacher Pavilion were aware of its existence as well. Thus, shouldn't they have moved to strike down the black market instead of allowing it to develop freely, especially considering that they were gambling with the lives of others? The Master-Teacher Pavilion and royal family do keep a lookout for the black market just in case it gets out of hand, but otherwise, they usually leave it be for stability considerations. Stability considerations? Xianxia asked in incomprehension. Even though they had not arrived at the black market yet, based on what Zhang Jiuxiao had said so far, it seemed like the black market was effectively a lawless area, devoid of any security or rules. How could an existence like that in Chengchong City possibly contribute to its stability? The larger a city is, the more cultivators it has. There's always a lack of cultivation resources, so it's inevitable that cultivators will clash with one another to vie for them. As this is a fundamental problem, there's no way that the royal family or the Master-Teacher Pavilion can stop them altogether, Zhang Jiuxiao explained. Xianxia nodded. In this world where strength reigned supreme, there was no doubt that raising one's cultivation realm was extremely important. However, given that the resources in the world were limited, there was bound to be conflict and strife over them. No matter how powerful the Master-Teacher Pavilion was, it could not possibly prevent such matters altogether. If it implemented forceful measures to put a halt to such conflicts, it might face serious backlash from the stifled cultivators. An underground black market might be unseemly, but it's a possible channel where cultivators can acquire what they need as long as they have enough money. And to earn sufficient money, they have to cultivate harder and battle. With such a channel, there is a lesser need for cultivators to engage in dishonorable actions such as stealing to obtain what they need. While there are quite a few casualties from the Ring of Death, there's no doubt that the security of Chengchong City as a whole has improved, Zhang Jiuxiao said. Where there was light, there were bound to be shadows as well. There were misfits even within the Master-Teacher Pavilion, let alone the other cultivators. Without an avenue to vent their darker desires or acquire their resources, there was no knowing what extreme actions cultivators might resort to within the city. As the saying went, a lake too clear will sustain no fish. A man too severe will find no companion. 1. The existence of a black market was unlawful and should have been frowned on, but if it could reduce crime rates in the city, there would be a meaning to its existence as well. Take his previous life, for example. There was a certain occupation that was banned in several countries. But despite the authorities knowing where the people of that occupation operated, they still allowed its existence. It was not that they could not shut it down, but the occupation served its own role in society. It satisfied the needs of others, and through doing so, it reduced crime rates in that aspect. If they really eradicated it altogether, that would potentially pose a challenge to the security of the society. Such was the same for the Chengchong Empire's black market as well. It was unlawful on the surface, but its existence could prevent societal problems from arising in the city. In view of that, the royal family eventually chose to look the other way when it came to their operations. As for the Master-Teacher Pavilion, as long as there was no grievous injustice being dealt and the matter would not harm mankind in general, it usually would not interfere. After all, its manpower was limited. Thinking back, it was likely that Hongyuan City, Qingyuan City, and the other capitals should also have had such a place. It was just that Xianxia had been too preoccupied with other matters, and he had never stayed too long in each city either. Just as Xianxia was in the midst of his thoughts, Zhang Jiuxiao said, "All right, we have arrived." Raising his head, Xianxia saw a massive manor right before him. Before they could walk into the manor, two middle-aged men stood in their path and demanded, "Token!" Surprisingly, they were both primordial spirit realm experts, and they emanated a powerful killing aura. With just a look, it was clear that they were veterans who had killed many enemies in battle. Xianxia flicked his wrist and passed an object over. A middle-aged man took the object and examined it closely before passing two black cloths over, gesturing for them to cover their eyes. Following Zhang Jiuxiao's lead, Xianxia wrapped the black cloth around his eyes, and he realized that not only did it hinder his sight, even his spiritual perception was impeded, preventing him from clearly perceiving his surroundings. Under the lead of the two middle-aged men, they walked for roughly 10 minutes before the cloth around their eyes was finally loosened. A massive mall came into sight. There was a huge crowd milling about, and they extended all the way to the horizon. Even though they were underground, the brilliant glow of the night illumination pearls had the entire area brightly lit as if it was day. This? Blinking in wonder, Xianxia began scanning his surroundings. He had been to plenty of trading halls, markets, and malls, and even though the scale of the mall before him was not too big, the items that were on display were truly astounding. Walking past the various vendors, Xianxia's eyes narrowed in astonishment. Is that the black gold crystal, or? It's actually on sale here. The black gold crystal, or was a treasure that Wu Yangzi had left behind in his heritage. It was known to be extremely rare, such that it could not even be found anywhere in Qingyuan City. Yet, in this black market, it was actually placed on public display. Despite seeing all of this with his own eyes, Xianxia still found it difficult to accept. Noticing Xianxia's expression, Zhang Jiuxiao chuckled softly. Even though the black gold crystal or is rare, it isn't completely unobtainable. It isn't that surprising for it to be on sale here. He had also been like that the first time he entered the black market, hardly daring to believe the treasures that were being sold so casually around him. However, after seeing more of it, he had gradually grown used to it. Cultivation technique manuals, Saint intermediate tier artifacts, intelligence. As expected of a black market, they really have everything here, Xianxia remarked in awe as they walked along the street. It was really as if everything was on sale there, regardless of whether the item was lawful or unlawful. Upon seeing a store that sold cultivation technique manuals, Xianxia stopped and asked, "Are there a half-leaving aperture realm and leaving aperture realm cultivation techniques here?" "We do. Depending of the tier of the cultivation technique manual, we will charge different prices." The elder watching the store replied lazily. The black market also had its own guards to maintain security. As such, the vendors did not fear that their good would be snatched. "Oh? How much do they cost?" Xianxia asked. Gesturing to the board beside him, the elder replied nonchalantly, "Take a look at it yourself. Saint intermediate tier cultivation techniques and battle techniques cost roughly 10 concentrated high-tier spirit stones at the minimum. Naturally, those of lower tiers were slightly cheaper. The price of a single book was still acceptable for Xianxia, but if he had to buy the thousands of books required for him to successfully compile a Heaven's Path divine art, that would really be a huge expenditure. "How many half-leaving aperture realm and leaving aperture realm cultivation technique manuals do you have?" Xianxia asked. "I have a total of 327 for half-leaving aperture realm and 52 for leaving aperture realm. They are all on the shelves there. They have been sealed, so don't bother using your spiritual perception to scan them. If there's a book you are interested in, fork out the money and I'll copy down a new one for you. Don't worry, the cultivation techniques we have here are all complete and detailed. We even have the crouching dragon art, which the Chenchong royal family practices, and the supersonic severing swordsmanship that Pavilion Master Yu practices. The prices are very fair as well," the elder said with a proud wave of his hand. Hearing those words, Xianxia looked at the bookshelves before him. There were quite a few books on them, but they had been sealed with some kind of special formation, making it impossible to view their content through spiritual perception. However, when had Xianxia needed to rely on spiritual perception to read a book? Sweeping across them with his eyes, he muttered in his mind, "Flaws." Voila! The shelves of books immediately materialized in the library of Heaven's Path. These books were indeed high quality, but it was a pity that they were lacking in quantity, so he was still unable to compile a complete Heaven's Path divine art. There's really the royal family's crouching dragon art and pavilion master Yu's swordsmanship. Isn't this black market a little too powerful? Xianxia exclaimed internally after swiftly browsing through the books in the library of Heaven's Path. On his journey here from Tianxian Kingdom, the cultivation techniques practiced by the royal families had all been confidential secrets. Outsiders would never be allowed to even come close to them, let alone lay their hands on them. Yet, for them to actually appear in a black market like this, placed on public display for sale, this was really frightening in another way. Seeing that Xianxia was scanning through the books, the elder asked casually, "Which one do you wish to buy? I'll have it copied for you." "There's no need for it." Xianxia shook his head. Since he had already collected those books into the library of Heaven's Path, there was no need for him to waste precious concentrated high-tier spirit stones on them, not to mention that he did not have the money to afford any at the moment anyway. On the other hand, seeing that Xianxia would not be buying anything, the elder turned his head away coldly, not wanting to waste any effort on him anymore. There were plenty of people who would ask him for the prices of his cultivation technique manuals just to put on a show despite not having the money to afford them. He was already used to it. After leaving the book vendor, Xianxia continued proceeding ahead. There were really all kinds of valuable treasures on sales, and even grade 7 pinnacle pills could be found here and there. Zhang Zhouxiao pointed to the area ahead of him and said, "Zhang Shi, the shop up ahead is the place where one can trade items for concentrated high-tier spirit stones. If you have some spare high-tier spirit stones or other miscellaneous artifacts, you can have them exchanged for concentrated high-tier spirit stones. However, the prices will be pushed down, so you might not get a good exchange rate." Turning his gaze over, Xianxia saw a store with a long and narrow reception. There were 2 attendants on wait there, and there were hardly any customers to be seen. Walking up, Xianxia took a look at the exchange rate listed on the wall, and his mouth began twitching uncontrollably. It sure was a huge scam. Under normal circumstances, the exchange rate for high-tier spirit stones to concentrated high-tier spirit stones was 1,000:1. However, the store actually tripled it, turning it into 3,000:1. In other words, he had to exchange 3,000 high-tier spirit stones for a single concentrated high-tier spirit stone. Most cultivators would pretty much have to bankrupt themselves just to trade for a single concentrated high-tier spirit stone here. At the same time, the average price for primordial spirit realm pinnacle saint intermediate tier artifacts would be around 10 concentrated high-tier spirit stones, but over here it was only worth 3. Even leaving aperture realm saint intermediate tier artifacts were only worth 6. Well, Ding Ding is still rather valuable, worth about roughly 30 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Xianxia stroked his chin as he swiftly calculated the price of the golden origin cauldron. Even though plundering the 10 great kings and Qingtian emperor and the sales of the cloud mist flower had earned him a fair sum, all in all, that only added up to roughly 60,000 high-tier spirit stones. In order to raise his soul cultivation, he had expended quite a number of them, so he only had roughly 40,000 of them left at the moment. In other words, he could only trade for 10 concentrated high-tier spirit stones in this store. That did not even come close to the value of his Ding Ding. Xianxia pondered hard for a moment before eventually shaking his head. "Forget it, that fellow has been rather loyal to me, so I can't really sell it." Sighing deeply, Xianxia walked up to the attendant. "I want to trade for concentrated high-tier spirit stones." "How many do you need?" the attendant asked nonchalantly. "How many can I trade all of this for?" Hong Long. With a loud boom, a huge bunch of high-tier spirit stones, weapons, medicinal herbs, ores, and the like fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust in the area. "So many items?" The attendant rose to his feet in astonishment. This attendant was extremely young, appearing to be only in his early 30s. His cultivation was only at half-saint as well. He did not think much when Xianxia first approached him, but upon seeing the countless items on the ground, his eyes widened in agitation. Due to the exorbitant prices in the black market, unless in cases of emergency, rarely would there be anyone who was willing to exchange for concentrated high-tier spirit stones there. As a result, he had rarely received any customers. Thus, it was completely inconceivable for him to see Xianxia pulling out so many items at once. It took a moment before the attendant shook himself out of his daze, and he anxiously turned to Xianxia and asked, "Gongzi, do you want to trade in all of these for concentrated high-tier spirit stones?" Xianxia nodded. He had taken most of these items from the Qingtian lineage and the Qingyuan royal family. In the past, they could still have been considered valuable resources to him, but after his cultivation reached primordial spirit realm, they were no longer useful to him. Rather than taking up space, he was better off trading them for something that could be used to raise his cultivation further. All right, I'll have the appraiser come over right now." Knowing that an invaluable customer was standing before him, the attendant dared not show the slightest disrespect to Xianxia. He quickly rushed into the store, and before long, he returned with an elder behind him. After swiftly assessing the items, the elder turned to Xianxia and said, "All in all, your items can be traded for 113 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Here's the receipt. Please take a look." However, Xianxia waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that. Bring me the spirit stones." He had tabulated the total cost earlier as well, and his calculations were roughly in line with the final price the elder had mentioned. The elder nodded. "Very well. Bring me the spirit stones." The attendant quickly rushed back into the store before returning with a storage ring in hand. Taking the storage ring, Xianxia quickly took a look inside. 113 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. No more, no less. "Zhang Gongzi, by trading 100 concentrated high-tier spirit stone at our store, you have already automatically become an esteemed guest of our market. It happens that we have an auction tonight that is only open to esteemed guests, so I would like to extend an invitation over to you as well." Smiling, the elder passed over a token that represented Xianxia's identity as an esteemed guest of the market. To trade in so many concentrated high-tier spirit stones at once, Xianxia could already be considered a huge customer of the black market, qualifying him to become an esteemed guest. Auction? Xianxia pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "For the time being, I'm not really interested in attending any auctions." What he was lacking the most at the moment was spirit stones. Everything aside from that was not of much use. "Gongzi, please don't reject my offer so quickly. Perhaps you might change your mind after hearing my introduction of the auction tonight," the elder replied with a confident smile. "Oh, in the auction tonight, there will be 2 leaving Aperture Realm Saint Intermediate Tier artifacts, and a quasi-grade 8 pill that can fully restore the strength of a leaving Aperture Realm cultivator within 3 seconds, making it a miracle pill for clearing one's leaving Aperture ordeal," the elder said proudly. The leaving Aperture ordeal was a battle against the power of the heavens. Just the slightest weakness in the midst of the ordeal could spell the utter annihilation of one's body and soul. In view of the risks, many cultivators would spend huge sums of money to purchase quasi-grade 8 pills that would allow them to swiftly regain their strength. This would ensure that their strength would not be depleted in the midst of facing the lightning tribulation, thus enhancing their chances of clearing it. Of course, such pills were extremely expensive as well. The average cultivator would never be able to afford their exorbitant prices. "It's fine." Xianxia shook his head. After cultivating the Saint Ascension Decipher, Xianxia's Zhenqi capacity could be said to be nearly boundless compared to ordinary cultivators. As such, the effects of those quasi-grade 8 pills on him were truly insignificant. As for Saint-tier artifacts, he already had the Golden Origin Cauldron and his army of puppets. Why should he waste his money on purchasing others? With a light chuckle, the elder said, "If Gongzi is uninterested in those, there's one thing that you might be interested in." "Oh," Xianxia asked. "Annal of Bedstead Disquisition," the elder said. "Annal of Bedstead Disquisition?" Xianxia frowned. When Sage Luo passed by this area, the head of the Qianchong Empire Master Teacher Pavilion back then, Pavilion Master Yen, specially visited him to pay respects to him. Seeing that Sage Luo was resting, he stood perfectly still on the spot for 3 days straight, resulting in a huge heap of snow covering his entire body. In view of his sincerity, Sage Luo began lecturing Pavilion Master Yen while seated on his bedstead. According to historical records, the sight then was truly phenomenal. Countless celestial flowers descended from the sky, and golden lotuses bloomed from the ground. Origin energy surged into the surroundings, and even the heavens seemed to rattle from his teachings. Pavilion Master Yen recorded the teachings that Sage Luo imparted to him back then in a book and passed it down to the later generations, and that book is known as the Annal of Bedstead Disquisition, the elder explained. Sage Luo. Xianxia frowned. The old ancestor of Sage Luo clan, Luo Tianyun, the elder replied with a nod. According to the rumors, there are some secrets concerning the Luo clan's cultivation technique hidden within the annal, and if one studies it diligently, it will advance one's understanding of space significantly. However, the annal went missing at some point in time, and for many years, no one was able to find it. It was only recently that someone coincidentally discovered it, and passing through many hands, it eventually found its way into our market. Hearing the explanation, Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. In truth, he had no interest in the Annal of Bedstead Disquisition. However, hearing that it had some ties with the Luo clan, he could not help but feel a little moved. If he could uncover the secrets of the Luo clan's cultivation technique through the Annal of Bedstead Disquisition, this might very well add to his bargaining power against the Luo clan when he sought Luo Ruoxin in the future. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before asking, "May I know roughly how much the Annal of Bedstead Disquisition is likely to be sold at?" If he could get a rough estimate of the price of the artifact, he would at least have a rough target as to how much concentrated high-tier spirit stones he would have to earn. Even though he had just exchanged for more than 100 concentrated high-tier spirit stones, there was no doubt that this sum would be far from sufficient for him to buy something as valuable as the Annal of Bedstead Disquisition. While the Annal of Bedstead Disquisition was not written by Sage Luo himself, it does contain the essence of his teachings. Even if only a tenth of the original conception is harnessed in the text, there's no doubt that it's an unparalleled treasure to primordial spirit realm and leaving aperture realm cultivators. As such, even I can't say for sure how much it'll be sold for. However, the starting bid is 500 concentrated high-tier spirit stones, so I reckon the auctioning price will be 1,000 at the very minimum. Gongzi, if you wish to purchase the Annal of Bedstead Disquisition, you should quickly gather your concentrated high-tier spirit stones, the elder advised. Due to Zhang Xian's earlier action of whipping out countless valuables, the elder was already convinced that the young man was a wealthy scion. If that was the case, it would not have been too difficult for him to fork out a few hundred or even a few thousand concentrated high-tier spirit stones. All right, Zhang Xian nodded. Help me reserve a seat. I'll make some preparations first. I'll rush back later when the auction starts. Seeing that there was some time until night fell, Zhang Xian decided to head to the Ring of Death first to see if he could rake in 1,000 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. All right. The elder nodded as he began making preparations. All right, let's go. After dealing with the matter at hand, Zhang Xian beckoned Zhang Jiuxiao over and had the latter take him over to the dueling ring. The dueling ring was located at the very center of the black market. The personnel of the Ring of Death first checked their cultivation and handed them a token that represented their tier before letting them in. Seeing that Zhang Xian's cultivation had already reached primordial spirit realm advanced stage, Zhang Jiuxiao was rendered speechless. The rate at which this fellow's cultivation rose honestly left him feeling deeply crazed within. The first time that they met, he was only at spiritual perception realm. Yet, in just a few days, he had become a primordial spirit realm intermediate stage cultivator, just like him. And 2 hours ago, when he was fighting against the other young geniuses during the banquet, he was certain the other party's cultivation had still been at intermediate stage too. But within this short period of time, Zhang Xian had actually managed to make a breakthrough. All along, he had prided himself as a genius, but seeing the rate at which the other party was growing, Zhang Zhouxiao suddenly realized that he was just an ordinary mortal after all. They were not even on the same level of existence. Seeing the traumatized look on Zhang Zhouxiao's face, Zhang Xian explained, I managed to reinforce my cultivation sufficiently, so I was able to achieve a breakthrough just a moment ago. You managed to reinforce your cultivation sufficiently. Those words only furthered Zhang Zhouxiao's trauma. Others take at least months to fully reinforce their cultivation at primordial spirit realm, but this fellow took a day or two. Really, there was no comparing with him. Forget it. There's bound to be a disparity between the both of us. After all, he's a celestial master teacher. Zhang Zhouxiao consoled himself. If Zhang Xian could not achieve the extraordinary, how could he receive the acknowledgement of the heavens? While Zhang Zhouxiao was still deep in thought, a middle-aged manager of the Ring of Death walked over and asked, Which of the two of you is going into the ring later? I'll be going on the ring, Zhang Xian replied. I'll first fill you in on the rules and requirements on the ring. In order to join the ring, you must first pay 2 concentrated high-tier spirit stones as a participation fee. During the match, the weapons, hidden weapons, and similar equipment that you are intending to use must be supplied by us. You must not use your own personal items. This is to ensure fairness on the ring, the middle-aged manager explained. Zhang Xian nodded. The rules were also roughly as he guessed as much. Otherwise, if a participant were to bring an extraordinarily powerful weapon on the ring, they would be able to easily dominate the entire ring. There would be minimal suspense and entertainment for the audience, and the purpose of the Ring of Death would also be rendered meaningless. Also, after you win 5 rounds, we will start opening bets for your matches. As there are stakes involved, unless you are incapacitated or crippled, any attempts to surrender will be considered invalid by the Ring of Death. This is extremely important, so do prepare yourself for it, the middle-aged manager said. Incapacitated or crippled? Zhang Xian frowned. Zhang Zhouxiao had not told him about this previously. Yes, every victory and loss will have great implications once we open bets. If a challenger who is capable of achieving victory intentionally admits defeat, it would be a crushing blow to the credibility of our Ring of Death. For this reason, we strike down very hard on challengers who lose on purpose, the middle-aged manager explained. I understand. Zhang Xian nodded. He had some reservations regarding that rule, but he knew that it was necessary for the functioning of the Ring of Death. It was precisely the excitement from the suspense of the matches that had cultivators betting their wealth frenziedly. If it was found that the results in the Ring of Death were manipulated, the ring would swiftly become boring and meaningless to others. As a result, the earnings of the Ring of Death would dip as well. That's all I have for you. If you still wish to continue, I'll have you registered right now. Otherwise, the both of you can proceed on to the spectator stand, the middle-aged manager said. I want to participate in the Ring of Death, Zhang Xian replied calmly as he took out 2 concentrated high-tier spirit stones to pay the registration fee, after which he passed his entire storage ring to Zhang Zhouxiao. I'll need you to bet for me later on. Just go all in on my victory each time around. Very well. Zhang Zhouxiao nodded. The reason Zhang Xian had gone there was to win spirit stones, and it went without saying the fastest way to win more spirit stones was to gamble their wealth. Soon, Zhang Zhouxiao was led to the spectator stand, whereas Zhang Xian was taken to the backstage to prepare. Boom! While passing by the spectator stand, Zhang Xian took a look into the ring and saw that there were 2 people battling inside. Their furious clash of Xianxia induced a deafening reverberation in the air, and watching the adrenaline-filled sight, the crowd screamed in excitement. Tear him apart! Tear him apart! Such exclamations could be heard among the crowd. Looking into one of the rings through the door, Zhang Xian saw a middle-aged man dressed in metal armor letting loose a raging roar as he raised his opponent into the air. The middle-aged man had a towering physique, standing at 2 meters tall. In comparison, the opponent he was holding appeared to be a helpless, small chick instead. Sila! With a fiery bellow, the middle-aged man forcefully tore his opponent in half, and fresh blood poured all over him, dyeing him crimson. This sight left Zhang Xian's eyebrows shooting up as he clenched his fists tightly. He had undergone many battles, but this was the first time he had witnessed such a brutal and meaningless murder, as if a human's life was nothing more than a toy. When he strolled through the area earlier and browsed through the array of items they had on sale, he had felt that the black market did not seem any different from other mall. However, after seeing this site, he realized that all he had seen before was just the very surface of the black market. It was not without a reason that the black market was labeled as a lawless zone. In here, a human's life had no intrinsic value at all. Without superior strength in the ring of death, one was bound to be ripped into shreds in the ring. It was no wonder Zhang Jiuxiao retreated after 5 rounds. Even for a master teacher, such callousness was hard to swallow. How is it? It's still not too late for you to back out. Seeing that Zhang Xian's face had changed, the middle-aged manager scoffed. In his time at the Ring of Death, he had met plenty of young scions who put on airs and bragged about their strength. However, when they finally witnessed the brutality on the Ring of Death firsthand, their bodies would freeze in fear. There's no need for that. Zhang Xian shook his head. What he was shocked at was how lightly a human had taken the life of another, not the bloodshed that had occurred. In terms of fearsomeness, they wouldn't even come close to competing with the bloodthirsty, otherworldly demonic tribe, harnessing a killing intent that would leave any ordinary cultivator scrambling away in fear. These otherworldly demons would unhesitatingly feast on the blood and flesh of any man. But from the first time he encountered them, Zhang Xian was already able to take them into committing suicide, so how could a battle between 2 humans possibly frighten him? Not bad, you do have some guts. Go in. The middle-aged manager was surprised by how swiftly Zhang Xian had managed to calm himself down, and a hint of approval emerged in his eyes. Heading down the stairs, Zhang Xian soon arrived in a room. There were all kinds of weapons in the room, and they were all of Saint Low tier, perhaps to allow any cultivator to wield them easily. None of them contained any spirit. You can freely pick any weapon you would like to use in the ring later. There are no limits how many you can take, so feel free to take anything you want. However, should any of these weapons be spoiled in battle, you are to compensate us accordingly. Also, at the end of your duels, you have to put the weapons you have taken back in its place prior to leaving. The middle-aged manager said while gesturing to the weapons. Zhang Xian nodded. He swiftly scanned the surroundings before making his way over to a saber rack. There were more than 100 sabers in here, be it short sabers, long sabers, 9-ring sabers, single-handed saber, ghost-head saber. The variety of weapons that were available here was truly astounding. Zhang Xian lightly brushed through the weapons with his finger before casually picking one that seemed to be slightly heavier. He flicked it a few times, seemingly testing out its handiness, before shaking his head and putting it back down. He repeated the same process for a few other weapons before eventually sighing deeply. Forget it. I won't use any weapons, Zhang Xian told the middle-aged manager. You aren't going to use any weapons? The middle-aged manager was taken aback. After witnessing the brutality in the ring, most of those who had registered to fight in the ring would be eager to take as many weapons as they could with them. After all, it might just happen to play a crucial role in helping them out of a critical situation. On the other hand, this fellow actually chose not to take anything with him at all. Was he really that confident in his skills? If one's strength is lacking, no weapon can save him. Zhang Xian replied impassively. All right then. Deciding not to say anything more, the middle-aged manager pushed another door open and walked in. Zhang Xian swiftly followed suit, and within the room, he saw dozens of cultivators sitting cross-legged on the ground, conditioning themselves in preparation for the battle to come. Every single one of them carried the stench of blood on them. Clearly, they carried numerous human lives on them. Wait here for the time being. We'll call you when it's your turn, the middle-aged manager instructed before leaving the area. Left to be, Zhang Xian began scanning his surroundings. He noted that while the dozens of cultivators in the room appeared to be cultivating, they had retained a sliver of their awareness out to observe their surroundings constantly, guarding warily against one another. If anyone were to dare approach them carelessly, they might abruptly burst forward to launch a preemptive strike out of self-defense. A moment after Zhang Xian found a place to sit, an indifferent voice sounded beside him. A newcomer to the ring? Turning around, Xianxia saw that the person speaking to him was a young man who appeared to be in his early 30s. There was a crimson saber cut on his face, and blood was still trickling out of it. It was likely to have been inflicted on him not too long ago, such that he hadn't had the time to recover from it yet. Considering how cold the cultivators in this room were, Xianxia was rather surprised that someone would take the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. You can tell? Those who have experienced the ring would have eyes reminiscent of ravenous wolves, ferocious and vicious. There is no way one can survive the savagery that happens up there otherwise. In comparison, you are nothing more than a little tame sheep. How can I not be able to tell? The scar-faced young man scoffed. Strength did play a deterministic role in the ring of death, but viciousness was also another crucial factor as well. Not just vicious to one's opponent, but vicious to oneself as well. Those who were willing to sacrifice their own bodies to launch a decisive blow would stand a far better chance at subduing their opponent as compared to those who expected to walk out of the ring completely unharmed. The young man before him had an air of innocence around him, reminiscent to that of a scion who had never weathered through the harshness of the world before. Little tame sheep? Xianxia was visibly a little amused by the scar-faced young man's metaphor. So far, he had been treated like a god of destruction no matter where he went, leaving behind demolished buildings and traumatized minds in his wake. Yet, in the young man's eyes, he was just a little tame sheep. Perhaps he was really a little too good-tempered. Of course, those who have never stepped onto the ring and undergone the initiation ritual of bloodshed are nothing more than tame sheep. Let me tell you, I have already won 6 consecutive victories so far. It's just a pity that the 7th opponent is too strong, and I depleted too much of my jinqi. Otherwise, there's a good chance that I could have very well become a conqueror of 10 by now. The scar-faced young man declared proudly. Incredible! Xianxia offered an earnest compliment. Even a genius like Zhang Juxiao didn't even get to the 6 matches. The fact that the young man could win 6 consecutive matches already bore testimony to his strength and state of mind. Jia. While they were chatting, the door ahead suddenly opened. A powerful killing intent poured into the room, exerting immense pressure on the cultivators within. It's him. Xianxia frowned. A figure had appeared by the door, and it was no other than the metal-armored middle-aged man who had ripped a person to 2 on the ring earlier. This middle-aged man had a towering stature similar to a metal tower. The thick metal armor that he wore was completely dyed in crimson, and fresh blood was still trickling down the edges of his armor. Such an appearance made him reminiscent of a savage Azura on the battlefield, wedging fear deep into the hearts of others. That's the strongest existence in the black market at the moment, Hongyang. Seeing that Xianxia didn't recognize the person by the doorway, the scar-faced young man sent a telepathic message over to him to introduce him. He's also known as the Conqueror of 100. Conqueror of 100? Xianxia was taken aback. He has won 100 matches consecutively? It's not that. Rather, he has won 10 conquerors of 10 consecutively. The fellows who challenged him had all been ripped into 2, as dead as they could get. The scar-faced young man replied as a hint of fear flickered across his eyes. He was full of admiration for the strength Hongyang wielded before him, but the brutal means that the latter used had left him deeply fearful as well. And very apparently, such a feeling resonated not just within him but the others in the room as well. Hongyang slowly walked over to the corner and glared down coldly at the 2 young men cultivating there, bellowing, "Scram!" Without any hesitation, those 2 young men hurriedly got up and scrambled away. Voila! Even when seated, Hongyang's figure still conspicuously towered over the others. He took out a pill and swallowed it, and his aura began to billow. On the other hand, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief with uncanny harmony. Those who were in proximity to Hongyang slowly shifted backward, creating a huge vacuum around him. Primordial Spirit Realm Advanced Stage. Through the aura Hongyang was emanating, Xianxia was able to clearly perceive his cultivation. Just like him, Hongyang was a Primordial Spirit Realm Advanced Stage cultivator. However, the killing intent that he emanated was truly overwhelming. Even a cultivator of the same realm would experience great mental pressure facing him, even prior to the battle itself. Activating the Eye of Insight, Xianxia was just about to take a clearer view to the strength of the young man before him when Hongyang suddenly raised his gaze and looked over. What powerful instincts! Xianxia was slightly startled. As expected of an existence who had consecutively defeated 10 conquerors of 10, his awareness of his surroundings was truly fearsome. It was just an inconspicuous glance, but the other party still sensed the nature of his gaze clearly and even ascertained the direction where it was coming from accurately. With such powerful instincts, it would be nigh impossible to spring a surprise assault on him. It seems like life and death situations do help to temper a person greatly. Even though Hongyang's cultivation is at primordial spirit realm advanced stage, it seems like he would be a match for even a half-leaving aperture realm master teacher. In fact, if he was locked together with a combat master of equal cultivation realm, it was very likely that he would be the one to survive at the very end. Xianxia noted. How powerful one was didn't rely solely on one's strength. How one reacted in face of pressure and danger was of utmost importance as well. Even though a cow possessed strength far superior to a wolf, if the both of them were to be placed in the same room, the cow was likely to be the one to fall at the very end. And Hongyang was this very wolf. Or perhaps it might be more accurate to call him a ravenous tiger instead. Anyone who dared to come close to him would be ripped apart by his sharp fangs. Newcomer scrammed to the side. Don't you know this is my seat? While Xianxia was busy assessing Hongyang, a cold voice suddenly sounded above him. Raising his gaze, he saw that one of the two young men chased away by Hongyang earlier standing before him. Is your name inscribed anywhere here? Xianxia replied nonchalantly, not intending to make a move at all. To scramble fearfully in face of Hongyang yet stomp right up to him just because he appeared to be a newcomer. A typical bully, huh? Oh? The newcomers seem to be getting quite cocky nowadays. Huh. Chen Su. It seems like you don't have much of a presence anymore. Seeing how Xianxia refused to move, retorting back even, the cultivating crowd slowly opened their eyes to watch the commotion before them in interest. You say that my name isn't inscribed here? Hee, since you wish it so, why don't I have it inscribed for you right now? The young man named Chen Su didn't expect that a newcomer to dare affront him like that, and his eyes narrowed menacingly. A dagger abruptly appeared in his palm, and he swiftly swiped it right toward Xianxia's forehead. His movements were fast and devoid of any hesitation. It was as if the person he was attacking wasn't a human but a mere tree branch. If that dagger were to be plunged into Xianxia's head, there was no doubt that it would cause instantaneous death. You want to claim my life over a trivial matter like this? Xianxia scoffed coldly. It was one thing if there was an irreconcilable grudge between both of them, but to attempt to take his life just because he wouldn't give up his seat. It seemed like the young man really thought nothing about a human's life. Even in this world, where strength reigned mighty, such actions were truly abhorrent. Displeased, Xianxia raised his finger and fended off the other party's dagger. Ding! His finger struck the blade of the dagger, and with a metallic ring, the Saint Low-tier artifact abruptly broke into two. Oh? It seems like our young newcomer over here has the strength to back up his words. No wonder you dare speak so conceitedly before me. Seeing that his weapon was broken with a single flick, Chen Su slightly startled for a moment. However, in the next moment, he licked his lips as an excited gleam flickered across his eyes. He had thought that the other party was just an amateur whom he could crush easily, but it seemed like it wasn't as easy as it seemed. Nevertheless, as a veteran of the Ring of Death, Chen Su still had confidence in his capabilities. Tzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Several more daggers abruptly emerged in Chen Su's hand, and with a swift flick of his wrist, they came flying toward Xianxia from the top, middle, and bottom. The top dagger was aimed for the right eye, the middle dagger was aimed for the heart, and the bottom dagger was aimed at Xianxia's thigh. Abrupt and swift, it would be difficult for even a genius like Zhang Jiuxiao to fend against such an attack in the nick of a moment. You have quite a hand, don't you? Xianxia remarked impassively. as expected of one who had been through multiple life-and-death battles. His killing skills had indeed been refined to an exceptional level. The trajectory of the daggers was aimed in a manner such that avoiding one of them would result in the other two plunging right into one's body. However, such an attack was of limited effectiveness against Xianxia. Xianxia swept his hand in a half-arc before him, and all of a sudden, the 3 daggers were already caught between his fingers. Despite the intense trembling of the daggers, they weren't able to struggle free from his grasp. "Newcomer, you have successfully piqued my interest." Seeing that his second attack was resolved by the other party so easily, killing intent surfaced in the depths of Xianxu's eyes. Just as he was about to make his next move, a voice suddenly sounded in the room. "Primordial Spirit Realm Advanced Stage, Xianxia. You will be faced against an opponent of the same cultivation realm, Meng Fuxing. It's my turn." Paying no heed to Xianxu, Xianxia stood up and began making his way over to the ring. "You think that I will allow you to walk out just like that after provoking me? Just how easy do you take me to be?" Seeing that Xianxia was leaving, Xianxu flicked his wrist once more, and amidst a freezing burst of air, 2 daggers shot forth for the back of Xianxia's heart. It's Xianxu's 3 arts of assassination. There should at least 100 people who die from those 3 moves of his every year. That can't be helped. His daggers are fast and vicious, making them extremely hard to guard against. Opponents of the same cultivation realm barely stand a chance against him. That newcomer is a goner. The crowd remarked calmly as they watched the 2 daggers whizzing for Xianxia. While it was true that Xianxu's strength was nothing compared to the conqueror of 100 Hongyang, he was still a famous figure in the underground black market. He was renowned for the seemingly endless daggers he had on him, as well as his vicious 3 arts of assassination. With just his superior mastery over those 2 things, he had been able to claim countless lives over the years. Yet, that arrogant newcomer dared to provoke him head-on, inciting Xianxu to use his strongest moves. With this, the guillotine had already been raised upon that newcomer's head. With such thoughts in mind, the eyes of the crowd swiftly turned to the newcomer. Even as the 2 daggers were swiftly approaching him, the newcomer did not turn around at all, as if he was unaware of the threat right behind him. Watching the sight, the scar-faced young man immediately spoke up anxiously, wanting to remind the newcomer. However, before he could say a word, the vision before him suddenly blurred. He could not say for sure what exactly happened. It might have just been a figment of his imagination, but it seemed like the newcomer's foot had shot up to strike the daggers. Woo! In the next instant, the daggers abruptly turned around and flew back at a speed much faster from before. Pooh-hee! What? Astonished, before Xianxu could even react, the daggers had already plunged into his wrists. Pooh! The sheer momentum of the daggers sent Xianxu flying all the way back until his wrists were firmly pinned onto the wall by the daggers, forming a cross. Xianxu struggled with all his might, but he found that the daggers were simply too firmly lodged into the wall, such that he could not free himself. What in the world? With just a slight kick, not only did he neutralize Xianxu's daggers, he even returned it to Xianxu and pinned him against the wall? Just how powerful can that newcomer be? That newcomer is really no ordinary figure? Will the black market find itself another conqueror of 10 soon? It's still too early to say, but with just that hand, that newcomer should have no trouble winning 7 to 8 matches. Watching as Xianxu howled in agony on the wall, the crowd felt their hair standing on end. Although that brief encounter was not sufficient for them to analyze how powerful the newcomer was, the fact that he was able to subdue Xianxu so easily was more than enough to say that he was not an opponent to be underestimated. Perhaps he could very well be crowned the next conqueror of 10. Interesting. By the corner, Hong Yang took a glance at the departing back of the newcomer before closing his eyes once more. The counterattack that the newcomer had launched earlier might have seemed impressive, but to him it was truly nothing at all. Even if he could not subdue Xianxu with a single punch, all he would have to do was smash another one in. The ring was not too big, and its perimeter had been secured by a unique formation, forming something similar to a cage. Once a challenger entered the ring, he would not be able to escape until the end of the battle. Sign this life and death contract first. Before Xianxia could step into the ring, a member of the Ring of Death staff standing in front of the ring passed a parchment over to him. Xianxia lowered his head to swiftly browse through the contract before sealing it with a droplet of his blood. Following which, as if some kind of seal around him had been released, he heard thunderous cheers from the surrounding crowd. Raising his head, he saw that the spectator stand was fully filled with roughly 500 to 600 people. There were people from all walks of life, be it male or female, old or young. Every single one of them had eyes that were crimson from the irrepressible excitement within them. It seems like the thrill of watching a life and death battle really does appeal to many. Above that, from spectating this kind of duel, they can also gain some insights into battle as well, Xianxia thought. In life and death battles, cultivators would be pushed to their very limits, forcing them to show their strongest hands for survival. Such intense battles could be beneficial in providing inspiration to other cultivators as to how they could further refine their fighting prowess. Perhaps this might even have been the biggest reason the black market was able to grow to such a massive scale. By the time Xianxia stepped onto the stage, a young man was already standing on the opposite side with his hands wrapped around his chest. Nonchalance and loftiness could be seen in his eyes, as if this battle was nothing more than a show for him. The young man seemed to be the opponent for this round, Meng Fuxing. All right, let's not waste our time dawdling over here and end it quickly. Taking a rough calculation of the current time, Xianxia noted that he did not have much time before the auction started. Unwilling to waste even a second, he stretched his back lazily before clasping his fist. Pardon me. Who? In the blink of an eye, Xianxia's figure suddenly materialized right before the young man, and his arm darted forward to strike the latter. The strength behind this move was not too strong, but the young man felt as if a massive net was closing in on him, preventing him from escaping at all. Not expecting Xianxia to make a move against him so abruptly, the young man widened his eyes in shock. I am not. He immediately attempted to sidestep to dodge the attack, but to his horror, he found himself unable to move properly, as if he was standing in marshland. Pa! Xianxia's palm connected with the young man's face, and a crisp echo resounded throughout the ring. Before the young man could speak, he had already collapsed on the ground, knocked out. He had thought it through prior to entering the ring. Since he could not intentionally let his opponent off, he would just have to knock the other party out. A knockout could also be considered incapacitated, so naturally, the match would have to be judged as his victory. After knocking out the young man, Xianxia waited for a long moment, but no one declared the results of the duel. Perplexed, he placed his hands behind his back and asked, I should have won for the first match, right? Still silence. Confused, Xianxia took a look at his surroundings. To his bewilderment, the crowd from before had fallen completely silent, and their excited expressions had been replaced with flabbergasted ones instead. Zhang Jiuxiao was also amid the crowd, and his palm was slapped onto his face. He kept trying to shout something, but due to the various impeding formations between them, Xianxia was unable to hear a word at all. What's wrong? Seeing that the crowd was reacting in a manner contrary to what he had expected, Xianxia was bewildered. Just as he was about to speak, the formation to the ring suddenly opened up, and another young man walked in. Upon seeing the fainted person on the ground, he widened his eyes in astonishment. Are you my second opponent? In order to become the conqueror of 10, one had to defeat 10 opponents consecutively. In Xianxia's view, the young man who had just entered was likely his second opponent. I am Meng Fuxing. You are Meng Fuxing? Then, this guy is... Hearing those words, Xianxia widened his eyes in shock. If the young man before him was the opponent he was supposed to fight against, who was the person he had just knocked out? The referee. Meng Fuxing's lips twitched. There's actually a referee for the ring? Xianxia's eyelids twitched. Have you ever seen an official duel without a referee? Meng Fuxing retorted. Xianxia was rendered speechless. What the heck? Typically speaking, referees should be standing beneath the ring and not in it. As a result, When Zhang Xian saw the other Meng Fuxing standing on the stage, the fact that the other party had a fierce-looking face did little to help as well. He had thought that the other party was his opponent. To knock out the referee before even meeting his opponent, this was really... Finally understanding what Zhang Jiuxiao was screaming outside, Zhang Xian sheepishly asked, "Will I be disqualified?" He had thought that he was being smart by claiming the first move, but his smart move only ended up knocking out the referee. It would really be terrible if his right to fight in the ring of death was revoked as a result of this. Recovering from his initial astonishment, Meng Fuxing replied indifferently, "Unlikely. There aren't any rules here. Let's not waste time and begin." In the first place, the black market was intended to be a lawless land. In other rings, knocking out the referee would have been a huge penalty, but in the ring of death, it was not that big a deal. Hula! Meng Fuxing charged straight toward Zhang Xian. While he was in the midst of his movements, his hands were already moving swiftly, creating afterimages reminiscent of a blooming lotus. Saint Intermediate Tier Battle Technique, Thousand Buddha Lotus Hands. There was no doubt that Meng Fuxing possessed noteworthy strength. Even if he was still slightly lacking compared to the previous Chen Su, there were few cultivators of the same cultivation realm who would be a match for him. As soon as he made his move, he had already made sure to seal the surrounding space with his Jinqi, forcing Zhang Xian to meet him head-on. "Not too bad," Zhang Xian remarked as he raised his palm to meet the other party's assault. Voila! It was the exact same move he had used against the referee earlier. It carried an imposing momentum that seemed as if it would not rest until it smacked every last drop of brainy remains out of one's ears. This strike was not a battle technique or any profound move, just the simplest slap. But for some reason, it seemed like harnessed some mysterious might that left those facing it feeling as if they would be unable to avoid it. Pa! The two palms collided, and Meng Fuxing's face swiftly flushed pale. He retreated several steps back before his legs caved in, causing him to fall to the ground. The next moment his eyes suddenly rolled up. He had fainted. Strong! What move is that? I reckon that's some kind of palm art. But still, to be able to knock Meng Fuxing out in a single strike, that fellow there should at least be able to achieve 5 consecutive victories. That's not necessarily so. The stronger a move is, the more it depletes one's Jinqi. The ring isn't just about absolute fighting prowess but endurance as well. If he tires himself too much in the earlier rounds, he will risk running out of juice quickly. Such discussions broke out in the spectator stand. Even though Zhang Xian had been a little reckless, knocking out the referee as soon as he got onto the stage, there was no denying that he did possess true strength. However, in the ring of death, strength was not enough for one to get far. Stamina was of the utmost importance as well. Many challengers would step into the ring of death to acquire the title of Conqueror of 10 each year, but those who had succeeded were truly numbered. "I am Tan Xiyu. Are you my opponent?" After knocking out Meng Fuxing, it did not take long before another young man came onto the stage. This young man going by the name of Tan Xiyu was slightly stronger than Meng Fuxing, but he was still far from a match for Zhang Xian. A single blow to the face and he was floored as well. The same went for the next 3 opponents as well. A hint of exhaustion was starting to show through Zhang Xian's posture. Sweat was dripping down his forehead, and his hands were beginning to tremble non-stop as well. Right after he defeated the 5th person, Zhang Xian heard a loud voice. "You have just cleared the 5th round. Do you want to carry on?" A casual challenger would usually stop at the 5th match as the matches beyond would have stakes involved. As an inevitable result of that, the later matches would be much more demanding than before, and until one side was crippled or incapacitated, the match would not stop. "I'll continue," Zhang Xian replied. His main goal at the Ring of Death was to obtain as many concentrated high-tier spirit stones as possible, but what he had earned so far could only be considered peanuts. Naturally, how could he back down? Especially since the true money lay ahead of him. "Very well. Your opponent for your 6th match is Kuei Qing. Just like you, he also has 5 victories under his belt as of the moment," the voice informed Zhang Xian. As the first 5 matches did not involve any wagers, the pairings would be mainly between newcomers. It was from the sixth match on that the true veterans started appearing. The pairings would be made in a manner that placed opponents with an equal number of consecutive victories against one another. Those with 6 victories would be faced against those with 6 victories. Those with 7 victories would be faced against those with 7 victories, and so on. As a result of this system, Xianxia's next opponent was someone who had achieved 5 consecutive victories as well. Who? A young man slowly walked up the ring under Xianxia's gaze. Different from the previous opponents he had faced, this young man exuded a faint killing aura, signifying that he was a dangerous figure. I have watched your matches. So far, you have subdued all your opponents with a single strike. Not too bad at all, Kuei-Ching said with a hair-raising smile as his sharp eyes assessed Xianxia from head to toe keenly. However, that strike of yours should consume quite a bit of your jinqi, right? I sure would like to see how many more times you can use it. Hula. With a flick of his wrist, a spear appeared in Kuei-Ching's hands, and without any warning whatsoever, he drove it swiftly toward Xianxia. That cunning old rat. He actually launched an assault on me while he was talking. It took only an instant before the spear was already right before Xianxia. You want to play spearmanship with me? A glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes as he looked unblinkingly at the spear whizzing toward him. You should know that I'm the true ancestor of spearmanship. Right after saying those words, Xianxia tapped his finger forward leisurely. Xianxia's finger was positioned straight in the face of the furious pierce of Kuei-Ching's spear, and it seemed as if the spear would pierce right through his finger at any moment. Yet, for some reason, before the spear could even reach the finger, it suddenly lowered its trajectory slightly, as if Kuei-Ching was intentionally going easy on Xianxia. Hula! With a simple downward grasp, Xianxia grabbed Kuei-Ching's spear and flicked it slightly. A powerful might shot right through the spear and struck Kuei-Ching. Dang 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 dang. Kuei-Ching's face reddened, and he was forced to retreat several steps in a fluster. You were able to see through my move? The disbelief in Kuei-Ching's eyes couldn't be concealed. There was no way Kuei-Ching would have gone easy on Xianxia in the midst of a duel. What had happened earlier was that the change in the trajectory of his pierce earlier was actually an intended change in his battle technique to catch his opponent off guard. But somehow, Xianxia seemed to have anticipated it in advance and positioned his finger right there, creating the illusion as if it was his finger that had caused the change in trajectory. I told you I am the ancestor of spearmanship. You are still much too inexperienced to be shaking your spear before me. Xianxia dashed forward once more and raised his palm to strike Kuei-Ching's face. Voila! Powerful might burst forth. Alarmed, Kuei-Ching retreated in a panic. He thought that 5 consecutive matches should have exhausted most of Xianxia's jinqi, preventing him from using that move anymore. He thought that with his spear in hand, he should be able to achieve victory easily. But he never thought that the other party would be able to see through his spearmanship so easily and utilize that move against him once more. Realizing that he wouldn't be able to escape from the slap, he immediately attempted to raise his spear to counterattack, but it was already too late. A palm struck his face, and the spear in his hand flew away. Pada! Kuei-Ching crashed onto the ground and blacked out. 7th match, Xianxia versus Guan Yongfeng, following which a familiar face walked onto the ring. It was no other than the scar-faced young man who had treated him as a tame sheep earlier. And I thought you were a tame sheep. It turns out that you are a wolf instead. The scar-faced young man, Guan Yongfeng, said with a shake of his head. When Xianxia first entered the room, he had an innocent and dazed look on his face, reminiscent of a naive newcomer. Such people usually end up suffering a great deal on the ring. Yet, who could have thought that he would be so strong that even Chen Su wouldn't be a match for him? I know that you are strong, but there's no way I'll be going down without a fight. Come! Hula! Drawing a saber, Guan Yongfeng drove his jinqi furiously and slashed down on Xianxia. Xianxia had a rather good impression of Guan Yongfeng, so he didn't go too hard on the latter. After 2 blows, he knocked the latter out with a light blow. On the other hand, on the spectator stand, Zhang Zhouxiao had also been diligently staking the concentrated high-tier spirit stones which Xianxia had handed him previously into the matches. As Xianxia was a newcomer, despite his outstanding results in the earlier matches, The crowd still wasn't too confident in Xianxia's strength. Thus, in the sixth match, most of the crowd had placed their stakes on Kuei Qing. On the other hand, Zhang Zhouxiao successfully doubled the initial 111 concentrated high-tier spirit stones he had into 222. After the match with Kuei Qing, the crowd gained a clearer glimpse into Zhang Xian's strength, so the payout wasn't that high anymore. Nevertheless, by staking everything into Zhang Xian once more, Zhang Zhouxiao managed to increase their total asset to 300 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. It really is lucrative, Zhang Zhouxiao exclaimed as he looked at the huge pile of spirit stones before him. Despite being an offspring of the Zhang clan, he was only from a side family, so his allowance every month was rather meager. Concentrated high-tier spirit stones were extremely beneficial to his cultivation as well, but even when using all of his means, he could only earn 1 to 2 of them each month. Yet, in just a short 20 minutes, he had actually just earned nearly 200 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. This sure was frightening. Let's do it. Knowing Zhang Xian's intention, Zhang Zhouxiao didn't hesitate to stake all 300 concentrated high-tier spirit stones on Zhang Xian's victory once more. The opponent for the 8th match was a young man in his 30s. He had a pair of arms that were innately thick as if tree trunks. On the other hand, fighting 7 consecutive battles seemed to have exhausted Zhang Xian greatly, and he looked as if he was about to be sapped dry. In view of that, the payout for Zhang Xian's victory increased this time around. After trading 30 blows or so, Zhang Xian achieved a narrow victory, and the spirit stones in Zhang Zhouxiao's hand leaped from 300 to 720 in an instant. Zhang Xian had been able to subdue his opponents in a single strike in the previous matches, but in the 8th match, he actually took more than 30 blows. To the crowd on the spectator sign, this was a visible sign that the newcomer was swiftly approaching his limit. He really knows how to act. Shaking his head with a smile on his lips, Zhang Zhouxiao's eyes glowed in excitement. In order to draw more people to bet against his victory so as to raise his payout, it was necessary for Zhang Xian to feign weakness. Otherwise, if he were to crush all of his opponents in a single move, there would be no suspense at all. Knowing that they would surely lose the bet, who would be willing to bet against him? It was true that those who gambled in the Ring of Death were mostly scions from notable clans with powerful finances. But that didn't mean that they were fools who would squander their money away blindly. They were all biding their time to place the decisive bet which would maximize their profits. So naturally, Zhang Xian would have to provide those scions an impetus to make their move. By giving out clear hints that he was getting weaker with every match, those scions would surely be tempted to go all in. After all, who would be willing to stake their bets on a newcomer who appeared to be already wobbling on his feet? Obviously, the stakes would start gravitating to his opponent. The opponent for the 9th match was a middle-aged man. The previous time the middle-aged man had challenged the Ring of Death, he had won 8 consecutive before failing on the 9th. But the reason why he lost wasn't due to his lack of strength. According to the rumors, it seemed like he had drunk too much the day before, resulting in him being unable to exert his strength properly. As a result, in his matches in the Ring of Death the next day, his entire body was swaying weakly, and it seemed as if he would collapse at any moment. The fact that he could still achieve 8 victories under such a condition was a clear sign of his strength. It seemed like he had learned his lesson this time around and kept himself in check. His body was overflowing with energy, and from the very first move, it seemed like he already had the entire battle in his grasp. This had induced a wave of cheerings from the spectator stand. On the other hand, Zhang Xian appeared to be weak on his feet, and it seemed like he was only hanging on his sheer willpower at the moment. With such a clear contrast between the two opponents, Zhang Xian's payout nearly broke through the roof. However, despite the powerful assaults the middle-aged man sent at Zhang Xian over and over again, the latter kept bouncing back as if an indestructible cockroach. The latter obviously looked as if he would collapse on the ground with the slightest breeze, and yet, that final bit of energy he had left in him seemed to non-depletable, allowing him to withstand the relentless waves of attack. Just like that, the battle stretched on to over 100 moves. At some point in time, the incredibly exhausted Zhang Xian somehow managed to bump into the back of the middle-aged man's head and knocked the latter out. thus achieving a somewhat miraculous and unbelievable victory. With this, the number of concentrated high-tier spirit stones Xianxia had increased to an astounding 1,800. To be able to achieve victory like that newcomer sure is lucky. If he could just win another match, we would find ourselves with a new conqueror of 10. That's true, but it seems like the newcomer has expended himself too much the previous round. In his current state, there's no way he can win the 10th. I thought that way in the 8th round too, but he still managed to grit the teeth and win the 9th round through his sheer willpower. I think that lad has some kind of unfathomable power laying dormant in him. As unlikely as it may be, I actually think that newcomer will really be crowned as the next conqueror of 10. You think so too? Alright, I'll bet on his victory then. Very soon, the 10th match began. Despite Zhang Xian's appearance of weakness, the incredible endurance he had displayed in the previous match still won the hearts of some, and quite of a portion of the crowd actually chose to bet on him against the odds. As a result, the payout dipped significantly. Zhang Zhouxiao placed all 1,800 concentrated high-tier spirit stones in, as usual, but it only increased to 2,200 this time around. On the field, however, naturally Zhang Xian had a tougher fight than ever. He traded more than 300 blows with his opponent, maintaining the same, "I look like I'm gonna fall but I just won't fall" appearance throughout the match. In the end, the way which he managed to achieve victory nearly had the eyeballs of the crowd bulging out of their eyes. The 10th opponent actually moved too fast in the midst of his assault and crashed into the formation barrier, knocking himself out. To come this far, one had to brave through 9 life and death matches, and those who managed to do so were all indubitably outstanding warriors. Yet, for an expert of such caliber to actually knock himself out, Zhang Zhouxiao really couldn't bear himself to look on any longer. "Brother, can you be any faker than that? Do you take the audience to be fools?" However, it was already the 10th match, and the results for the fight to become the conqueror of 10 was already out. Congratulations to Zhang Xian for becoming our new conqueror of 10. You have a choice to continue your battle now or take a brief rest first. Either way, it won't impede you from fighting for the title of the conqueror of 100. I suggest that you take a rest first so that you can face your opponent in your peak condition. The voice sounded. Upon successfully becoming a conqueror of 10, one would be allowed to take a rest first before continuing one's battle for higher grounds. Considering how tired the young man already was, he looked as if he could very well faint at any moment. It would be best for him to take a rest first before continuing on his battle. "I'll continue on." Despite hearing the voice's advice, Zhang Xian raised his eyes wearily and shook his head slowly. "Rest? You must be joking. I am not even close to being done yet. Since I have already made the journey here, how could I leave without making a big killing?" In any case, everything was a fair game in the black market, so he didn't feel particularly guilty about this. "Are you certain you want to continue? I don't think that you are in any condition to fight another match." The voice continued. Every single conqueror of 10 was a money tree for the Ring of Death. It would be a huge waste for the Ring of Death if the young man were to die on the ring right after his conferment as a conqueror of 10. "I think that I can still persevere on a little," Zhang Xian said weakly. "All right then, in order to become a conqueror of 100, you must defeat 10 conquerors of 10 successively. Your first opponent will be..." Before the voice could finish speaking, a nonchalant voice suddenly boomed across the entire ring. "I'll fight with him. As long as he can defeat me, he can become the new conqueror of 100. Following which, the clanging of metal sounded clearly in everyone's eyes. Following which, the crowd saw a towering figure slowly walking over to the ring. It's Hong Yang. Hong Yang is going to fight the newcomer personally, and he even promised the latter the position of conqueror of 100? All along, it has always been others challenging Hong Yang. So why would he suddenly challenge this newcomer? As the strongest existence in the Ring of Death, there's no one who could possibly defeat him. If that newcomer were to really fight against Hong Yang, he would surely be crushed. Of course, that goes without saying. But as long as that newcomer doesn't have something wrong with his head, he should know better than to accept the duel. When the crowd saw the figure walking over to the ring, There was a brief moment of silence before a huge uproar broke out. The person who had spoken was no other than the man who could leave Qianxia shivering in fear with just a single word. The conqueror of 100, Hong Yang. At this moment, the fatigue of battle that was plaguing Hong Yang previously had already vanished without a trace. Instead, his eyes were dyed crimson, as if he had already eyed a new prey. "How is it? Will you accept my challenge?" Hong Yang gazed at Xianxia coldly. Xianxia hesitated. "You aren't too bad at acting, but I have faced and destroyed countless experts in my time. That act of yours isn't going to fool me. To still have the strength to be holding back even after defeating 10 opponents. Boy, you have caught my attention." Hong Yang spoke impassively. Xianxia's face turned green, and a whole string of vulgarities nearly spilled from his mouth. He was still thinking that he could earn a hefty sum from Zhang Jushao's bets during the battles with the Conquerors of 10. But this fellow actually exposed him publicly. Acting? That fellow was acting. Is that so? It doesn't really seem like an act to be, though. Think about it. He was already on the verge of collapsing by the end of the 7th match, but he still managed to survive till the 10. Don't you think that's very suspicious? That bastard. I staked all my money on his loss. Hearing Hong Yang's words, the crowd was so angry that they nearly morphed into demons on the spot. This was especially those who were fooled by Xianxia's act earlier and bet on his loss. Even if you wish to find a reason to challenge me, surely you need not frame me like that? After battling 10 people, there's no cultivator who can avoid becoming severely weakened. With a voice devoid of strength, the pale-faced Xianxia raised his head and exclaimed, "Putting everything aside, do you think that you can defeat 10 people and still have the strength to put on an act?" "I can," Hong Yang replied impassively. Xianxia. The faces of those who were previously defeated by Xianxia turned red. While their strength couldn't be compared with Conquerors of 10, they were still figures who had braved through many battles, and their fighting prowess were superior to ordinary cultivators. Yet, the other party was still able to defeat them consecutively, and yet still have the energy to put on an act. Where were they supposed to put their pride and dignity now? But thinking about it, there were indeed such people in this world. For one, Hong Yang definitely had the strength to defeat all 10 of them twice each without getting exhausted at all. Could the person whom they had fought with earlier possess such strength as well? Everyone turned their gazes over to Xianxia, wanting to see if what Hong Yang had said was true. But what they found themselves faced with were a pair of hollow eyes, a weakly trembling body, and a face which suggested that the young man was going to lose consciousness at any moment soon. "I don't have such strength." Xianxia shook his head weakly. "I can hardly remain standing at the moment. How am I to fight with you?" He was currently in the ring of death of the black market, where schemes and deception were a huge taboo. If he were to admit that he had been putting on an act previously, he could very well bring great trouble upon himself. "You don't have a say in this matter. I, Hong Yang, will fight anyone I want. No one can sway my decision," Hong Yang declared with compelling authority as he took a step forward. Boom! A powerful surge of Jinqi suddenly permeated the entire ring, exerting immense pressure on Xianxia. It carried a threatening intent behind it, as if saying that regardless Xianxia liked it or not, this was a battle he wouldn't be able to escape from. "You're too much." Xianxia stiffened his neck in indignation. "I'm too much," Hong Yang mocked before shaking his head. "Make your move. I suggest that you go all out, or else there's no way you will be stepping out of this ring alive." After which, Hong Yang raised his hand, and a bundle of Jinqi began gathering furiously above his palm. Given how bent Hong Yang is on fighting against that newcomer, a battle should be inevitable. Who do you think will win? Do you even need to ask? It's obvious it's Hong Yang. I shall stake everything on him. I'm also going to stake on Hong Yang as well. His battle style is exceptionally brutal, and he would even rip a live person into shreds callously. Even if that newcomer was putting on an act before, he still won't be able to avoid the fate of being torn in two. More like torn in four. Well, no matter how many pieces he is torn into, There's no doubt that the newcomer dead meat. Upon hearing Hong Yang's words, the faces of the spectators flushed crimson in excitement. Time to place my bet. Amidst the crowd, Zhang Jiuxiao also had his fists clenched tightly in agitation as well. In the earlier few rounds, the highest payout had only been a little more than 1:2, but owing to Hong Yang's fearsome reputation, the payout should be able to rise to whole new heights this round. Zhang Jiuxiao walked over to the betting table, and as he had expected, the payout for Zhang Xian's victory had already increased beyond 110. In other words, nearly every single person here had bet on Hong Yang's victory. No one thought that Zhang Xian would be able to emerge victorious in the duel. We have really struck it rich this time. With hands trembling uncontrollably in excitement and delight, Zhang Jiuxiao passed a storage ring over. I'll bet 1,800 concentrated high-tier spirit stones on Zhang Xian's victory. You are going to bet on Zhang Xian? The staff in charge of managing the bets asked in disbelief. Shaking his head, he quickly processed Zhang Jiuxiao's bet. If no one were to bet on Zhang Xian, how would their black market earn money? Without a doubt, that fellow was bound to lose his 1,800 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. While the spectators were excitedly making their bets, on the ring, Hong Yang looked at the young man before him and said, "Make your move! Why don't we just forget it? I won't be a match for you anyway." Zhang Xian shook his head. "Like I said, you don't have a say in this matter." Seeing that the young man was still rejecting him, Hong Yang couldn't be bothered to waste his words anymore. Hula! With a cold sneer, Hong Yang charged forward with astounding momentum. In just an instant, he was already right before Zhang Xian. His stature was truly towering. Standing next to him, Zhang Xian appeared to be nothing more than a child. Without any hesitation, Hong Yang smashed his fist down toward Zhang Xian, and a ferocious gale whipped up in the surroundings. A slight rumbling sound reminiscent of thunder could be heard in the air, hinting at the immense might that was packed behind that punch. From the looks of it, if that punch were to land, there was no doubt that Zhang Xian would be reduced into meat paste. On the other hand, seeing how Hong Yang didn't even hesitate before making his move, Zhang Xian felt deeply exasperated. As expected of one who had undergone multiple life-and-death battles, Hong Yang's instincts were truly keen. Zhang Xian was confident in his disguise, and the fact that the crowd was only slightly doubtful of his strength even after he had won round after round bore testimony to how lifelike his disguise was. Yet, Hong Yang was still able to see right through him, remaining firmly convinced that he was putting on a disguise no matter how he protested. Without a doubt, Hong Yang was a formidable figure. Forget it! Feeling the immense might crushing down on him, Zhang Xian knew that there was no avoiding this battle anymore. Sighing deeply, he took a step to the side. Voila! It was just a small step, but it allowed Zhang Xian to narrowly avoid the other party's downward punch. Humph! Hong Yang redirected the lingering strength behind his smashing punch into a sideward hook, adamantly tracing Zhang Xian's figure with his offense. What a swift transformation! Zhang Xian was astonished. Had it been any other opponent, his infinitesimal maneuver method of dodging would have surely caused the other party's attack to fall empty. Yet, Hong Yang's reflexes and flexibility were so powerful that he could actually change his movements at a whim fluidly, as if he had planned it right from the start. Even Hall Master Xing might not be capable of pulling off something like that. He can almost catch up with a third of me. Incredible! Surprised, Zhang Xian did a rough mental calculation. It was already extremely formidable for a challenger of an underground ring to be able to match a third of his reflexes and speed. Knowing that it would be hard for him to avoid Hong Yang's sideward hook, Zhang Xian exhaled deeply and pushed his chest inward, making himself as thin as the width of a fist. This was a unique battle technique that was used to avoid close-quarter attacks. Even an ordinary human would be able to push their chest in significantly by exhaling deeply, let alone a cultivator. By withdrawing his Jinqi into his dantian and using the surrounding air to compress his chest, it was possible for a cultivator to reduce his size significantly. In a battle between experts, even the smallest difference in the distance could cause a vast difference in the outcome. Through using this move, Xianxia successfully dodged Hong Yang's sideward hook. However, Hong Yang's offense didn't stop just there. He immediately changed his punch into a palm to strike down on Xianxia. In the first place, his hand was already extremely close to Xianxia's chest. If Xianxia were to be struck by that palm strike, his heart could very well be pierced through, resulting in instantaneous death. Just as everyone thought that there was no way Xianxia could possibly dodge this move, perhaps it was out of resignation or exhaustion, Xianxia's caved-in chest abruptly bounced back up. As if an inflated ball, it coincidentally collided with Hong Yang's approaching palm and successfully deflected it aside. Following which, Xianxia stepped forward and raised his hand, preparing to strike Hong Yang's face. It was the same move he had used to subdue his previous opponents. Not expecting that Xianxia would be able to launch a counterattack despite his relentless assault, Hong Yang's eyes narrowed his eyes in surprise. Even though his earlier assault may appear to be simple on the exterior, it was actually his famed triple chain assault. This was the technique he had used to down countless tough opponents, and even conquerors of 10 hadn't been able to survive the second strike of his triple chain assault. Yet, not only did the young man successfully dodge all 3 maneuvers, he even managed to launch a counterattack. Just like what he had guessed before, the young man was indeed no ordinary opponent. In this moment, Hong Yang couldn't help but feel deeply excited within. He swiftly raised his other hand, wanting to fend off the young man's slap. But contrary to his expectations, the young man right before him shot him a peculiar smile instead. All of a sudden, Hong Yang felt a bout of dizziness assaulting his head, and his body staggered backward weakly. Crap! It's a terpsichorean art. Hong Yang's widened his eyes in astonishment. That other party's smile was actually one of the famed techniques of terpsichorees, 100 flowers bloom. It was said that the person who had created this technique was an incredible beauty amongst the terpsichorees more than 10,000 years ago. Just a returning smile of hers could send one's heart throbbing uncontrollably, and in that instant, it would be as if the rest of the world had turned colorless. Those who had fallen for the technique would find themselves consumed in a trance, thus losing their fighting prowess. But wasn't this a technique which only women could use? How could a man like Xianxia use it as well, and to look so moving on top of that? Feeling that his mind was swiftly descending into confusion, Hong Yang hurriedly bit his tongue to restore some rationality back into his head. However, it was already too late. Xianxia's slap was already right before his eyes. For some reason, those 5 fingers felt like towering mountains to Hong Yang. He felt that he would never be able to avoid the slap no matter how he struggled. Pa! A resounding pa! Echoed on the ring, and a palm was clearly imprinted on Hong Yang's swollen face. You? Feeling the stinging pain on his face, Hong Yang felt so frenzied that he could lose his mind at this very instant. He was the conqueror of 100 of the underground black market, but he ended up being slapped in the ring so easily. This was a huge humiliation to him. I'll rip you into shreds. Roaring furiously, Hong Yang was just about to make his move when the young man abruptly retreated 8 steps backward. As if he had depleted all of his strength, the young man's body trembled uncontrollably, and it looked as if he would collapse onto the ground at any moment. I told you that I have already come to the limit of my body, and I won't be able to fight with you anymore. Let's just forget it. I really am not a match for you. You? Hong Yang felt as if his mind was about to explode. Right after literally giving me a tight slap in my face, you want to call the duel off and retreat unscathed? How can there be something that convenient in the world? Furthermore, you aren't a match for me? If you still aren't a match for me after nearly crippling me, if you were really a match for me, wouldn't I be killed in an instant? Boom! Unable to hold back his rage, Hong Yang dashed forward furiously for Xianxia. This time he decided to go all out. He adeptly weaved his jinqi with his fingers, crafting a massive cage around them. Hong Yang is getting serious. Once he gets serious, there's bound to be a cold corpse lying in his wake. It was just a lucky slap earlier. That fellow can't possibly be so lucky the next time around too. A commotion broke out on the spectator stand. Earlier, when Hong Yang was slapped by the newcomer, everyone was stunned for an instant, causing the spectators stand to fall deathly silent. However, seeing that Hong Yang had flown into a rage, excited cheerings began resounding once more. Hula! A might which seemed to harness sufficient strength to sway even the heavens themselves gathered in Hong Yang's palm as he callously thrust it toward Xianxia. As a person who had been crowned as the conqueror of 100 in the Ring of Death, his fighting prowess was truly not one to be underestimated. Facing the other party's attack, Xianxia took a step back before twisting his body, nimbly dodging Hong Yang's powerful palm strike, after which he raised his palm once more. It was the exact same movement as before. He was preparing to send another slap toward Hong Yang's face. You want to use the same move against me twice? Dream on. Seeing that it was the same old move, Hong Yang was suddenly reminded of the previous insult he had suffered. He bellowed furiously as he sent another palm strike to meet the young man's slap. But just as their palms were about to collide with one another, the young man before him suddenly sent him another bewitching smile. This smile was even more radiant than the one before. In an instant, Hong Yang felt the sight before him blurring as another bout of dizziness assaulted his head. The palm strike he had pushed forward in order to fend off Xianxia's slap also came to an abrupt halt, freezing in midair. Pada! Another burst of fiery pain stung Hong Yang's face as his body revolved twice on the spot from the sheer might behind the slap. Ah! Awakening from his trance, Hong Yang clutched his hair in fury. With a furious roar, he was just about to dash forward to return the favor to the young man when the latter's helpless voice suddenly sounded once more. Like I said, my body has really reached its limit. I am in no state to fight with you. Why won't you just listen to my words? I honestly don't want to fight with you. I really am no match for you. Your body has reached its limit? You are no match for me. Hong Yang touched the too swollen palm print on his cheeks, and his head nearly exploded. You call this reaching your limit? Doesn't that mean that if you haven't reached your limit, I would have already been killed by you? Can you just stop humble bragging? My heart really can't take it anymore. In a vast room in the underground black market, an elder anxiously barged into the room, exclaiming, "Boss, bad news! What's wrong?" Seated at the very center of the room, a middle-aged man was leisurely sipping on his tea when he heard the exclamation and frowned. This middle-aged man was a leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle expert, as well as the person who rules over the entire black market. Very few people knew of his true name, so most would only deferentially refer to him as the boss. Invaluable treasures could be found at every turn in the black market, but very few dared to snatch those treasures for their own. A huge reason for this was out of fear and deference for the boss and his vicious means. Earlier, a challenger known as Xianxia arrived in the Ring of Death, and he won 10 rounds consecutively, winning himself the title of the Conqueror of 10. The elder reported. Is this anything to make a fuss about? Winning 10 rounds consecutively isn't anything much, is it? The boss replied leisurely as he lifted the teapot and poured himself another cup of tea. It wasn't easy to rise to the position of Conqueror of 10, but every single year, there would still be 7 to 8 who would be crowned as one. In view of that, it really wasn't anything much to make a fuss over. That would be nothing much. But just as he was about to challenge the other Conquerors of 10 for the position of Conqueror of 100, Hong Yang suddenly stepped into the ring. The elder continued. Oh? The boss smiled in interest. Given Hong Yang's strength, there is none in his cultivation realm who would be a match for him. Anyone who faces him is likely to end in death. Since that's the case, just make preparations to dispose of the corpse then. You have done this for a few years now, so is there any need to trouble me for something as trivial as this? But boss, I initially thought that there would be no problems as well, but after both parties traded 2 blows, Hong Yang ended up being slapped twice whereas Xianxia is still completely unscathed. The elder swiftly explained the situation he had seen earlier, and the disbelief in his tone showed that he still hadn't been able to come to terms with the matter yet. Hong Yang was slapped? Are you saying that Hong Yang isn't a match for Xianxia? The boss was taken aback. I'm afraid that's likely to be the case. The elder nodded. Hong Yang is our money tree, and he has been known for his indomitable strength. While he has a resounding reputation himself, there hasn't been any good opponent to pit against him to create some fanfare for the Ring of Death. This works fine too. With this defeat, he should be able to grow further. We can plan for his comeback and earn substantial profits from it. Keep a close look on the situation and make sure that his life isn't threatened. The boss placed his teacup back on the table and said contemplatively, Hong Yang was formidable, not infallible. Anything could happen on the ring, and it was precisely this trait of the Ring of Death that allowed it to draw a steady stream of customers. As long as Hong Yang didn't die, his defeat wouldn't be a problem. I understand. However, there's another problem. Xianxia came to the ring together with a companion, and the latter has been betting all in on him every single round. Over the past 10 matches, he has already won more than 1,600 concentrated high-tier spirit stones from us. When Hong Yang came on the stage, I thought that Xianxia would surely be defeated in the duel. So I altered the payout to be very low on Hong Yang's side and very high on Xianxia's side, wanting to lure that companion of his to go all in once more to recoup our losses. I didn't think that Xianxia would actually outmatch Hong Yang. An awkward look surfaced on the elder's face. Very high? How high is that? The boss was startled. If Hong Yang were to lose, even the overall profits of the black market, which we have accumulated over many years, won't be enough to compensate the other party. What did you say? Hearing those words, the cup in the boss' hand fell to the ground and shattered into innumerable fragments. Just how high of a payout did that fellow set for Xianxia? Bring me over to take a look. I want to see the situation with my own eyes. Unable to remain still any longer, the boss stood up and began making his way over to the ring. In the Ring of Death, the death of an individual or two wouldn't mean anything at all. However, if they were to bankrupt themselves over a bet, how were they supposed to continue operating their business? Such a thing must be prevented at all cost. You bastard! I'll tear you apart. On the ring, after being slapped 2 consecutive times, Hong Yang's eyes had already reddened in utter rage. Prior to challenging Xianxia, he had already known the young man was no weakling. However, he hadn't thought that the young man would actually be so powerful. It had been nearly 10 years since he first fought in the Ring of Death, and never had he suffered such humiliation before. More importantly, even after managing to land 2 clean blows on him, that fellow was still adamantly continuing with his act, making it look as if he would collapse at any moment. Act your head. If anyone is going to collapse here, it should be me. But even though Hong Yang was livid with rage, he knew better than to let his anger blind his rationality. I have to steady my primordial spirit. With this thought in mind, he sealed all of his acupoints and steadied his state of mind so that the young man couldn't sway him anymore. The reason why the young man had managed to land 2 slaps on him was because of his terpsichorean art. As long as he were to avert his eyes and attention away from it, he would be able to avoid being falling into a trance. Hong Long. After putting up his mental guard, Hong Yang charged forward once more. This time, he was planning to get into close quarters to launch a barrage of attacks. His towering stature had granted him with strength superior to that of his peers, and he knew that the best way for him to capitalize on this strength was through close-quarter combat. The young man was swift and nimble, but in close-quarter combat, one would often be limited by their reaction speed, thus making it nigh impossible to dodge every single attack. This would be his best shot at exacting vengeance. Hoo-la! Charging forward, his arms and legs flew forth one after another with astounding speed, reminiscent of a relentless storm battering down on the world. In comparison, Xianxia seemed like a fragile raft, completely helpless in its face. Not bad, Xianxia muttered beneath his breath. In this moment, Xianxia's body was still limp in weakness, and it felt as if he would be swallowed by that storm of attacks. But for some bizarre reason, despite his sluggish movement, Hong Yang's barrage of attacks still missed him one after another, as if Hong Yang was intentionally letting him off. He's able to predict my attacks? Hong Yang widened his eyes in disbelief. Despite the young man's slow and sluggish movements, it was apparent to him that the young man had seen right through every single one of his attack trajectory, dodging all of his attacks in advance. The young man's movements may seem unseemly, but there was not a single wasted movement at all. Just as Hong Yang was thinking of another plan to subdue the young man before him, the latter abruptly raised his palm once more, clearly preparing to imprint another palm on his face. Again? I have already steadied my primordial spirit. Your Terpsichorean arts won't work on me anymore. Hong Yang sneered confidently. However, in the next moment, he heard a voice sounding in his ear. Don't bother dodging. It's futile. It sounded like the whisperings of a lover, causing a jolt of electricity to course through his body. In an instant, the tension in his muscles loosened, causing his body to fall limp. Shit! It's demonic tune this time around. It took only a tenth of a second for Hong Yang to realize the anomaly in his body, and he immediately bit his tongue to jolt himself out of his abnormal state. But by the time he was about to protect himself, the young man's palm had already appeared by his face once more. Pa! A crisp and resounding echo it was. Hong Yang's eyes reddened once more as he twisted around on the spot. At the same time, half of his face swelled up as well. Please, believe me. My body is really reaching its limit. I can't fight against you anymore. I can't defeat you. The young man's helpless voice sounded yet again. Hi. Overwhelmed with frenzy, Hong Yang charged forward furiously once more, but yet another palm struck his face. And Xianxia didn't forget to continue his humble bragging either. I am really exhausted. Let me go. I want to rest. Don't come anymore. Hong Yang charged over once more. Pa. No, this is really my limit. Oh, I'm going to pass out. It was as if the young man's hand was infused with some kind of sorcery. Each and every time, it would strike Hong Yang's face accurately. Despite trying out a dozen different movement techniques, the young man's palm would still land on his face with inconceivable precision. More importantly, after each slap, the young man would act as if he was going to fall without fail, as if he was the victim over here. If you can't hold on anymore, just faint then. You say that you can't hold on any longer each time, but you still manage to slap me without fail each time I charge forward. Can you be any more shameless than that? Hong Yang really felt that his sanity was being severely challenged over here. He wasn't the only one who felt that. Every single person on the spectator stand was also completely dumbfounded. Their minds were too crazed over the happenings on the field that they even forgot how to react with their bodies. They knew Hong Yang's strength very well, Conqueror of 100, unmatched in his power class. They thought that it should be easy for him to teach an arrogant newcomer a lesson. But who could have thought that such would happen instead? Each time Hong Yang charged over, he would be smacked back in place by a slap. Then, the young man would wobble on the spot, as if he would collapse at any moment. And the cycle would just repeat and repeat. With each slap, the indomitable Hong Yang in their hearts would erode by a bit, to the point that nothing was left at all. What that was even more shocking was that the fellow that was on the verge of fainting was actually still completely intact. Throughout the course of the battle, he hadn't sustained the slightest injury at all. Did I really just fight with that monster? The faces of the scar-faced young man and the others were completely pale. At the same time, Qianxu's head also cowered back with every slap that had been dealt. At this rate, it seemed like it would be long before his head was buried into his neck. That was Hong Yang, the invincible gladiator of the Ring of Death. To be smacked around so easily as if a little chick. Just how powerful could that newcomer be? This was too exaggerated. And he, Qianxu, actually provoked such a figure. It was fortunate that the other party didn't hold a grudge against him over that matter, or else he would have already turned into a lifeless corpse. Stop hitting me. I really am not a match for you. Stop it. The crisp slaps and helpless exclamations continued sounding on the ring. Put on. At some point in time, Hong Yang finally came to the limit of his strength and collapsed to the ground, knocked out. Even up to the moment that he lost consciousness, his heart was filled with indignance. In his many years on the Ring of Death, this was the first time he had been pummeled so indignantly and humiliatingly. Before his vision turned dark, He took one last look at his opponent and saw the young man was still swaying on the spot, no different from before. It seemed as if he would fall at any time, but somehow he just kept standing on. The newcomer defeated Hong Yang? I lost the bet again? That was the money I took from my wife's secret stash. Because it was Hong Yang fighting, there were many who had placed huge bets on Hong Yang's victory. Thus, when they saw Hong Yang collapsing on the ground, knocked out, their faces turned completely livid. There were even a few who burst into tears. After losing several rounds, they thought that they would be able to recoup some of their losses through Hong Yang. Yet, who could have thought that this match would only further their losses, plunging them deeper into the abyss? If only they had known this in advance, they would have bet their everything on Zhang Xian. But speaking of which, just where did this inconspicuous little lad pop up from him? To be able to defeat even the conqueror of 100 with such ease. This duel, Zhang Xian is the victor. After waiting for 10 seconds, Hong Yang still remained completely motionless. So, the voice from before declared loudly, but the disbelief in his voice was still clear for all to hear. We're rich. We have really struck it rich this time, at odds with the depressing atmosphere drifting along the spectator stand. Upon hearing the news of Zhang Xian's victory, Zhang Zhouxiao leaped up in excitement and cried out. The payout for this match was a little more than 110, which meant to say that as long as Zhang Xian won, the 1800 concentrated high-tier spirit stone would bring him a return of nearly 20,000. Even as the offspring of the Zhang clan, he had never seen that many concentrated high-tier spirit stone before. Completely broke when they first entered the black market, in less than 2 hours, their wealth had actually leaped up to nearly 20,000. Zhang Shi was really a walking spirit mine. Furthermore, he was the type that could produce countless spirit stones without using an excavator. With so many of it, it should be enough to fulfill Zhang Shi's needs. With this thought in mind, Zhang Zhouxiao walked over to the betting counter and passed over the document in his hand over. I have come here to collect my payout. If I'm not mistaken, you owe me a total of 19,800 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. 19,800? Before the person in charge could speak, a cold harumph suddenly sounded, following which, a middle-aged man walked over and spoke authoritatively. We suspect that you have been cheating in the Ring of Death, so the bet that you have made in this match will be annulled. Annulled? Zhang Zhouxiao was taken aback for an instant before his eyebrows shot up. What do you mean by that? Exactly as it sounds. The middle-aged man harumphed. Whatever gambling we conduct in our Ring of Death is built upon the idea of fairness, but you collaborated with one of the challengers of the ring, one feigning weakness on the ring to influence the payout and the other to make the bets. This is considered a cheating behavior, and it is a violation of our rules. Not only will your winnings be confiscated, you are also to compensate the Ring of Death for your disruptive behavior. Compensate. Zhang Zhouxiao's face turned livid. You are hereby under arrest under the charges of disrupting the black market's order and fraud. Men, capture that fellow, the middle-aged man commanded with a grand wave of his hand. Voila! In the blink of an eye, a dozen guards dressed in tight-fitting armor, each possessing a cultivation of primordial spirit realm pinnacle, dashed forward and surrounded Zhang Zhouxiao tightly. You all? Not expecting that the black market would refuse to acknowledge its loss, attempting to capture him even, Zhang Zhouxiao was seething with rage. With a raise of his hands, a Saint Intermediate Tier sword materialized before him, ready to make a move at his command. While he had the strength to challenge opponents stronger than him, there were simply too many people before him at the moment. Furthermore, from the start to the end, the middle-aged man hadn't been concealing leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle Cultivation. Even if he were to utilize all of the means at his disposal, he would be no match for the middle-aged man. To think that the black market would resort to forcing others to submit after losing in a gamble. Is this how you all usually act? But before anyone could make a move, an impassive voice sounded in the air, following which, the young man who had just defeated Hong Yang on the ring suddenly appeared on the spectator stand as well, and his displeasure was clearly carved onto his face. He was intending to use the money he had won to attend the auction and buy down the Annal of Bedstead Disquisition. But who knew that not only would the black market refuse to pay up, they even had Zhang Zhouxiao surrounded. Unable to watch on anymore, Zhang Xian flew over from the ring. The both of you collaborated with one another to conduct fraud in the Ring of Death, and that's a clear violation of our rules. If we don't punish you to make a warning to the others, how can our Ring of Death continue to operate if everyone were to do the same? The middle-aged man flung his sleeves furiously. The middle-aged man was the boss of the black market. 20,000 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. The entire fortune of their black market was only worth about this much. If they were to really pay this sum to those two, their black market might really have to shut down for good. You want to talk rules with me? Sure. Let's talk just that then. Even the Master Teacher Pavilion, an organization which was heavily dictated by rules, could hardly do anything to him, and yet the head of a black market actually wanted to talk to him about rules. This was almost the same as flaunting your wealth before a bank. Regarding the matches in the Ring of Death, there are no rules preventing anyone from placing any bet. Zhang Zhouxiao is my friend, and he has confidence in my strength, so naturally he would be inclined to bet on me. Surely there's no problem with that, right? Zhang Xian reasoned. There's no problem about that, but... The boss nodded. There were no rules preventing the kin or friends of a challenger from betting on him. On the contrary, it was common practice. It was in view of the wealth that they could earn that the challengers were willing to go all out in their own fights. Wealth and honor upon victory, poverty and humiliation upon loss. It was the stakes at play here that they were willing to stake even their own life here. As such, this couldn't be considered to be a violation of the rules. Since there's no problem, and you were the one who set the payout under the premise that you would be willing to pay up no matter how much you lost. Given so, what rights do you have to say that we have violated the rules? Zhang Xian interjected the boss words. You were clearly able to achieve a victory easily, but you maliciously feigned weakness on the ring. Such a behavior can be considered as fraud. Fraud? By fraud, do you refer to using trickery and deception to achieve victory? Putting aside the fact that there are no rules to the ring, you can ask everyone here what has happened. In the duel against Hong Yang, I kept telling him that I am no match for him, and that we should stop the duel there and then, but he simply wouldn't listen, insisting adamantly that I should have a fight with him. It's out of no choice that I had to counterattack. Given that the duel is forced upon me in the first place, are you sure that my behavior can be considered to be fraud? Zhang Xian turned to the boss and continued, if I really want to achieve victory that much, I could have just accepted his duel straight. There's no need for me to turn him down again and again. The eyebrows of the boss shot up. He had also been watching the match earlier as well. Indeed, the young man kept telling Hong Yang that he didn't want to fight anymore, but the latter just kept charging at him relentlessly. From such an aspect, if anyone was guilty of cheating, it should be Hong Yang. However, with a huge sum of nearly 20,000 at stake here, he couldn't afford to back down. Knowing that it was impossible for him to win in a proper debate, he flung his sleeves furiously and bellowed, "Don't bother playing word games with me over here. I am the boss of the black market, and my words are the law. Men, take these two troublemakers down. You are just going to use force since you are unable to reason against us? Very well. I would like to see who dares to touch a strand of hair of ours." Zhang Xian bellowed as he swept a cold gaze across his surroundings. "Go!" One of the guards bellowed before taking the lead, charging at Zhang Xian. Even if the fellow before them was strong enough to defeat Hong Yang easily, they had the numerical advantage. On top of that, they were all primordial spirit realm pinnacle experts as well. They were confident that they would be able to take him down easily. The guard brandished his sword furiously, and the cold glint of a sword chi swiftly fell toward Zhang Xian. Considering the lawlessness of the black market, those who were qualified to become guards to ensure order and security had to wield extraordinary strength as well. As the sword chi flew over, the air was groaned under the immense strain from its pressure, as if testifying to the humongous strength behind it. Facing the powerful sword brandish, Zhang Xian didn't bother to dodge at all. Instead, he lifted his finger casually and tapped on the space before him. "Pada!" The sword chi shattered, and the burst of Xianxia continued gushing forward to the guard. Pa! The latter suddenly felt a violent pressure striking his dantian, following which, his dantian abruptly shattered into countless pieces. Feeling that his Xianxia was gushing out of his body like a leaking balloon, the guard widened his eyes in horror. Why you? You crippled my cultivation? The breaking of one's dantian was equivalent to destroying a person's cultivation. This meant that the countless years of hard work that an individual had put into advancing his cultivation had gone to utter waste. Couldn't be bothered to respond to the guard's question. Xianxia continued to move. A series of exploding sounds echoed in the air over the next few breaths, and the dozen of guards that were surrounding Zhang Jiuxiao suddenly collapsed to the ground as well. Feeling as power gradually seeped away from their bodies, a fear so powerful that it left them hardly able to breathe consumed the guards. These guards had made use to the authority that had been granted to them to oppress the weak and make benefits for themselves. Even killing them outright wouldn't be considered as going overboard. In a sense, crippling their dantian could already be considered as a mercy from Xianxia to them. But of course, considering all of the evil deeds they had done before through exploiting their strength, this mercy might not be one that they would appreciate. On the other hand, seeing that a mere primordial spirit realm advanced stage cultivator actually crippled his subordinates right before him, the eyes of the boss reddened in fury. Unable to hold himself back anymore, he thrust his palm forward with overwhelming might. Facing the boss palm strike, Xianxia had no intentions of dodging either. On the contrary, he took a step forward to receive the other party's palm. He hadn't found a worthy sparring partner ever since he advanced to Primordial Spirit Realm Advanced Stage. Since this middle-aged man was flinging himself at him, he didn't mind using the other party as a moving punching bag. Boom! As their palms clashed against one another, a resounding explosion swiftly swept across the entire ring of death. Under the shockwave that diffused from the collision of palms, the entire area immediately began collapsing. Most of the spectators had chosen to linger in the area to watch the drama, but in face of the powerful shockwave, they immediately fled in fright. Even Zhang Jiuxiao also had to retreat several dozen meters away before he felt that he was finally a safe distance away. How can this be? How can you be so powerful? The boss widened his eyes in astonishment and fright. He thought that even if Xianxia possessed strength far beyond his cultivation realm, the latter should still be a long distance away from matching up to him. After all, it was nearly unheard of for a primordial spirit realm cultivator to match a leaving aperture realm cultivator, let alone a leaving aperture realm pinnacle expert like him. Yet, in a direct clash of palms, they were actually on equal footing. For the other party to wield raw strength on par with him, even seeing it with his own eyes, he still found it hard to believe. Who in the world are you? The boss questioned warily. There was no way a person who wielded such overwhelming power could possibly be from a humble background. I am Xianxia. You can etch that name into your head. Xianxia replied nonchalantly as he flicked his palm and sent the second wave of attack toward the boss. His palm strike appeared to be flimsy on the surface, but for some peculiar reason, it exuded an indomitable aura that was at odds with its exterior. The boss was still intending to say something, but facing such an attack, he knew that he couldn't afford to waste any time on words. He quickly gathered his strength into his fist and launched a counterattack. However, before his fist could meet with Zhang Xian's palm, the latter's figure suddenly flickered before abruptly materializing right before him. Before he could react, the palm had already landed lightly on his body. Pong! With a furious spurt of blood, the boss was sent flying all the way back, dragging a long gorge in the ground in his wake. Back when Xianxia was at Primordial Spirit Realm Intermediate Stage, he was already roughly a match for leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle experts, let alone now. The boss might be a powerful cultivator, but he didn't stand a chance at all. After trading 2 blows, Xianxia also realized that the boss was hardly a challenge at all, so he began losing his interest too. Couldn't be bothered to make a move himself anymore. He waved his hand and commanded, "Go! Cripple him for me!" Hoo-la! From a room connected to the ring below, more than 100 different types of sabers flew forth, headed right toward the boss. These sabers might just be Saint low-tier artifacts, but there were simply too many of them. With all of them launching an offense simultaneously, it didn't take long before the entire area was flooded with saber chi. Upon seeing this sight, the boss widened his eyes in shock. Before he could even put up his defenses, several saber chi had already cut into his body, leaving him bloodied all over. These sabers. Seeing the familiar sabers, the eyelids of the middle-aged manager who had led Xianxia into the ring of death earlier began twitching uncontrollably. These sabers were no other than the weapons they were providing to the challengers of the ring. But these weapons shouldn't have any spirit at all. Why would they listen to that young man's command and attack the boss? That lad must have enchanted them. The middle-aged manager clenched his fists in realization. Very clearly, Xianxia must have enchanted those weapons. This would also explain why they were so loyal to him, attacking the boss without any hesitation on his command. But he had personally followed that young man into the weapon room, and the young man had only spent a few minutes testing out several weapons before leaving empty-handed, to actually successfully enchant all of these weapons within that short period of time. Just how in the world did he do it? Aside from the middle-aged manager, Zhang Juxiao's lips were also twitching from the sight before him. He had known about Zhang Xian's unparalleled proficiency in spirit enchantment, but he had never thought that the latter would be so vicious as to tame all of these weapons. Looking at it now, it seemed like Zhang Xian had known from the start that the black market would never allow them to walk away with the sum they had won from the Ring of Death from the very start. So he had made preparations against it in advance. Ooh! It seemed like the 100 Saint low-tier sabers had been through some kind of special training. Every single attack of theirs was accurately aimed at the blind spot or Mingmen of the boss. Under this furious onslaught of deadly saber chi, it didn't take long for the imposing leaving aperture realm pinnacle expert to be bleeding all over. Countless cuts were inflicted throughout his body, and from the looks of it, it seemed like he wasn't too far away from death anymore. Stop! I'm willing to compensate you. Knowing that he might really die at this rate, the boss finally exclaimed anxiously. Even though he felt incredibly frustrated, he knew that there was nothing he could do but to surrender. If the other party really wanted to claim his life, he could have been dead by now. Compensate! Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. With a wave of his hand, the 100 sabers immediately flew back and neatly took their positions behind Zhang Xian's back, forming something reminiscent to the feathers of a peacock. Yes, I'm willing to compensate you. Struggling to his feet, the boss took out a storage ring and passed it over. Here are 19,800 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. This was the profit which the black market had accumulated over countless years. If he were to give it away just like that, the black market would soon find itself facing severe financial troubles. But at this point, he had no other choice either. Taking the storage ring, Zhang Xian swiftly swept its contents before nodding. There was no mistake with the quantity. It seemed like the other party wasn't playing tricks with him. All right, what are you going to compensate us? These 19,800 concentrated high-tier spirit stones are what we have earned fairly through the gambling earlier, but you have made a move against me and my friend. How do you intend to resolve this matter? Keeping the spirit stones safely into his own storage ring, Zhang Xian turned his sight back to the boss and asked, "You still want me to compensate you?" The boss face turned pale in horror. "You have nearly taken everything that I have, and you still want to squeeze me dry? Isn't that a given? Or do you expect to be so magnanimous as to forget what you have just done?" Zhang Xian sneered. "How do you want me to compensate you?" The boss asked through gritted teeth. "I heard that your black market has just obtained a certain book, Annal of Bedstead Disquisition?" Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before asking. The boss hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding. "Fine. I'll get my men to bring it over to you now." As valuable as the Annal of the Bedstead Disquisition was, it was just another artifact to him. If he were to weigh it against his life, it was obvious that his life was way more valuable. With a guillotine right above him at this moment, it was obvious what he should choose. After making a few instructions, it didn't take long for an elder to arrive at the scene with a considerably large jade container in hand. The elder opened the jade container, revealing an ancient book within. The yellowish pages were evidence to the long history behind the book, but it was still generally well preserved. The words on the pages were also pulsating with spiritual energy. Xianxia took a closer look, and after confirming that it was the Annal of Bedstead Disquisition, he finally nodded before keeping it into his storage ring. Turning to Zhang Jiuxiao, he said, "Let's go." Then, with a powerful leap, he began flying away from the scene. Zhang Jiuxiao and the 100 sabers behind him quickly followed suit. Staring in the direction where they disappeared at, hatred began flooding into the eyes of the boss. "Boss, are we going to let them off just like that?" An elder walked forward and asked. It had been more than 10,000 years since their black market had been established, and they had never suffered such a huge setback. "Let them off? How can I, Ji Lingfeng, allow others to take my items so easily?" The boss narrowed his eyes as he clenched his fists tightly together. What he had lost this time around weren't just spirit stones but his pride as well. If they were to take this lying down, how could the black market uphold its prestige and authority in Qianchong City? Then, what should we do? The young man was strong enough to even overpower their boss, so even if they wanted to exact vengeance, what could they possibly do? "Fetch me my sword of faint whispers." The boss flung his sleeves furiously. "Sword of faint whispers? Boss, you can't be thinking of—" The elder narrowed his eyes in disbelief as something surfaced in his mind. "That's right. I'm going to head there and have him make a move in my stead." A cold glint flashed across the boss' eyes as he gritted his teeth in fury. "Yes." The elder hurriedly rushed off, and not too long later, he returned with a sword in hand. At first sight, there was nothing that set the sword apart from the others. However, with just a slight flick of it, an incomparably chilling sword chi would shroud its blade, leaving one feeling as if one had been plunged into the midst of a winter's night. On top of that, one could also vaguely hear some soft mutterings in one's ears, as if the sword was whispering to one. This was the Sword of Faint Whispers, a top-notch Saint Intermediate tier artifact, possessing a might comparable to a leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle expert. Without a doubt, it was one of the strongest weapons in Qianchong Empire. Look into the background of that Xianxia. With the sword in hand, the boss' disposition immediately changed. In an instant, he appeared to be many times stronger than before. "Yes." The elder quickly backed away to arrange some men to look into Zhang Xian's background. On the other hand, the boss consumed several recovery pills and sat down on the spot to recuperate. Not too long later, the elder returned with a jade token in hand. "This is the information we have gathered on Zhang Xian so far. He's from Qingyuan Empire, and he has once succeeded in a pavilion crashing. He has also cleared the preliminary selections of the Sanctum of Sages, and he's in Qianchong Empire for the secondary selections. The black market was also known for its outstanding intelligence network as well, so it didn't take long for them to uncover Zhang Xian's background. So he's a talented master teacher, eh? No wonder he dares to cause trouble here." The boss stood up and uttered menacingly. After a moment of recuperation, even though his wounds were still severe, he was at least out of danger for the time being. "You stay here and keep the situation in check. I'll head out for a moment." Flinging his sleeves, the boss began walking away with the Sword of Faint Whispers in his hand. After leaving the black market, the boss flew for quite some time before he reached the boundary of a land completely shrouded in mist. "You have come?" From the midst of the mist, a faint voice sounded. "Yes, I want you to kill someone for me." The boss spat coldly. "Price? I'll give you the Sword of Faint Whispers in exchange." With a flick of his wrist, the sword in the boss' hand slowly floated up. "Are you certain?" A trace of agitation could be heard in the voice from the mist. "I'm certain," the boss replied in resolution. "I know that you are camping here for the legend, but you should also be aware that it's impossible to accomplish it without the Sword of Faint Whispers." After a moment of silence, the voice in the midst asked, "Who?" "His name is Zhang Xian, a master teacher. He has cleared the preliminary selections of the Sanctum of Sages. Here is his information." With a flick of his wrist, The boss threw the jade token he had received from the elder earlier into the mist. A master teacher who has successfully crashed the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion? It seems like he's quite a prodigy. The voice in the mist sounded a little hesitant. A master teacher who had successfully crashed a master teacher pavilion would surely be highly regarded by the headquarters. If it were to be known that he had killed such a prodigy, the rage of the master teacher pavilion headquarters would be one he wouldn't be able to withstand. Cut the nonsense and tell me whether you are willing to accept the deal or not, the boss asked impatiently. I don't have much time left. If I still can't open that place, I reckon that 3 years will be my limit. Killing a prodigy in exchange for an opportunity for a breakthrough doesn't sound that bad. However, this matter must be carefully planned so as to ensure that no one finds out about it. The voice in the mist spoke slowly. I know that much too, the boss replied coldly. Regardless of whether he was the one who had done it personally, the crime of plotting the death of a prodigy of the Master Teacher Pavilion was grave. The Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters had to make a firm stand on the matter so as to deter others from doing the same and ensure the safety of their younger talents. Even if he had the entire black market behind him, the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters still wouldn't hesitate to smash him into the ground. The might of the number 1 occupation on the Master Teacher continent was not to be underestimated. Any power would have to think twice before laying its hand on the young talents of the Master Teacher Pavilion. This was similar to the disciples of powerful sects as well. Even if you were to know that they were weak and carried invaluable artifacts with them, would you still dare to make a move on them? All right, I have received your request, so you can leave now. I'll think over the matter and give you an answer 3 days later. The voice in the mist hesitated for a moment before replying. There's no need for that. I'll wait here for your response. I want to see you kill him with my own eyes. I'll give the sword of faint whispers to you as soon as he dies. There was a moment of silence before the voice in the mist spoke once more. Very well. Come in then. Holding the sword tightly in his hand, the boss walked into the mist, and it didn't take long before his silhouette vanished altogether. I never thought the underground black market isn't located beneath the manor we saw before, but in the middle of a mountain range. After leaving the black market, Xianxia swiftly kept the sabers following behind him. Gazing downward, he realized that he wasn't underground, or even anywhere near the manor they had stopped at before they were blindfolded and brought into the black market at that. Instead, the black market was actually located in the belly of a mountain. The manor was just a method of deception to hide the black market away from prying eyes. It was no wonder why one would have to be blindfolded before entering the black market. Considering the nature of the black market, it also wasn't surprising why they would go to the extent of making such precautions as well. Even if the black market had some value of existence to Qianchong Empire, there was no saying when the Master Teacher Pavilion would decide to stop tolerating them and launch a crusade against them. It would be unwise to entrust their safety to the whims of others. You have really done me a great favor this time around. Here are 1,000 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Take it as a token of appreciation from me. Xianxia flicked his wrist and took a pile of concentrated high-tier spirit stones out. Zhang Jiuxiao was astonished. How can I take so many spirit stones from you? 1,000 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. This was a fortune which he couldn't even fathom possessing. Take it. You will need it to raise your cultivation as quickly as possible so that you can pass the secondary selection. Xianxia waved his hand. Had it not been for Zhang Jiuxiao informing him about the existence of the black market and making the bets in his stead, he wouldn't have been able to earn such a huge sum either. He had provided the bronze, whereas Zhang Jiuxiao had provided the means. In that sense, Zhang Jiuxiao deserved every single one of these concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Then, I'll be thanking you for this generous gift then. Zhang Shi, knowing what Xianxia had said was the truth, it would be a waste if he were to fail at this point after all the trouble they had gone through for him to clear the preliminary selection. Zhang Jiuxiao accepted the concentrated high-tier spirit stones heartily and kept them into his storage ring. Somehow, being with the young man before him had instilled him with an endless drive for cultivation, and he found himself motivated to work harder than ever to reach greater heights. Perhaps this was the reason why others would naturally gravitate to him. He had been filled with envy and grudges for the other party in the past, but in this instant, he found that, at some point in time, those emotions had already disappeared without a trace. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Unaware of the thoughts in Zhang Jiuxiao's mind, Xianxia casually waved his hand. By the time they returned to their residence in the master-teacher pavilion, the sun had already set. Xianxia entered the myriad anthive nest once more and took out the concentrated high-tier spirit stones he had just obtained. He first conditioned his state to its peak before attempting for a breakthrough. Not too long later, he overcame his bottleneck and finally reached the long-awaited primordial spirit realm pinnacle. All right, time for me to cultivate my soul. With plenty of concentrated high-tier spirit stones at hand, Xianxia began cultivating his Heaven's Path soul art as well. For hours later, his soul cultivation had reached primordial spirit realm pinnacle as well. With this, my strength should be on par with half-grand dominion realm experts. Feeling the Jinqi rushing through his body, as well as his enhanced strength and grasp over the spatial laws, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. Back when he was at primordial spirit realm advanced stage, ordinary leaving aperture realm pinnacle cultivators were already no match for him. Now that he had achieved a breakthrough in his Jinqi cultivation and soul cultivation, his fighting prowess had been enhanced by at least twofold at the minimum. It could be said that with his current strength, even if he didn't use the puppets he had obtained from the marshlands of the northern meadows, he would still be able to overpower Pavilion Master Yu with ease. But after my cultivation reached primordial spirit realm pinnacle, it seems like concentrated high-tier spirit stones have become completely ineffective on me as well. While it was gladdening to see that he had managed to make significant advancements in his fighting prowess and cultivation, the ineffectiveness of the concentrated high-tier spirit stones meant that he would have to start looking for more advanced cultivation resources too. In the past, just a single concentrated high-tier spirit stone would suffice for him to make multiple breakthroughs, but now even 100 of them would barely make a difference in his cultivation. Even with the 10,000 or so concentrated high-tier spirit stones in hand, it would still be nigh difficult for him to push for a breakthrough to half-leaving aperture realm. His Heaven's Path Jinqi simply had too high a demand for the purity of spiritual energy he absorbed for his cultivation, and he had also anticipated that this would happen as well. Nevertheless, he still couldn't help but feel a little stifled by the situation. It wasn't easy for him to earn so many concentrated high-tier spirit stones at once, but in just a few moments, they had already become completely useless to him. It seemed that if he wanted to make progress in his cultivation, he must continue fighting on and forge his path forward. Clone, this is the cultivation technique for the Heaven's Path soul art. Hurry up and cultivate. Xianxia said as he sent the content of the Heaven's Path soul art to his clone telepathically and tossed a pile of concentrated high-tier spirit stones over. At this moment, his clone had already finished consuming the Qingtian Emperor's soul, and his fighting prowess had also risen to an incredible level as well. All right. Without wasting any time, Xianxia's clone began on his cultivation. As they had originated from the same soul, their rates of cultivation were nearly the same. In a few hours, his clone had already finished cultivating the Heaven's Path soul art. Through assimilating the energy of the Qingtian Emperor's soul on top of that, he managed to surpass Xianxia in terms of soul cultivation, reaching quasi-leaving aperture realm. As long as he overcame the lightning tribulation, he would be able to become a true leaving aperture realm expert. How strong are you at the moment? Seeing that his clone had managed to a significant advancement in his cultivation, Xianxia couldn't resist asking. I can squash half-Grand Dominion Realm ants with a grasp of my hand, and as for Grand Dominion Realm primary stage cultivators, I reckon I should be able to put up a fight. Xianxia's clone replied with his head raised haughtily. Hearing those words, Xianxia's cheeks twitched. Even though it was only a small cultivation stage of difference between half-Grand Dominion Realm and Grand Dominion Realm, there was a vast gap in their fighting prowess. At Grand Dominion Realm, otherwise known as the Indomitable Realm, cultivators would gain the ability to create their dominion. They would be the absolute dictator within the area of their dominion. Regardless of how many people were gathered in the area, as long as none wielded strength on par with them, they would be as good as invincible. For his clone to wield strength on par with Grand Dominion Realm primary stage experts, just on this itself, it was clear that his clone was already many times stronger than him. Such strength paired with that fellow's monstrous regenerative ability. Was there still anyone in Xianxia Empire who would be a match for him? After cultivating for so long, it turned out that he was still unable to keep up with his clone. How embarrassing. It seems like I am still cultivating too slowly, Xianxia remarked with his face lowered in shame. He might still have been able to derive some feeling of superiority when comparing himself with others, but against his clone, he had been wrecked time and time again to the point where it had nearly become a trauma in his heart. Shaking his head, Xianxia tried to ignore the feeling of helplessness within him and took out a jade container. Opening it lightly, an ancient book came into sight. Annal of Bedstead Disquisition. By scanning it with his eyes, an equivalent book appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. After swiftly looking through the content in the book, Xianxia thought, it is indeed related to the cultivation technique of the Luo clan. However, it isn't a cultivation technique itself but a compilation of insights. Recorded in the Annal of Bedstead Disquisition was Pavilion Master Yan's interpretation of Sage Luo's lecture. It did not contain a cultivation technique but a new interpretation toward cultivation. To make an analogy, it would be like learning a studying method. As long as a cultivator were to fully grasp those insights, their speed of cultivation should increase significantly. Just that, the Heaven's Path divine art was already no different from the best studying method in the world. While the insights to cultivation recorded in the Annal of Bedstead Disquisition were not too bad, superior to most interpretations of cultivation out there, it was completely useless to him. After studying the book for a moment longer, Xianxia eventually shook his head. I was still expecting something out of it due to how valuable it is. What a pity. He had thought that by learning the key to the Luo clan's cultivation technique, he would be able to better deal with them when the time came. But thinking about it now, how could the cultivation technique of a sage clan possibly be obtained that easily? If, by any chance, someone leaked the Luo clan's cultivation technique with their massive influence, they would have surely swiftly found it and destroyed it utterly. There was no way they would allow their cultivation technique to be auctioned in a small black market in the Xianxia Empire. While the Luo clan's insight into cultivation is not too bad, it seems like it's still a far stretch from matching ancient sage Qiu Wu's heavenly art of dimension unravel. From the Annal of Bedstead Disquisition, it was apparent that the Luo clan specialized in the study of spatial laws. However, in terms of depth of comprehension, ancient sage Qiu Wu's understanding of space was clearly a more direct interpretation of the world compared to the Luo clans. But looking at it now, there seemed to be striking similarities between the two of them, as if they originated from the same source. A thought suddenly emerged in Xianxia's mind. Right? If I compile this together with the Tudan heavenly art of dimension unravel, will I be able to perfect it? There were 5 dan to the heavenly art of dimension unravel, and so far, he had only cultivated the first dan of the technique. The reason he had not continued was because there were simply too many flaws from the second dan onward, and his cultivation had not met the mark either. But since his cultivation had already reached primordial spirit realm pinnacle, he could try cultivating the Tudan heavenly art of dimension unravel if he could perfect it. So, Xianxia took out the Tudan heavenly art of dimension unravel and placed it together with the Annal of Bedstead Disquisition. Compile. Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly flipped it open. It really worked. There was a total of 5 dan to the heavenly art of dimension unravel, namely compress, traverse, control, creation, and destruction. He had already fully mastered compress, and by using it in unison with the unbounded Voyager, he had gained the ability to carry out near-instantaneous movement within a radius of 100 meters, as if teleportating. It was also his superior grasp over spatial laws that granted him the strength to rival half-grand Dominion realm experts. If he could master the Tudan heavenly art of dimension unravel, he would be able to increase his fighting prowess another notch. Excited, Xianxia flicked his wrist to place all his concentrated high-tier spirit stones before him in a pile before immersing himself into the cultivation of the Traverse realm. Some time later, Xianxia finally stood up, and his aura began to rise steadily. After a long moment of hard work, even though he had not mastered the Tudan heavenly art of dimension unravel traverse yet, his understanding of space did advance by leaps and bounds. With his previous strength, he had only been on par with half-grand Dominion realm experts. However, with his current strength, he might even be able to rival true Grand Dominion realm primary stage experts. Release. Willing it with his mind, a sphere of faint light with a radius of 1 meter immediately appeared around Xianxia, and he could feel the absolute control he wielded within this space. Feeling the effects of the light sphere, Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. Even though this isn't a dominion, it has similar effects to one. This light sphere was created by using his soul energy to warp the surrounding laws of space. He had absolute control over anything that was within this light sphere, and unless there was another individual who could wrestle the control over this space from him, he would practically be invincible. Let me test out my strength. With a flick of his wrist, the golden origin cauldron appeared before Xianxia. Attack me with your full might. All right. Even though the golden origin cauldron was unsure what Xianxia was up to, it still agreed to the request. It leaped powerfully into the sky before descending heavily upon Xianxia. Possessing a fighting prowess on par with leaving Aperture Realm advanced stage cultivators, the speed at which the golden origin cauldron was capable of moving at had already exceeded the speed of sound. Nevertheless, when it came within a meter of Xianxia, its speed abruptly decreased. Freeze! Xianxia muttered softly. In the instant that the golden origin cauldron was just about to touch Xianxia, it came to a completely halt. No matter how it struggled, its body would not budge at all. As long as I will it, I will even be able to destroy the spirit of the golden origin cauldron easily. Feeling the power that he wielded over the golden origin cauldron, Xianxia was astonished. It was no wonder everyone said that the difference between each cultivation realm from leaving Aperture Realm onward was an unbreachable rift. From the looks of it now, it seemed like those words were not hearsay. He had thought that the prowess that Grand Dominion realm cultivators wielded had been exaggerated. As long as there was sufficiently large group of cultivators surrounding a Grand Dominion realm cultivator, it should have been a matter of time before he eventually slipped up and erred. But having first-hand experience with the prowess of a dominion, he realized that he had been too naive. Within the sphere of a dominion, there was no such thing as chance. Unless one could destroy the dominion with a greater power or interrupt the activation of the dominion, the chances of success were practically null. However, the maintenance of a dominion is really taxing on one's Xianxia and primordial spirit. After releasing the golden origin cauldron, Xianxia released the light sphere around him, and a feeling of extreme fatigue swiftly consumed him. Even though this dominion-like light sphere was extremely powerful, granting him the strength to fight toe-to-toe with a Grand Dominion realm primary stage cultivator, the rate at which his Xianxia and soul energy depleted was truly frightening. Despite having cultivated the Saint Ascension decipher, not to mention that he was a celestial saint as well, just maintaining the light sphere for 10 seconds had left him feeling sapped and exhausted. I should only activate this technique in times of emergency. As powerful as the light sphere was, if he depleted all his energy from using it, he would be placed in a vulnerable position for quite a period of time. Thus, unless in times of emergency, it was best for him to avoid using it. Xianxia rested for a moment to recover his depleted Xianxia. At this moment, a thought suddenly came to his mind, and he clenched his fists in agitation. Wait a moment, since I have comprehended a dominion-like ability, does this mean that I will be able to crush my clone easily? All along, he had been put down by his clone, and the shame and embarrassment had weighed down on him for far too long. Since he had managed to comprehend dominion ahead of his clone, it was about time for him to return the favor. With this thought in mind, Xianxia did not hesitate to leap into action. He immediately called his clone over. Without wasting any words, an earth-shaking, mountain-crushing battle began. Frightened, the golden origin cauldron swiftly retreated to a corner and trembled fearfully. 3 breaths later, Xianxia had been imprinted with clear eyes. 5 breaths later, huge spurts of blood from Xianxia dyed the sky crimson. 10 breaths later, an unmoving human was lying on the ground. Nice try. Better luck next time. Clapping to rid the dirt off his hands, Xianxia's clone turned around smugly and walked away. Feeling utterly stifled inside, Xianxia could only drive his heaven's path Xinqi to heal up. He had thought that after comprehending Dominion, he would be able to utterly thrash his clone. But who knew that the other party would actually still be able to forcefully move even under the effects of his Dominion? In the end, he had still been pummeled. That monster! Just how in the world did he cultivate? Driving his Xinqi 2 circulations around his body, Xianxia managed to recover from his injuries. He looked at his clone helplessly for a moment before decisively leaving the anthive nest. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to come back and exact vengeance the next time I make a major breakthrough in my cultivation. Returning to his room, Xianxia walked out and noted that the sun had already risen. Breathing in the morning air, he felt extraordinarily refreshed. After a night of cultivation, even though it was a pity that he still was not a match for his clone, he did manage to advance his fighting prowess considerably. A moment after walking out of the residence, he suddenly saw Zhang Jiuxiao rushing over with unconcealable glee on his face. Xianxia, I have managed to achieve a breakthrough to Primordial Spirit Realm Advanced Stage. Ha ha ha. Even though he knew it was likely that he would be outdone very soon, he still could not help but to take pride in the fact that he had managed to catch up with Xianxia for the time being. To be able to catch up to a celestial master teacher, this was something he could brag to his offspring about in the future. Congratulations! Xianxia nodded. Thank you. Since my cultivation is on par with Xianxia now, I think that I should be able to clear the secondary selection. Halfway through his words, Zhang Jiuxiao's words suddenly clogged up in his throat. His face twitched a little as his eyes widened in disbelief. Xianxia, you are at Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle. I managed to sufficiently accumulate my cultivation, so I was able to push for a breakthrough. Xianxia replied with a nod. You managed to sufficiently accumulate your cultivation? Zhang Jiuxiao nearly burst into tears. Accumulate your head. It was just yesterday that you made a breakthrough, and yet, over the course of a night, you made another breakthrough. What can you possibly accumulate in a single day? Even genius cultivators would at least take several months to advance a single cultivation stage after reaching Primordial Spirit Realm, and yet you only took a single night. Can you be any more terrifying than that? Zhang Jiuxiao's eyes reddened in frenzy as he felt a pail of cold water washing away the little bit of confidence that he had just barely built up. When other cultivators achieved swift breakthroughs, their strength would be volatile, resulting in a reduction in their fighting prowess. Yet, despite advancing so swiftly, that fellow was actually still be able to exert unbelievable strength. Really, Zhang Jiuxiao felt that he should stop trying to compare with the young man before him, or else he might just die of trauma someday. On the other hand, seeing how dejected Zhang Jiuxiao was, Xianxia suddenly felt the exasperation and frustration that he had just felt from being pummeled by his clone vanishing without a trace. Satisfied with the outcome, he nodded in approval. Indeed, while he might have been far from a match for his clone, he was still stronger than the common populace. Knowing that he would only get more and more depressed talking about cultivation, Zhang Jiuxiao quickly changed the topic. Xianxia, Zhao asked us to gather at the main hall. The secondary selection is about to begin. Nodding in response, Xianxia quickly followed Zhang Jiuxiao over to the main hall. In the main hall, the 30 or so master teachers he had seen the previous day had already arrived. They were standing neatly in 2 rows with solemn looks on their faces. Upon seeing Xianxia, they swiftly greeted him before falling silent. Xianxia and Zhang Jiuxiao took their positions at the end of the 2 rows, and quick sweeping over the room with their gazes, they noted that Zhao Xingma and Pavilion Master Yu were standing in the middle. Pavilion Master Yu's body was still a little swollen, and there were various patches of bruising all around. It was apparent that he had yet to recover from the beating that he had received from the puppets the previous day. The higher one's cultivation, the lower the effectiveness of a pill. Given his cultivation realm, if he wanted to recover from his wounds quickly, he would have to consume a grade 8 pill at the very minimum. However, even as the head of the Qianchong Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, a grade 8 pill was not a commodity that could easily be acquired. Since everyone has arrived, Let's not waste any time and begin the secondary selection. Stepping forward, Xianxia shot a sweeping gaze across all of the candidates before saying, "In the selections of the Sanctum of Sages, we aim to assess the strength, intelligence, ability to assess the big picture, and many other key capabilities of the candidates. In the preliminary selection, we have assessed you on your strength. As long as you wield sufficient strength, you will be able to clear the selection easily. However, the secondary selection won't be as simple as that. Now, I shall begin explaining the rules for the secondary selection." Everyone's ears perked up and their eyes narrowed, not wanting to miss any words or gestures that he spoke or made. This would determine whether they would be able to enter the Sanctum of Sages or not, so they had to obtain every scrap of information they could get about the secondary selection. As complicated as I have made it sound, there is only a single rule to the secondary selection. That is to use every means possible to eliminate your opponent. With a solemn look, Xianxia raised his hand and declared grandly, "The challenge for the secondary selection shall be a caged battle royale." Caged battle royale? Hearing the theme of the secondary selection, the candidates widened their eyes in astonishment. They had heard of caged battle royale before, and they understood the significance behind it as well. In ancient times, when the otherworldly demonic tribe was still the dominant power in the Master-Teacher continent, they would often conduct caged battle royales to entertain themselves. To put it in simple terms, caged battle royale consisted of placing a group of men in the same cage and leaving them to fight it out amongst themselves. The last one standing would be spared, and the rest would become sacrifices for his survival. It was an extremely brutal event, testing of a human's true nature. For their own survival, there were those who would even lay their hands on their kin or even their own children. Such practice had been considered to be vile by mankind, spurned by the Master-Teacher Pavilion. So why would the Sanctum of Sages use it in their secondary selections? Don't worry. The caged battle royale won't be a slaughter but an elimination match. Noticing that everyone's expression was growing unnatural, Xianxia waved his hand and explained, "We'll be placing you in an isolated island, and within 3 days, you must find and eliminate 13 amongst you in order to clear the examination. Of course, the method of elimination will not be killing the individual but breaking his allocated jade token. If we were to find that you have willfully killed any one of the candidates, your candidacy will be stripped immediately. Breaking allocated jade tokens? This will be difficult." Grave expressions appeared on the faces around. They were all top-notch geniuses, and while there was some disparity in their strength, each of them wielded exceptional life preservation and escape means. If it was just a normal battle royale, they would still be able to eliminate other candidates through springing surprise assaults and swiftly incapacitating their enemy. However, if they had to break the jade token without endangering the other party's life, the difficulty would be hiked up significantly. Of course, you aren't the only ones on the isolated island too. There will be saint beasts, traps prepared in advance, and treacherous terrains. While trying to eliminate others, you will have to try your best to protect yourself as well. A glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes before he continued, "Just a warning in advance. If you think that you can just hide at one corner and wait for others to be eliminated, let me make this clear right now. You will be forcefully eliminated by me as well. The Sanctum of Sages needs no cowards and escapees. Also, if you all were to fail to eliminate 13 people within 3 days, everyone shall lose their candidacy. In other words, we have to eliminate others or else we won't be able to get into the Sanctum of Sages even if we were to last till the end? This is too difficult. Well, if it's that easy to enroll into the #1 academy of the Master-Teacher continent, it would surely be overflowing with freshmen each year." After a moment of commotion, everyone fell silent. While the rules of the caged battle royale may seem simple, it was actually far more demanding than being literally placed into a cage. It wasn't just a simple battle royale anymore. It was demanding on one's overall capabilities, be it planning, analyzing the situation, tracking, danger sensing, and much more. As expected of the selection of the Sanctum of Sages, its difficulty was indeed at a different level. "These are your jade tokens. They represent each of your identities. You can choose to carry it with you, hide it, or anything else. The only condition is that the jade token must remain on the island. As long as your jade token isn't shattered, that would mean that you aren't eliminated yet. Xianxia said as he flicked his wrist, and more than 30 jade tokens flew toward the crowd. The jade tokens can be hidden as well? In other words, even if we were to successfully capture others, as long as we can't find the other party's jade token, there's nothing we can do at all? As long as we can't find the jade token, there's nothing we can do to eliminate a candidate. But how in the world are we supposed to find a jade token that can be hidden anywhere on an isolated island? The crowd was stunned once more. They could hardly believe what they were hearing. If the rules enforced that the jade token must remain on one's body, after defeating an opponent, they would at least be able to search the other party's body and destroy his jade token. On the other hand, if the hiding of jade tokens were to be permitted as well, even if they were to successfully track down and subdue an opponent, there would be nothing they could do to eliminate him if he didn't have his jade token on him. In the first place, eliminating an opponent through jade tokens had already hiked up the difficulty considerably. Now that the hiding of jade tokens was allowed as well, the difficulty would be increased to at least tenfold of before. This is also a test of one's state of mind. In contrast to the shocked faces around him, a gleam flashed across Xianxia's eyes. Perhaps it was because he wasn't as pressured to enter the sanctum of sages as compared to the others. From a bystander's point of view, he was able to see through the crux of the rules in an instant. Xianxia had intentionally said that they could hide the jade token, but to be honest, where else could be safer than with keeping it with oneself? To hide one's jade token was as good as leaving one's fate to luck, gambling on whether the others would be able to find his jade token or not. If a person couldn't even trust himself enough to guard his jade token himself, it was likely that he was lacking in certain necessary traits that a leader of mankind should have. Most likely, such an action would result in a huge penalty of some kind. But of course, he wouldn't go so far as to remind the others of this matter. Stretching his hand forward, he grabbed the jade token flying toward him lightly. It was a specially forged black jade. Carved on the back of the jade token was his name, whereas the front was inscribed with a peculiar kind of pattern. The pattern seemed to grant the jade token a communication function that would allow Xianxia to determine whether a candidate had been eliminated or not. Sure, if someone were to utilize artifacts beyond our prowess in the secondary selection, wouldn't we stand no chance at all? A genius from Chenchong Empire, Ma Minghai, asked. Hearing those words, everyone's sights swiftly turned to Xianxia. Yesterday, that fellow threw out more than 100 puppets and pummeled the half-grand Dominion Realm Pavilion Master Yu with ease. If those puppets were to be used against them, they wouldn't stand a chance at all. In the caged battle royale, out of concerns over fairness, no candidate is to use any weapon or artifact to execute any actions that would directly or indirectly lead to the elimination of a candidate. Anyone who flouts this rule will be eliminated without exception, Xianxia declared. That's good. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief. As long as weapons and artifacts weren't allowed, even if Xianxia possessed superior fighting prowess, there was no need to fear him. While they might not have been able to defeat him face to face, but they would at least still be able to use their life preservation methods to flee from him. Is there any other questions? Sure. May I inquire where the isolated island will be? Roughly how big would it be? Also, regarding the traps and saint beasts you spoke of, how strong would they be? A master teacher asked. These are secrets. You will have figure those out yourself after arriving at the location. Alright, if there are no other questions, we shall set off right now. Oh right, you aren't allowed to utilize remote communication artifacts to communicate with one another either. Anyone caught doing so will be eliminated as well. Xianxia warned strictly. Don't even dream of cheating or attempting to exploit loopholes in the rules. Since I dare to set these rules, I have my own way of keeping a lookout and enforcing them. Yes, the candidates nodded. Seeing that everyone had understood the rules, Xianxia decided to say no more. He turned to Pavilion Master Yu and said, Pavilion Master Yu, send them off. Pavilion Master Yu nodded before raising his hand. In the next moment, over 30 aerial saint beasts descended to the ground. There was a cultivator on each of them, and they passed a blindfold over to the candidates, gesturing for them to put them on before leading them to the back of the saint beast. This blindfold was similar to the one Xianxia had worn prior to being led to the black market. Once put on, not only was one's sight impeded, even one's spiritual perception would be severely limited as well. Under the lead of the cultivators, the candidates soon heard a resounding call before the saint beasts soared into the sky. After flying for some time, Xianxia suddenly felt his feet stepping on solid ground once more. Tearing away his blindfold, he soon realized that he was standing in the midst of a dense forest. His surroundings were completely silent, and there was not a single person to be seen. It seemed like the purpose of covering their eyes wasn't just to keep the location where they were heading to a mystery. More importantly, it was also to prevent them to finding their comrades easily and teaming up. As such, each person would have to depend on himself for most part of the selection. Zhang Jiuxiao did make substantial advancement in his cultivation, reaching primordial spirit realm advanced stage. On top of that, after my guidance along the way, his combat skills have also visibly improved as well. As long as he doesn't encounter Ma Minghai and the others, he should still be able to cope. Admittedly, Zhang Jiuxiao's fighting prowess was still far lacking as compared to Xianxia. But no matter what, he was still an offspring from a powerful clan, and he had received Xianxia's guidance as well. As long as he didn't meet with enemies that were too powerful, he should be able to deal with them with relative ease. At the very least, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Deciding not to think too much into it, Xianxia leaped onto a nearby tree branch to assess his surroundings, only to find that the forest extended far into the horizon. Rather than a remote island, he seemed to be in the depths of a mountain range instead. Is this really an isolated island? This is really way too big, Xianxia thought in astonishment. To be unable to see the other end even with his current strength, just how big could the island be? 1,000 li? 2,000 li? Or 6,000 li? To find the other 30 or so candidates on an island this big and eliminate them within 3 days. The selection really wasn't as easy as he thought. It seemed like knowing how to track the other candidates was also one of the aspects of assessment. But considering the size of the island, how can Zhao Shi keep a tight watch over what's happening everywhere to enforce his rules? Leaping back to the ground, Xianxia couldn't help but wonder. Despite having cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art, his spiritual perception was still limited to a radius of roughly 2,500 meters. Ordinary cultivators would only be at around 400 meters or so. Given how large the island was, even if Zhao Xingma was a Grand Dominion realm expert, it was really hard to believe that he would be able to keep a tight watch over everything that was happening on the island at every moment. Forget it, there's no point thinking about that now. What's the most important at the moment is to find other candidates and eliminate them. Unable to figure out the matter, Xianxia decided not to think too much into it as well. With his recent breakthroughs, even without a weapon in hand, he would still be able to rival Grand Dominion realm primary stage cultivators. With such fighting prowess, he would be able to eliminate any candidate he encountered without any problem. The ones who should be shivering in fear were his opponents instead. Xianxia walked along the mountain range for a while, but he soon realized that roaming around aimlessly in such a manner was likely to end in futility. The chances were that he wouldn't be able to find a single person even if he were to walk like this for an entire day. Thus, he flicked his wrist and took out a compass. As a formation master, a compass was a necessary tool. Even though Xianxia had never really used it before, he had never found the need to do so. He still stored a few of them in his storage ring, and they were of decent quality as well. The spiritual energy is more concentrated in that direction. It seems like the center of the island should be in that direction. I should head over to take a look. After determining a direction, Xianxia began flitting forward on the ground. He didn't choose to fly for several reasons. Firstly, the area was filled with saint beasts, so he might end up becoming a target if he were to rise to the air. Secondly, he would also attract the attention of the other candidates. Even if he had no fear with his current strength, he still had no intention of being too high profile. Roar! After advancing some distance away, a furious howl suddenly sounded. following which Xianxia saw a massive tiger-bone beast charging in his direction. Just like him, the tiger-bone beast was at primordial spirit realm as well. Even before its approach, one could already feel the authoritative pressure that it commanded weighing down on one's soul, as if it would crush one with ease. His body is pretty valuable. Xianxia's eyes lit up. The saint beasts should already be thankful that he wasn't seeking any trouble with them. But this fellow actually still dared to charge over. Since that was the case, he had no intention of holding back either. He raised his palm and crushed it downward. Paji! The body of the tiger-bone beast abruptly froze, as if someone had sealed it in place. Fear and horror crept into its massive eyes. You only have your own recklessness to blame? Xianxia muttered impassively as he bent his finger backward, preparing to flick the tiger-bone beast to death and extract its valuable body parts. In that moment, the sky suddenly trembled, and a deafening voice sounded. Zhang Juxiao's jade token has been shattered. The first candidate has been eliminated. Remaining candidates, 32. What? Zhang Juxiao has been eliminated? Startled, a look of disbelief slowly crept onto Xianxia's face. While Zhang Juxiao's strength was far from on par with his, among the candidates, he could definitely be considered to be above average. On top of that, with the various means he wielded, Xianxia figured that it should not have been too difficult for him to last till the very end. Yet, to be eliminated barely 10 minutes after arriving on the island. Just who was the one who had made the move? Not to mention, to succeed so quickly, I should check out where he was eliminated. Perhaps I will be able to find some clues. Tapping his finger, a droplet of blood appeared before Xianxia's eyes. It was the blood essence that Zhang Juxiao had given him previously for him to test his bloodline. Xianxia formed several hand seals on the blood droplet, and the next moment, the compass in his hand began spinning before eventually pointing in a certain direction. While remote communication artifacts were not allowed on the isolated island, there was no explicit rule preventing him from using blood essence to track the whereabouts of another candidate. The fact that Zhang Juxiao had been eliminated shortly after arriving on the island was rather bewildering. He felt that there was something more to the matter, so the matter needed to be investigated immediately. After having a way pointed out, Xianxia swiftly flitted forward. Seeing the man who was just about to kill it leaving, the tiger-bone beast heaved a quick sigh of relief. It leaped into the depths of the forest and concealed itself, not daring to prowl arrogantly and pounce on others anymore. After flitting for several minutes, covering a distance of almost 200 li, Xianxia suddenly came to a halt. Xianxia frowned. Why does it feel like I have been moving in circles? No matter how big the island was, after traveling for so long, the terrain around him should have at least changed. Yet, for some reason, the sight before him looked extremely familiar, as if the road he had been flitting on was a round track. Taking a few steps forward, the truth soon dawned upon Xianxia. It's a formation. To his astonishment, there was a massive formation on the island. As the sheer area that it covered was too big, even Xianxia had not noticed its presence at first. To actually be able to avert my detection and trap me. At the very least, this formation must be of grade 8. Currently, Xianxia's comprehension of formations had already reached 7-star pinnacle. Due to the exceptional prowess of the Heaven's Path formation art, he would be able to easily set up some of the easier grade 8 primary formations. With his proficiency, he should have been able to notice any formation beneath grade 8 with a single glance. Yet, to be able to trap him for such a long period of time before he became aware of its presence, without a doubt, the formation cast over the island had to be grade 8. I have insight. Regardless of the grade, as long as it was a formation, he would not have any problems with it. Lines of insight flickered in his eyes as he began assessing his surroundings. Very soon, he found narrow threads of spiritual energy drifting in the area. This should be quasi-grade 8 formation, riverbank beguilement formation. Furthermore, it seems to cover a distance of at least several thousand li. To have such a massive formation set up over this area. Just where could this place be? The riverbank beguilement formation was known for its scalability, and it would usually be used to conceal manors or even entire cities. such as the Jingyuan Empire Poison Hall back then. For there to be such a formation here, not to mention covering several thousand li at that, just why would there be something like that here? Without several hundred years of effort, it would be impossible to set up a formation of this size. Even Zhang Xian would require at least a month of hard work for it. He had initially thought that it was only an ordinary island, but at this point, it was clear that there was something much more to it. However, without much understanding of the Qianchong Empire's history and heritage, it would be difficult for Zhang Xian to figure anything out. Shaking his head, he decided to put this matter aside for the moment. Now that I know that it's a formation, the rest will be easy. The riverbank beguilement formation would confuse one's sense of direction, leading one to unwittingly return to the same place over and over again. However, since Zhang Xian knew of the existence of the formation, he would not allow himself to be beguiled anymore. He swiftly scanned his surroundings and determined a direction. Then, he moved forward 20 li before sidestepping roughly 14 to 15 li. After which, he changed direction another dozen times before he finally took a step forward. Voila! In that instant, it was as if he had leaped out of some seal. His surroundings were still the same lush forest, but the nature of the spiritual energy around him had changed. It had become a little heavier, carrying a hint of authority and killing intent to them. Sword Qi. Zhang Xian's gaze turned grim. He was very familiar with this aura. It was induced by lingering sword qi in an area. Tracing the origin of the aura, Zhang Xian swiftly saw that an area of trees collapsed on the ground not too far away. Judging from the clean severing between the tree trunk and the tree stump, it was likely to have been done all in a single sword slash. At the center of the clearing, there were several droplets of fresh blood imprinted on a boulder, and the fact that they had yet to dry up indicated that the battle had occurred recently. Zhang Xian frowned. It's Zhang Juxiao's blood. He had examined Zhang Juxiao's blood before, allowing him to recognize it at a single glance. Given that his blood was splattered there, and there were marks of battle in the area, was that where he had been eliminated by others? Just that, wasn't the usage of weapons and artifacts disallowed? What was with the sword qi and the clean cuts on the trees in the area? Furthermore, it would be tough for even Zhang Xian to sever so many trees within a single sword slash. So when did such a formidable figure appear among the candidates? I have insight. Lines of insight emerged in Zhang Xian's eyes once more as he swiftly scanned his surroundings. Considering that it had not been long since Zhang Juxiao was eliminated, the culprit should not have gotten far yet. He should still be able to track down the culprit by the tracks they had left behind. As he had expected, it did not take long for another surge of sword qi to appear not too far away, directed into the distance. Upon seeing that, Zhang Xian immediately dashed over in that direction. However, barely after taking 2 steps, he heard a voice in his ear once more. Qi Yurui's jade token has been shattered. The second candidate has been eliminated. Remaining candidates, 31. He has been eliminated, too. Zhang Xian had some recollection of that fellow. A primordial spirit realm pinnacle expert from the Qianyun Empire, Qi Yurui possessed decent fighting prowess and superior. Who would have thought that barely 10 minutes after Zhang Juxiao had been eliminated, Qi Yurui would actually be knocked out as well? This was really too fast. Proceeding further, another plot of land filled with cleanly severed trees appeared before Zhang Xian's eyes. This time, the sword qi lingering the area was even more devastating. Just by standing there, one would feel as if the air was slicing into one's skin. Perplexed, Zhang Xian was just about to continue moving forward to investigate the scene when he suddenly felt something. He immediately took a powerful step backward, and in an instant he was already 100 meters away. Voila! The sharp sword qi abruptly burst forth from where he had been standing. It flew all the way into the heavens, slicing the air in its path. Wang! Highly alert, Zhang Xian saw a sword surging up from the ground. There was a slight aura of disappointment around it, as if unhappy that its surprise assault had failed. Zhang Xian was taken aback. It's a primordial spirit realm pinnacle sword? Why would it be here? Upon sensing the assault, his first instinct was that a master teacher had been camping in wait underground, waiting for him to approach to launch a decisive attack. Yet, he never could have imagined that the one springing the assault was actually a Saint Intermediate tier sword. Just like the Golden Origin Cauldron, the sword also possessed a spirit. Most likely, it had sensed that someone was tracking it, so it had decided to hide itself and launch a preemptive strike. It was fortunate that Xianxia possessed keen instincts toward danger, allowing him to notice that something was amiss in an instant. Otherwise, if that burst of sword chi had landed on him, even if he had not been injured by it, it would have left him in an unkempt state. Humph! With a displeased look on his face, Xianxia raised his hand, and a burst of force shot toward the sword. Who? Sensing that the young man before it was going to fight back, the sword unhesitatingly dived back down, intending to return to the safety of the underground world. Trying to flee after attempting to assault me? How can I allow you to get off that easily? Xianxia sneered. The next moment, the air in the surroundings suddenly became incredibly viscous. As if it had fallen into a pool of mercury, the horrified sword found itself unable to move at all. Come over here. A powerful suction force tugged at the sword. The sword attempted to struggle against the suction force, but severely overpowered, it succumbed after an instant and rapidly flew toward Xianxia. Catching hold of the sword, Xianxia swiftly tapped the sword at various points. Wang! With a light buzz, the agitated sword turned gentle in a matter of seconds. Xianxia had successfully tamed the sword. Were you the one who assaulted Zhang Zhouxiao and Chu Yurue? Xianxia asked. It wasn't not me. The Dawn Rain sword did it, the sword replied resoundingly. Dawn Rain sword? What's your name? Xianxia was taken aback to hear that there was another sword in the area. Could it be that, other than this sword, there were other Saint Intermediate tier swords in the area as well? I am known as the Dusk Cloud Sword, the sword replied. Dawn Rain, Dusk Cloud. Just from the names, Xianxia could tell that they were likely a pair of treasured swords. Frowning deeply, he asked, Why are you both here? What is this place? Not only was there a powerful formation shrouding the entire island, there were even Saint Intermediate tier swords lying in wait, prepared to assault anyone who crossed them. We have been here since a very long time ago. We are currently at the perimeter of the Sword Lagoon of the Qianchong Empire, the Dusk Cloud Sword replied. Sword Lagoon. Xianxia was stunned. Back then, Hall Master Xing had tasked him to train the candidates of the Qingyuan Empire Combat Master Hall in preparation for a friendly spar with 3 other Combat Master Halls, and the prize for the winners in each cultivation tier seemed to be an opportunity to cultivate at the Qianchong Empire Sword Lagoon. Who would have thought that the location for the secondary selection would turn out to be here? Yes, the Sword Lagoon is filled with swords and the sword intent left by countless experts. The truth is that you're companions and you carry something that really attracts us a lot. So we can't help but want to attack you all to obtain that item, the Dusk Cloud Sword explained. Something that attracts you a lot? A thought suddenly came to Xianxia's mind. He flicked his wrist and took out the jade token. Are you referring to this? That's right. It's that item. That item contains a surge of sword intent that is highly beneficial to the growth of our spirit once devoured. The Dusk Cloud Sword exclaimed excitedly. Sword intent. Hearing those words, Xianxia extended his spiritual perception into the jade token. Just as the Dusk Cloud Sword had said, even though it was extremely faint, the jade token harnessed a Grand Dominion Realm expert's comprehension of swordsmanship, and this lingering trace of sword intent posed an irresistible allure to sword spirits. I see. Xianxia came to a realization. On the surface, Zhao Xingma seemed to be pitting the candidates against one another, but in truth, the secondary selection was more complex than that. On top of guarding against their opponents, the candidates also had to defend against the relentless assault of the swords. This was probably the penalty for those who resorted to hiding their token instead of protecting it with their own strength. Zhang Zhouxiao had probably encountered the Dawn Rain sword, and in a moment of carelessness, he had his jade token destroyed, resulting in his elimination. Coming to realize what was going on, Xianxia continued his question. Where's the Sword Lagoon located? How many swords of your tier are there here? Having acknowledged Xianxia as its master, the Dusk Cloud Sword told him everything that it knew. The Sword Lagoon is roughly 200 li away from here, and there should probably be at least 100 other swords like me there. 100 other swords like you? As in primordial spirit realm pinnacle swords? Xianxia widened his eyes in shock. Primordial spirit realm pinnacle swords were Saint intermediate tier artifacts. Even throughout the entire Qianchong Empire, there would not be too many weapons of such a tier. Yet, for there to be 100 of them there, if he could tame them all, his fighting prowess would soar immensely. The Qianchong Empire Sword Lagoon was left behind by the old sword maestro many years ago. This place contains his heritage and countless sword formations. Every year, countless sword practitioners visit this place, searching for an impetus to further their craft. But so far, no one has succeeded in claiming his heritage. This place is filled with all kinds of sword qi. If one stays here for a prolonged period of time, the influx of different sword intent and sword arts could result in a clash of one's conception of swordsmanship, and for a sword practitioner, that is extremely dangerous. Furthermore, considering how there are people from all walks of life here, it's inevitable that there will be conflicts time to time. As a result, there are many sword practitioners who have ended up losing their lives here. At this point, the voice of the Dusk Cloud Sword sank. That is also how the master of the Dawn Rain Sword and me died here. Swords were just a type of weapon, but with many generations of cultivators immersing their entire lives to furthering the way of sword over the course of many years, it had already developed into a complex art with countless paths. Naturally, the method of cultivation for each path also differed vastly from one another. It was precisely for this reason that heritage was extremely important. There were simply too many different sword intent and sword arts within the Sword Lagoon that if one were to attempt to use them as an inspiration to further one's mastery in swordsmanship, putting aside the fact that the divergence in the fundamental principles of each path of swordsmanship would make it very unlikely for one to succeed, the odds were that one's cultivation would go berserk instead. It was also for this reason why the Master Teacher Pavilion chose to limit the cultivator's access to cultivation technique manuals. Reading just one or two different cultivation technique manuals was still fine, but if exposed to too many cultivation techniques, a cultivator's interpretation of cultivation would be muddled, preventing him from distinguishing which methods of cultivation were feasible for him and which weren't. Once in such a state, the cultivator would be extremely prone to making a wrong step in his cultivation, thus making it highly likely for his cultivation to go berserk. This was also the reason why master teachers had to be selective with what they read. The same principles applied to the Sword Lagoon as well. Those who came here to cultivate might be tempted by the powerful sword arts and sword intent all around them, but if they were to cultivate what they saw without careful selection, it could very well lead to the erosion of the foundation of the swordsmanship path they had built so far. In the long term, not only would it be detrimental to one's growth, they might even lose their lives as well. "Bring me over to take a look." Understanding all of these, Xianxia said. "Yes." The Dusk Cloud Sword began leading the way forward. A journey of 200 li was nothing to a primordial spirit realm cultivator. In just a few moments, they had already arrived at their destination. Towering before them were a massive stone wall with the character Jan, sword, inscribed on it, written with majestic and powerful strokes. It felt as if the character would transform into a burst of sword qi and tear them apart at any moment. "What powerful sword intent!" Xianxia remarked in astonishment. He couldn't clearly discern what level of calligraphy the character before him was at, but just by looking at it from afar, it gave him the impression of an unparalleled expert wielding a sword slashing at him furiously. It felt like no matter how he moved, he wouldn't be able to escape from that slash, as if the attack had been locked upon his soul. "This is left behind by the old sword maestro?" Xianxia asked in astonishment. "That's right," the Dusk Cloud Sword replied. "The old sword maestro must have achieved an astounding level of mastery in the way of sword in his lifetime," Xianxia exclaimed in awe. In his past year of cultivation, he had assimilated quite a number of books relating to sword art, and he had successfully advanced his comprehension of swordsmanship to a considerably high level as well. All along, he thought that even if his comprehension of swordsmanship hadn't reached the peak yet, he still wouldn't lose out to anyone. But through this inscribed character, he could tell that the level of mastery in swordsmanship that the old sword maestro had achieved was far higher than his. The old sword maestro had ground the very essence of the way of sword into his bones, such that even his body had been forged into a sword as well. Otherwise, it was impossible for a casual calligraphy to harness such astoundingly refined sword intent, leaving him feeling a sense of helplessness before it. These are the cultivators who have journeyed here in hopes of comprehending the secrets of the old sword maestro's swordsmanship. The dusk cloud sword as it gestured in a certain direction. Turning his gaze over, Xianxia realized that there was a huge crowd of several hundred cultivators gathered beneath the stone wall. Every single one of them was staring intently at the Jan sword character as they emulated its strokes with their fingers. There was an unnaturally focused or even frenzied look in their eyes, almost as if they had gone mad. What you said is all wrong. My move has to be correct. Look! A voice sounded. From the direction where the voice sounded, a middle-aged man flicked his wrist in a beautiful arc, and a surge of sword chi burst forward. It slashed everything within several hundred meters of its path before gradually dissipating. This is upper sword heart? Xianxia widened his eyes in astonishment. Proficiency in swordsmanship could mainly be divided into two stages, sword intent and sword heart. Most sword practitioners should be able to comprehend sword intent upon reaching transcendent mortal. Those who were slightly more talented might be able to comprehend sword heart, inducing the phenomenon call of the myriad swords, roar of the dragon. Sword heart, as the name suggested, referred to wielding one's heart like a sword, drawing out the true prowess of the way of sword through their will. Every single strike made by a sword practitioner who had achieved sword heart would be a sword art in itself. This state was also otherwise termed as man-sword union. Only those who harbored spirit and heart in their sword would be able to reach this realm. Sword heart could be further divided into three tiers, namely lower sword heart, middle sword heart, and upper sword heart. For Saint cultivators, even just achieving middle sword heart would already make them top-notch experts. Yet, the middle-aged man had actually comprehended upper sword heart. One must know that so far Xianxia had only comprehended upper sword heart as well. In other words, in terms of proficiency in the way of sword, the middle-aged man was nowhere weaker than Xianxia. That's not right. That crux of the move lies in overwhelming one's enemy. So the focus of it should be in the relentless barrage of sword chi. You're focusing all of your strength within a surge of sword chi is clearly erroneous. Look at mine. In his moment of shock, an old man beside the middle-aged man shook his head in stern disapproval before he whipped out a sword and flicked it. In the blink of an eye, a cold and forbidding aura permeated an area of several dozen meters around the old man, and a storm of sword chi filled the surroundings. It felt like anyone who dared step into the area, no matter how powerful, would be trapped for life. He has comprehended upper sword heart as well? Xianxia was startled once more. It was already frightening to see that a cultivator had comprehended upper sword heart, but to think that the old man would also be another such person as well. In fact, it seemed like the old man had a deeper and more profound understanding of the way of sword than the middle-aged man before. Wrong. The both of you are utterly wrong. It should be like this. A third man joined in the commotion, and he executed a powerful sword art which utilized sword chi like thin threads that weaved around the surroundings, forming something reminiscent to a mist. Similarly, this third man has also comprehended upper sword heart. Completely dumbstruck, Xianxia turned to look at the rest of the crowd. Every single one of them seemed to harness a cold and sharp aura within their bodies, as if they were the very embodiment of swords themselves. These several hundred men have all comprehended upper sword heart? Xianxia gulped down a mouthful of saliva. In his long journey, he had never seen a single cultivator whose swordsmanship was on par or superior to his. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he found himself faced with several hundred of such cultivators. Really, as expected of the famed Sword Lagoon, it sure was a fearsome place. They are the itinerant cultivator, master teachers, and combat masters from the various different empires or even the Empire Alliance. Some of them have already spent more than 900 years here, and with 900 years of accumulation, the least they should do is to achieve upper sword heart. The dusk cloud sword replied. 900 years? Xianxia was startled for a moment before slowly nodding. It was already nearing a year since he had come over to this world, but in terms of the duration he had dedicated to learning swordsmanship, the total time probably wouldn't even add up to a single day yet. There were plenty of experts in the 8 conferred empires, and with 900 years of hard work behind them, it wasn't too surprising that there would be so many individuals who commanded the same level of mastery in swordsmanship as him. After all, it was not like he was some kind of unparalleled genius. Putting all aside, he couldn't even defeat his own clone. Wait, you mean that these men spent 900 years sitting in front of the stone wall, contemplating over swordsmanship? This single character is already enough for them to study it for their entire life. As sword fanatics, they couldn't resist the allure of the intrigue contained in the character, and this only made them determined to decipher the secrets behind it. As a result, most of them end up never leaving the Sword Lagoon. Hi! Xianxia sighed. He suddenly remembered a book he had read in his previous life. In the story, there was an island that contained unparalleled secret manuals. Each year's Laba festival, there would be a huge number of martial artists venturing to the island, only to never return. The situation was somewhat similar to what he was seeing at the moment. There was no one restricting their movement, but obsessed with furthering their swordsmanship. They failed to realize that their entire life was flying past their eyes. Utter nonsense. It's apparent that my interpretation is correct. Your direction has been wrong from the very start, so how could your interpretation possibly be right? My interpretation is the one that's correct. All of you are wrong. Since none of you are willing to admit it, why don't we settle it with a fight? Voila! After a long round of argument, none of the trio was willing to concede to the other. Eventually, they drew their swords on one another and began on an intense fight. Actually, they have already gone berserk. Xianxia shook his head. No matter how profound the Jian sword character was, the fact that these people were no longer able to control themselves anymore, even clashing with one another over something as minor as that, meant that their rationality had already been eroded. They had already lost sense of self, and that was no different from going berserk. Amidst Xianxia's lamentation, the battle among the trio had finally concluded. 2 of them were severely injured in the encounter, and the final victor walked out of the battle with a confused look on his eyes. He couldn't help but doubt if his comprehension of swordsmanship was wrong, or else how could the other 2 be almost as powerful as him? The many years of devotion to nothing but swordsmanship had already eroded their rational judgment. Under such circumstances, no words could possibly sway them anymore. Sighing deeply, Xianxia tore his gaze away from them to assess the massive character on the stone wall once more. Inscribed using sword qi, the character harnessed the conception of the carver. Each stroke of the character was imbued a powerful yet unique aura, seemingly the manifestation of a sword art. The aura of these individual strokes harmonized with one another to grant an imposing yet unfathomable meaning to the formed character. It's no wonder why these people would abandon their all and devote all of their life to deciphering the character. With just a look, Xianxia could already feel a slight jolt in his mind urging him to cultivate according to the character. Shaking his head, he slowly closed his eyes. It was not that his mind wasn't resilient enough to withstand the allure of the profound sword arts contained within the character, but the sword arts contained within the character were simply riddled with too many flaws. It was hard for him to even continue looking at it straight in the eye. What are these? Exhaling deeply, Xianxia tossed aside the miscellaneous thoughts in his mind and opened his eyes once more. In the next moment, he noticed that there were countless scribblings in the perimeter of the stone wall. These are the sword intent and sword arts that countless generations of sword practitioners have comprehended from the character. If you find yourself unable to grasp the meaning of Jian, sword, on the wall, you can use them as references, the dusk cloud sword said. I see. Xianxia nodded. Taking a brief sweep, it seemed like there were at least 1,000 of such insights scribbled all over the place. This does resemble the Saint Ascension platform, Xianxia noted. The road up to the Saint Ascension platform was filled with insights as well. Every single individual felt that they were the person chosen by the heavens to comprehend the true meaning of Kong Shi's writing. But in truth, their interpretation was riddled with flaws, a manifestation of their ignorance. These insights scribbled around the stone wall were likely to be the same as well. Flaws. Sweeping his gaze across the area, many books swiftly materialized one after another in the library of Heaven's Path. These insights could be considered to be sword art manuals as well, allowing Xianxia to collect them with a sweep of his eyes. After collecting all of the insights, Xianxia gathered the 1,000 of books together and muttered, "Compile!" They swiftly merged together into a single book. Casually flipping it open, Xianxia's eyes lit up. It's a Heaven's Path sword art. He had done this set of actions on a whim, not really expecting to gain any gains out of it. Yet, who could have thought that the compilation of insights from the many generations of sword practitioners would actually form a perfect Heaven's Path sword art? Xianxia swiftly went through the compiled Heaven's Path sword art in his mind. It must be said that the heritage which the old sword maestro had left behind was truly profound. If he were to cultivate the compiled Heaven's Path sword art, his comprehension of the way of sword could be brought to another level. Just as Xianxia is about to close his eyes to cultivate, he suddenly felt the surrounding spiritual energy surging forward, gathering to an area just ahead of him. It didn't take long for the massive influx of spiritual energy to create something reminiscent of a whirlpool. Quickly turning his gaze over, he saw that the crowd cultivating before the stone wall had also turned their heads over toward the commotion as well. "Master?" Just as Xianxia was about to head over to check what was going on, he suddenly saw the dusk cloud sword trembling non-stop, as if it couldn't control its body anymore. "What's wrong?" Xianxia asked with a frown. "Master, someone has grasped a higher realm in the way of sword. As a sword spirit, I can't help but be compelled to submit to him." Grasped a higher realm of the way of sword? Taken aback, Xianxia quickly scanned the area in front, and there, he saw a young man seated cross-legged on the ground. An incredibly sharp sword chi burst forth from his body, as if heralding the arrival of an unparalleled sword into the world. "Is that Ma Minghai?" Upon taking a closer look at the young man, Xianxia frowned. It was no other than the genius of the Qianchong Empire who had challenged him over the Tianqian brew back in the Master-Teacher Pavilion. Ma Minghai. Why would he be here? Xianxia frowned. While the other candidates were busy avoiding being eliminated or eliminating others, this fellow actually sat right in front of the stone wall to cultivate. Furthermore, from the looks of it, it seemed like he had already been there for quite a while. Such a bizarre decision left Xianxia slightly bewildered. Soon, Xianxia came to a realization. He's a genius from the Qianchong Empire, and he specializes in swordsmanship. I had to capture the Dusk Cloud Sword in order to find out where this is. But there's a good chance that he realized that we are in the Sword Lagoon as soon as he opened his eyes. As a sword practitioner of the Qianchong Empire, it was likely that Ma Minghai had been there before. Given so, it would not have been too surprising for him to know his way around the area. Hong Long Long. At this moment, boundless sword intent and sword chi suddenly converged on Ma Minghai, and in an instant, his aura surged swiftly. Wang. Unable to control it any longer, the dusk cloud sword lowered itself onto the ground, trembling non-stop. It could feel the absolute authority that the wielder of that powerful aura had over it, and it dared not oppose him. Looking at the sky filled with sword chi, as well as the sword in his hand that was submitting to the young man before him, the elder was overwhelmed with agitation. That's sword quintessence. It has been a whole 700 years. I never thought that I would see such a sight once more. No, it isn't sword quintessence, an elder beside him refuted. Those who have truly achieved the level of sword quintessence would be able to induce the servility of the myriad swords. But that young man has only received the deference of the swords. If I'm not mistaken, that should be half quintessence. Indeed, it's half quintessence. Most cultivators are only aware that swordsmanship can be divided into sword intent and sword heart, oblivious to the fact that there's sword quintessence above them. Upon mastering this realm, as long as the strength of a sword is beneath one, the sword will obey one's commands unconditionally. The young man is only able to get the swords to submit to him, but he hasn't reached the level of having them obey his commands unconditionally. Given so, he should only be at half quintessence. Even if it's just half quintessence, isn't that the breakthrough that we have all been working hard for? Indeed, 700 years ago, when sort of faint whispers, Xianxia, achieved a breakthrough to this realm, I happened to be around and witnessed the miraculous event with my own eyes. Who could have known that I would have the luck to encounter another half-quintessence breakthrough just before my life comes to an end? Xianxia, if I recall correctly, he has not left the Sword Lagoon ever since he made the breakthrough to half-quintessence, right? He has not. He chose to venture deeper into the Sword Lagoon in hopes of obtaining the old Sword Maestro's heritage. It's just a pity that he hasn't succeeded yet. I wonder if he's still alive after all these years. Such discussions could be heard amid the crowd. Half-quintessence? Hearing the words of the crowd, Xianxia nodded slowly. With a slight stroke of his hand, the crouching dusk cloud sword suddenly felt the pressure crushing his soul vanish without a trace, and it quickly struggled back into the air. Its slight shivering every now and then seemed to indicate its deep fear and apprehension over what had just happened. A sword quintessence expert wielded a natural dominance over all sword spirits, forcing all sword spirits to bow before them. For Ma Minghai to achieve this level at such a young age, his aptitude for swordsmanship was truly astounding. It was no wonder he had been chosen as a candidate to enter the Sanctum of Sages. Compared to Ma Minghai, Zhang Jiuxiao was truly lacking. Hoo-hoo! After absorbing all of the sword qi into his body, Ma Minghai's eyes gradually opened. Voila! His eyes were extremely sharp, and it felt as if one could be sliced in two under his gaze. Even though his cultivation was still only at quasi-leaving aperture realm, yet to undergo the lightning tribulation, his Jinqi felt much more condensed than before. It seemed like even if the lightning tribulation fell upon him at that very moment, he would have been able to slice it in two with a flick of his blade. Ma Minghai slowly stood up and stretched his stiff muscles with a delighted look on his face. At this moment, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure standing not too far away, and his eyes narrowed. Xianxia. A day ago he had exchanged blows with the other party. He had executed one of his trump cards, Sea of 1,000 Blades, which the other party had simply swallowed in a single mouthful, even returning to him right after. Without a doubt, the other party was the strongest rival he had ever come across. Back then, he had even resolved himself to use his ultimate technique to defeat the other party. But due to Pavilion Master Yu's intervention, he had been left with no choice but to drop the matter. After which, the other party had challenged Pavilion Master Yu with his puppets. While the other party did manage to achieve victory in the end, it was only through the vast number of puppets he had in his possession. That did not represent the other party's true strength. If he were to pair his quasi-leaving aperture realm cultivation together with his newfound strength as a half-quintessence expert, putting aside defeating Xianxia, even killing him should not pose much of a problem at all. Thus, a sharp glint flashed through Ma Minghai's eyes as he stepped forward. You have really come at an untimely moment. You just had to appear here right after I achieved my breakthrough. It seems like even the heavens are asking me to eliminate you. Who? With a swift maneuver, he stepped up to Xianxia and said, Xianxia, we meet again. Yeah, we meet again, Xianxia replied casually. While I am in awe of your strength, it's a pity that we are in a selection match at the moment. The slots to the Sanctum of Sages are on the line. So, will you take out the Jade token yourself? Or do you need me to make a move? Gazing at Xianxia coldly, Ma Minghai spoke in a domineering voice that allowed for no opposition. Take it out yourself, and you can at least spare yourself some pain. Otherwise, even if I'm not allowed to kill you, I have plenty of ways to temporarily incapacitate. And if you get killed by Saint Beasts while you are immobilized, I'm afraid that you will only have your own bad luck to blame then. Are you threatening me? Xianxia looked at Ma Minghai with narrowed eyes. Threat? This isn't a threat. I'm just stating a fact. It's just the natural order of the world. The weak have to bow to the strong. Ma Minghai sneered coldly. Staring at Ma Minghai intently, Xianxia asked, "Do you mean to say that the strong can do as they please?" "Indeed, the strong can do as they please," Ma Minghai replied with a smirk. He had felt deeply humiliated by the crushing defeat he had suffered against Xianxia. It would have been one thing if it had been a close match with one another, but the vast disparity in strength between them was truly completely unacceptable to him. This had left frustration and anger boiling within him. Furthermore, shortly after that, the young man dared insult Pavilion Master Yu. As a member of the Qianchong Empire Master-Teacher Pavilion, he could not swallow seeing an outsider treating their pavilion head with such disrespect. It was not easy for him to turn the tables around, so naturally, he wanted to make use of this chance to get even with the other party for those two matters. Very well then. Seeing how confident Ma Minghai was, Xianxia shook his head and sighed. Since you have already said so much, pardon me then. After saying those words, Xianxia channeled his jinqi into his palm and thrust it toward Ma Minghai. Seeing how the young man had chosen to struggle against him instead of surrendering, Ma Minghai scoffed in disdain. Do you think that you stand a chance against me in your current state? With a flick of his finger, he sent a surge of sword qi toward Xianxia. His comprehension of swordsmanship had already reached half-quintessence. Even without just using a sword, he could easily defeat an opponent of the same power level as him with the sword qi in his body, let alone a mere primordial spirit realm intermediate stage cultivator. At this moment, Ma Minghai suddenly noticed something. When he fought with the other party the previous day, the other party had still been at primordial spirit realm intermediate stage. However, at this moment, why did it seem like his cultivation had risen to primordial spirit realm pinnacle? Did he advance 2 cultivation stages in a single day? It makes no difference whether he's at intermediate stage or pinnacle. Against the current me, the only fate that lies in wait for him is death. Ma Minghai shrugged the matter off casually as he watched the burst of sword qi he had shot previously dashing toward Xianxia. While Ma Minghai was still confident that his sword qi would be able to tear through the other party's palm strike with ease, the two finally collided with one another. However, contrary to his expectations, his sword qi actually dissipated instantaneously, as if a blob of tofu crashing into a wall of steel. Caught off guard by the abrupt turn of events, Ma Minghai narrowed his eyes in shock. As someone whose mastery of swordsmanship was at half-quintessence, he knew full well how much strength was packed into that burst of sword qi. Even the companion he had been very close with, brother Sun, would not dare clash directly with it. Yet, the young man before him had been able to easily dissipate his sword qi with just a simple palm strike. Just how could this be? But this was not the end of Ma Minghai's bewilderment yet. The remaining might of the palm strike continued charging forth toward him with astounding momentum, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. Pong! An overwhelming pressure assaulted Ma Minghai, causing his face to pale. He immediately tried to put up his defense to defend against the palm strike, to no avail. He crashed heavily into a massive boulder, and a stifled feeling in his chest made him cough out a mouthful of blood. How could this be? How can you be so powerful? Ma Minghai widened his eyes in disbelief. He felt that the main reason he had lost to Xianxia earlier was because he had to suppress his cultivation. Now that his cultivation was not suppressed, and he had even comprehended half-quintessence, it would really be an eye-opener if he was defeated. It must be a coincidence. It must be. There's no way you can possibly be that powerful. There's just no way. Rising to his feet, Ma Minghai drew out a half-moon in front of his chest before shooting it forth. Sword qi in the area, heed my command. Upon his shouting, the sword qi drifting aimlessly in the region swiftly converged together to form a massive sword of roughly 10 meters long in front of Ma Minghai's chest. Having comprehended half-quintessence, even if he was unable to earn the absolute obedience of swords, it was still well within his means to control sword qi in the air. The sword lagoon was filled with sword practitioners, resulting in a massive congregation of sword chi in the area. In other words, the area was almost like a haven for those who had comprehended half-quintessence. In his current state, Ma Minghai would be able to slay even true leaving aperture realm cultivators easily. This is the strength of those who have comprehended swordsmanship to half-quintessence? How fearsome! To be able to control sword chi, he's practically invincible in the sword lagoon. Indeed, that fellow facing him is doomed. The crowd in the area analyzed the situation grimly. As sword practitioners themselves, they understood how fearsome a cultivator who had comprehended half-quintessence was. Wielding the strength to manipulate and release a barrage of sword chi at will, they were unmatched in their power class. The young man facing Ma Minghai was only a primordial spirit realm pinnacle, so how could he possibly withstand Ma Minghai's strength? Voila! Before everyone's apprehensive gaze, the massive sword forged solely out of sword chi began flying toward Xianxia with incredible momentum. It was even faster than the speed of sound, and it appeared right before Xianxia in just the blink of an eye. If that technique landed, no matter how sturdy a body one had, one would instantly be sliced in two and die on the spot. The attack you have launched through gathering the surrounding sword chi is indeed formidable, but it's a pity that the sword chi is not yours. In the face of that devastating attack, there was not the slightest hint of anxiety or fear to be seen on Zhang Xian's face. On the contrary, disappointment was written all over his face instead. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian casually tapped his finger forward, and a powerful ray of light burst right through the sword, dissipating it instantaneously. Go! Zhang Xian muttered as he flicked his finger lightly. Pong! Ma Minghai flew back once more. His back crashed heavily into the stone wall, creating a massive depression in it. To make matters worse, when he tried to struggle out of the stone wall, for some reason, he found that his body simply would not budge, and this left him deeply terrified. Why you? With a ghastly pale face, Ma Minghai stared at the young man before him with horrified eyes. He had thought that as long as he fought with his full strength, he would be able to subdue the young man easily. But it turned out that he had been too naive. Even with his heightened strength, that monster of a young man was actually able to subdue him with just a single finger. Even when he had borrowed the strength from the massive congregation of sword chi in the surroundings, he had found that he was still completely helpless before that young man. With a look of utter disbelief, he watched as the young man gracefully walked up to him with a frighteningly radiant smile on his face. While I am in awe of your strength, it's a pity that we are in a selection match at the moment. The slots to the Sanctum of Sages are on the line. So, will you take out the Jade token yourself? Or do you need me to make a move? Hearing those words, Ma Minghai's face immediately turned red. Those were the very words that he had told the young man earlier, and the latter was returning all of them to him. You want to take my Jade token? Unless you plan on killing me, dream on. Ma Minghai spat with gritted teeth. The destruction of his Jade token would mean that he lost the slot to enter the Sanctum of Sages. This was his greatest opportunity to rise to the top of the master-teacher continent, and he could not let all of the hard work he had put into it go to waste. Kill you? There's no need to go through that much trouble. Gazing down on Ma Minghai, Zhang Xian chuckled softly as he snapped his finger. Pong! It was as if a massive mountain had suddenly fallen upon Ma Minghai, crushing him deeper and deeper into the stone wall. This immense pressure seemed to squeeze whatever oxygen he had out of his lungs, threatening to choke him to death. Wait a moment. The fear in Ma Minghai's eyes intensified. He anxiously spoke up to plead for mercy, but he found that even spitting out a word was a great strain on him in his current state. My apologies. I don't have a habit of giving my opponents the chance to counterattack, Zhang Xian replied with a bright smile. Besides, there is one thing that you spoke of that I can deeply relate to. The strong can indeed do as they please. Jai. Ma Minghai's bones creaked under the immense pressure, threatening to shatter at any moment. His body also swiftly approached its limit as redness consumed his skin. If the other party hadn't made a move on him, Zhang Xian wouldn't have bothered to make a move either. However, since the other party had chosen to provoke him, he saw no need to go easy on the other party either. "Let go of me. I'll give you my jade token." Sensing that he wouldn't be able to survive long in this state, Ma Minghai gathered all of his strength in order to yell out those words. "Very well." Xianxia retracted his hands and placed them behind his back. Pada. Finally released from the stone wall, Ma Minghai had to take several deep breaths before he was able to calm himself down. A hint of savagery flashed across his eyes, and he discreetly whipped out 2 swords. With a powerful fling of his hands, he threw them right toward Xianxia. Astonishingly, these 2 swords were at Saint Intermediate tier as well. Further enhanced by his half-quintessence sword intent, they surged forward at an astounding speed. According to the rules of the secondary selection, the candidates were forbidden from using their artifacts against one another in the secondary selection. Ma Minghai knew the rules, but he also understood very well that he wouldn't be a match for Xianxia without using his sword, and he was already at the brink of being eliminated as well. Given so, he could only take a gamble and pray that Zhao Xingma wouldn't find out about the matter. Sila. The 2 powerful blades tore across the air, and before one could even see them, they were already right before Xianxia. Just as Ma Minghai thought that he would be able to slay that fellow, the latter's exasperated voice suddenly sounded in the air. "Hi, it seems like I really am too good-natured. Had it been anyone else, you would have already been killed several times over for what you have done." Hong Long. Before Ma Minghai could process what had just happened, his body was suddenly flung backward, crashing heavily back into the stone wall. Under the overwhelming impact of the collision, his bones finally gave in and shattered. At the same time, the severe internal injuries he had sustained caused fresh blood to spurt out of his mouth. "If you won't hold to the end of your promise, I guess I'll just have to take your jade token myself." Following which, Ma Minghai suddenly felt a tearing pain on his finger. His storage ring had been forcefully taken away, and it flew straight into Xianxia's palm. "You?" Ma Minghai's face reddened in anxiety. However, it was already too late for him to do or say anything. With a tap of his finger, Xianxia took out the jade token from the storage ring and flicked it lightly. Kacha. The jade token shattered into powdery remains. "It seems like Qianchong Empire does value you quite a bit. There's plenty of treasures in your storage ring." "Good. I'll be taking them as your compensation then." Xianxia had intended to let Ma Minghai off with just crushing his jade token, but since the other party was so shameless as to attempt a surprise assault after being defeated, he was no longer willing to let the other party off without making him pay some price for his actions. Pooh. On the other hand, watching as Xianxia placed his storage ring into his pocket, another mouthful of fresh blood spurted from Ma Minghai's mouth. He had to go through a lot of effort in order to procure all those valuable resources in his storage ring, and to have them snatched away just like that. In his moment of despair, Ma Minghai heard the other party continuing on. "These swords of yours seem to be Saint Intermediate tier artifacts as well. Not bad, not bad. I'll be taking them as interest payment. I have nurtured my swords with my blood essence over a long period of time, so the spirits within them are completely loyal to me. Even if you take them, there's no way you will be able to make them submit to you." Seeing that his swords were about to be taken away, Ma Minghai spat through gritted teeth. He had spent a hefty sum to nurture those 2 swords of his, so he was certain of their loyalty toward him. As long as he was alive, there was no way they would betray him. But before Ma Minghai could finish his words, he suddenly saw Xianxia tapping his swords at various points, and all of a sudden, his swords joyfully rushed forward to the latter and bowed respectfully. Pooh! Another spurt of blood escaped from Ma Minghai's mouth, and the despair on his face deepened. He thought that, with his newfound strength, he should be able to overwhelm Xianxia easily and exact his vengeance. Yet, who could have thought that the opponent he had pitted himself against would actually be a monster in disguise? "All right, I'm done." After taking Ma Minghai's items, Xianxia couldn't be bothered to waste his time on the other party anymore. Thus, he released his grip on the other party, and the other party fell from the stone wall. Hong Long. Shortly after Ma Minghai was released, a voice sounded across the entire island. "Ma Minghai's jade token has been shattered. The second candidate has been eliminated." Remaining candidates, 30. Voila! Not long after those words were spoken, an aerial saint beast descended from the sky to fetch Ma Minghai before flying off into the distance. Zhang Jiuxiao should have been taken away as well then. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. That explained why he wasn't able to find Zhang Jiuxiao despite following the latter's track. It seemed like he had already been brought out of the island. I understand how Zhao Xingma is able to sense the elimination of a candidate through the dissipation of the sword intent within the Jade token, but how does he manage to locate individual candidates, sending an aerial saint beast over to fetch them so swiftly? Could Zhao Xingmo really have the ability to perceive everything that has happened on the island? Zhang Xian frowned in incomprehension. Based on his estimates, the island had to be at least 2,000 to 3,000 li in diameter, and it would be impossible for anyone to cover this entire area with their spiritual perception. Since that was the case, how could Zhao Xingma possibly keep track of everything that was happening here at all times? He must be using some kind of artifact or medium to uphold an intelligence network over the entire island, Zhang Xian analyzed. With this thought in mind, he activated the Eye of Insight and focused his sight on the aerial saint beast which had just flown away. This look unveiled the mystery behind Zhao Xingma's seeming omniscience over the island. Oh, think that it would just be myriad ants. Zhang Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Perhaps the simpler the truth was, the easier it was to be blindsided by it. After all the time he had spent wondering what kind of means Zhao Xingma could have used to watch over the entire island, it turned out to just be myriad ants. Due to the small stature of myriad ants, they were able to conceal themselves easily amidst trees and bushes, making it nigh impossible for even keen-eyed master teachers to notice their presence. Zhang Xian had used the exact same method to scout the cloud mist ridge back then too. He really didn't think that Zhao Xingma would use such a method to look over the secondary selection. Since he was using myriad ants as his scout, there should also be a myriad anthive queen under the other party's command too. Anthive queen. Is there any way you can drive away the myriad ants observing me? Zhang Xian communicated with the myriad anthive queen telepathically. He understood that Zhao Xingma had to keep a tight watch over the entire field as the invigilator, but he still felt a little uncomfortable at the thought of being constantly spied on. While these myriad ants aren't my children, I still do have the ability to drive them away. However, I only fear that Zhao Shi would notice an anomaly if I were to drive them away. The myriad anthive queen replied. That's true. Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella in frustration. Zhao Xingma had to maintain his watch over the secondary selection so as to keep up to date with the circumstances of each and every candidate. If Zhang Xian's presence were to suddenly disappear from his sight, there was a good chance that Zhao Xingma might personally head over to check on the situation. Alternatively, I think that I might be able to tame some of the myriad ants and have them obey my commands. After a moment of silence, the myriad anthive queen proposed. You are able to tame the myriad ants? That would be perfect. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Naturally, it would be better to tame the myriad ants than to chase them away. This way, he would be able to control the information that the myriad ants were reporting to Zhao Xingma about, thus allowing him to fake his position without incurring the latter's suspicion. I'll leave that to you then, Zhang Xian said as he released the myriad anthive queen in the area with a flick of his hand. After which, he turned his attention back to the stone wall before him. Having witnessed how easily Ma Minghai was defeated, the sword practitioners gathered around the stone wall had all retreated a distance away from Zhang Xian, fearing that they would accidentally offend him. Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered to waste his time on them either. Just as he was about to return back to cultivating his Heaven's Path sword art, the dusk cloud sword suddenly flew over and said, Master, since you are that powerful, do you want to try challenging the Sword Lagoon? I think that there is a good chance you might be able to acquire the heritage. Challenge the Sword Lagoon? Aren't we at the Sword Lagoon at the moment? Zhang Xian asked in bewilderment. Considering the sheer amount of sword chi and sword intent that were drifting in the area, where else could currently be at if not the Sword Lagoon? We are currently only at the outer perimeters of the Sword Lagoon. The true Sword Lagoon lies behind the stone wall. The heritage of the old sword maestro lies within there as well, the dusk cloud sword said. Oh, Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. Are the 100 Saint intermediate tier swords you have mentioned earlier located beyond the stone wall as well? That's right, the Dusk Cloud Sword replied. Bring me over to take a look. Having a compiled Heaven's Path sword art sitting in the library of Heaven's Path, the heritage of the old sword maestro held little attraction to Zhang Xian. However, if he could acquire 100 Saint intermediate tier swords out of this, that would really be a huge gain. Even 100 Saint low-tier sabers were sufficient to crush the boss of the underground black market. If he could acquire 100 Saint intermediate tier swords, he would be able to destroy Pavilion Master Yu easily with them even without resorting to his puppets. In fact, he might even be able to rival Zhao Xingma in a battle. The Dusk Cloud Sword delightfully led Zhang Xian around the massive stone wall, and very soon, they arrived at the boundary of a land shrouded with mist. The mist seemed to have been the result of some kind of formidable formation, completely blocking the sight of whatever that lay ahead. Realizing that he didn't recognize the formation, Zhang Xian frowned. Flaws. Hula. A book materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. As the formation was currently in operation, the Library of Heaven's Path was able to compile a book on it. Chaotic Palace Beguilement Formation, a Grade 8 formation? Reading the content on the book, Zhang Xian was startled. It was no wonder why no one had obtained the heritage this far. It was actually guarded by a Grade 8 formation. A Grade 8 formation could only be set up or deciphered by a Grand Dominion Realm expert, and there was no one in Chenchong Empire who possessed the strength to do so. In no hurry to step into the formation, Zhang Xian turned to the Dusk Cloud Sword and asked, "Have you entered the Sword Lagoon before?" "I haven't entered it before, but I heard that the old sword maestro's personal sword and heritage lie in there," the Dusk Cloud Sword replied. The old sword maestro's personal sword? Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. According to the rumors I have heard, the old sword maestro's personal sword is a Saint high-tier artifact, and even the Emperor of Chenchong Empire is dying to lay his hands on it. However, it's a pity that no one has been able to bypass the formation, let alone find the sword, the Dusk Cloud Sword said. A Saint high-tier artifact? Zhang Xian tightened his fist in agitation. Even at the very minimum, a Saint high-tier artifact would possess strength equivalent to a Saint 6-Dan Grand Dominion Realm Cultivator. There was actually such a formidable weapon in the Sword Lagoon? That's right. To be honest with you, most of the sword chi lingering in the area was emanated by the old sword maestro's personal sword. While those sword practitioners are attempting to decipher it in order to raise their mastery of swordsmanship, more than that, they wanted to acquire the old sword maestro's heritage and obtain his personal sword through it, the Dusk Cloud Sword explained. It had been on this island for quite a long while now, so he was well aware of the affairs that happened here. Since there's such a weapon here, I really should take a good look in the Sword Lagoon then, Zhang Xian thought in excitement. Unless in large quantities, otherwise even Saint intermediate tier artifacts weren't of much use to him anymore. However, this was different for Saint high-tier artifacts. With a Saint high-tier sword in hand, he was confident of defeating Zhao Xingma even. With such a weapon at hand, he would be in a far better position to challenge the Zhang clan for Luo Ruoxin's hand in marriage. You should wait outside for the time being, Zhang Xian instructed. Yes. The Dusk Cloud Sword nodded before standing completely still on the spot, after which, Zhang Xian unhesitatingly turned around and ventured into the mist. The flaws of the formation was recorded in its corresponding book compiled in the Library of Heaven's Path, so this Grade 8 formation no longer posed any secret to him. After advancing ahead for some time, the area before Zhang Xian abruptly opened up. The mist had vanished, revealing a stream and a wooden hut instead. Oh! To think that there would a piece of tranquil land in the middle of the Sword Lagoon. Surprised, Zhang Xian slowly made his way over to the wooden hut. Just as he was about to open the door to the wooden hut, his body suddenly stiffened. With a swift maneuver, his silhouette vanished on the spot, appearing at a distance of 100 meters away. Voila! A burst of sword chi sliced through the area where he was previously standing on, leaving behind a dark gorge in its wake. This burst of sword chi was extremely powerful. Ma Minghai's attacks appeared to be nothing in comparison. Alarmed, Xianxia assessed the situation before him warily. Even with his strength, if not for his sharp instincts prompting him to avoid in advance, he could have been sliced in two by that burst of sword chi. Just who in the world was in the wooden hut? Jia. The door opened, and a figure slowly walked out. Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. The boss of the underground black market? It was none other than the person whom he had 100 Saint low-tier sabers pummel back in the ring of death. But why would he appear here? The other party had mostly recovered from the wounds he had suffered back in the encounter with Zhang Xian, but from the glaring scars that crawled all over his body like innumerable centipedes, one could still fathom the tragic plight he had once been in. The boss of the black market, Ji Lingfeng, glared at Zhang Xian with deep hatred in his eyes. Zhang Xian, you have manipulated my rules, humiliated me, and snatched my wealth. For that, I shall personally execute you today. While the black market was known to be a lawless zone, the truth was that it was only subjected to a different set of laws, set solely by the boss of the black market. Regardless of whether one was a master teacher or a combat master, one would have to obey the new set of rules in there. Yet, this fellow actually disregarded the rules in place and raised a huge commotion, severely injuring him even. If he let the other party go, how could he reestablish his dominance and authority in the black market in the future? You knew that I would be here for the secondary selection, so you lay in wait for me? Zhang Xian asked with narrowed eyes. The only ones who should have known that the secondary selection would be held in the Sword Lagoon were only Zhao Xingma and Pavilion Master Yu. For the other party to be lying in wait for him here, could it have been that the other party already knew of his whereabouts in advance? Even with the vast intelligence network of the black market, it should have been impossible for them to uncover the location of the secondary selection on such short notice. So, for the other party to have been hiding within the formation all this while waiting to launch an assault on him, that could only mean one thing. I'll tell you after you go to hell. Ji Lingfeng bellowed furiously as he flung his sword furiously, sending another burst of sword qi toward Zhang Xian. His sword was only 3 qi 1 long, but it emanated bone-chilling coldness. Even before the sharp burst of sword qi could arrive, an eerie sound reminiscent of the resentful mutterings of the departed echoed in the air, placing those who heard it in a distraught state. Feeling a sudden bout of dizziness striking his head, Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed. A demonic tune. All along, he had been using this trick against others. He did not expect others to use it against him, and in a moment of carelessness, he was placed into an unnatural state of mind. Even so, with his soul depth of 25.1, a level comparable to 8-star high-tier master teachers, he was able to shake out of his unnatural state in just an instant. However, as soon as his unnatural state was dispelled, the sword chi was already right before his face. The sharp gale that rose from the movement left a slightly piercing sensation on his skin, leaving him feeling as if a blade was slowly sinking into his body. Who? Zhang Xian immediately flitted away from the spot, appearing 100 meters away in an instant. Unbounded Voyager. After learning the second dan of heavenly art of dimension unravel, his comprehension of the unbounded Voyager had deepened, allowing him to move at greater speed. By driving his strength to its limit, he was capable of making near-instantaneous movements in desperate situations. At this point, Zhang Xian realized that his back was completely drenched with sweat. It was fortunate that he had reacted with time, or else that attack would have gouged out a huge hole in his chest. Do you think that I will allow you to flee that easily? Sneering coldly, Ji Lingfeng sent another burst of sword qi toward Zhang Xian. The sword qi spanned over 200 meters, covering the entire area. That sword, leaving aperture realm pinnacle. Zhang Xian was astonished. It was no wonder the other party still dared to provoke him despite having suffered a tragic defeat. It turned out that he had a top-notch Saint Intermediate tier sword that wielded strength comparable to a leaving aperture realm pinnacle expert. An attack from a sword of that caliber was far more fearsome than that of the Golden Origin Cauldron. Wielding such a sword, Ji Lingfeng would be able to rival even Pavilion Master Yu in a match. Despite seeing through the other party's strength, Zhang Xian did not panic. Instead, he shook his head. If you had drawn that sword in the battle against me yesterday, I might have been put in a spot, but now, the only reason it seemed like the situation was disadvantageous to him previously was because he had been caught off guard. Once he had managed to grasp the situation with his strength, an opponent such as Ji Lingfeng was simply too lacking. With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia raised his palm, and a massive palm print materialized before him. Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm. Boom! As soon as the sword chi collided with the palm print, it felt as if several tons of gunpowder had exploded simultaneously, and an intense shockwave blasted into the surroundings. It was fortunate that the area was protected by a grade 8 formation, or else the stone wall would have been torn down by the sheer might of the shockwave itself. Dang 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 dang. Retreating consecutively, Ji Lingfeng felt his blood flow running erratic, and his eyes turned crimson. Just a single night, and that fellow had already grown much more powerful than before. If he allowed the other party to continue growing at this pace, it would not be long before he was completely outmatched. I told you that you would die by my hands tonight, and I'll do everything to ensure it. Ji Lingfeng spat menacingly as he took out a pill and swallowed it. In an instant, his aura began surging furiously. Before long, he managed to overcome his bottleneck, reaching half-grand Dominion realm. That's a grade 8 insane demon breakthrough pill? Xianxia's face turned grim. The insane demon breakthrough pill was something reminiscent of a stimulant. After consumption, it had the effect of allowing a cultivator to temporarily surpass their limits. However, once the effect was over, not only would the cultivator suffer a steep decline in their cultivation, their body could suffer permanent damage as well. To go this far just to kill him. The boss of the black market sure was a tenacious fellow, but again, there was no more backing out for the boss. Just the crime of assaulting a 7-star master teacher was sufficient to bring the wrath of the master teacher pavilion upon him. If the boss allowed him to escape alive, there was no doubt that his days would be numbered. Thus, no matter the cost, since he had already made a move, he would have to see the deed through to the end. Strike not when at the bank of the river, but when in the midst of crossing it, too. With a cold harumph, Xianxia waved his hand, and more than 100 puppets appeared before him. Since the boss of the black market had already made a move to kill him, he was not so magnanimous as to grant the other party the luxury of time to achieve his breakthrough before making a move. It would take some time for the other party to assimilate the medicinal properties of the pill, so this was the ideal moment to knock him down. In any case, the myriad anthive queen had already gained full control over all the myriad ants within the grade 8 formation, so Zhao Xingma and the others would not be able to notice a thing. Thus, there was no need for him to hesitate at all. Voila! More than 100 puppets immediately charged straight for Ji Lingfeng. When their might was combined together, they could destroy even a half-grand Dominion realm expert like Pavilion Master Yu easily. While the boss was no weakling, there was no way he would be able to withstand their onslaught. Did you think that I wouldn't be guarded against those toys of yours? Sneering coldly, Ji Lingfeng flicked his finger and tossed a formation plate into the air. While spinning in the air, a burst of mist suddenly diffused from the formation plate, shrouding the puppets within it. Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before his eyes slowly lit up. This is a quasi-8-star formation plate? It seems like that fellow does have quite a few good items on him. As expected of the boss of the black market, the wealth he had accumulated over the years was truly nothing to scoff at. Putting aside how valuable the insane demon breakthrough pill was, just the quasi-grade 8 formation plate was bound to be worth a huge sum, at least 1,000 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. The activation of a formation plate of this tier could trap even an expert of Pavilion Master Yu's caliber for a short period of time. That explained why the other party was so confident as to swallow the pill right in front of his eyes. In the first place, the spirits within puppets were significantly weaker compared to human spirits, thus making it harder for them to perceive their surroundings once their senses were hindered by the formation. With this single move, the other party had effectively incapacitated all his puppets. Admittedly, the method used was not too bad. If it had been any other 7-star pinnacle formation master, he would have been completely helpless before this situation. However, to Xianxia, such a thing could not even be called a problem. Muttering flaws in his mind, the library of Heaven's Path jolted, and a book materialized in it. Flipping it open, the flaws regarding the formation plate appeared in Xianxia's head. "Go!" Xianxia commanded with a raise of his hand. "Hula!" The next moment, more than 100 sabers charged into the mist, and amid sounds of ding-ding-dang-dang, as if slicing through certain structures, the mist swiftly receded before dissipating altogether. Formation broken. "Return!" With a flick of his finger, a saber swiftly brought the formation plate over to Xianxia's hands, and with a few taps on it, Xianxia managed to make it his. Hong Long. As swift as Xianxia had moved, he was still inevitably delayed for several breaths. Within this period of time, Ji Lingfeng had already successfully assimilated the insane demon breakthrough pill into his body, and his cultivation had stabilized as well. At this point, Ji Lingfeng's aura had grown frighteningly fearsome, as if he had become a feral beast that would tear his claws through others. "It seems like this boss of the black market has fought quite a few ring matches himself," Xianxia thought warily. From the killing intent that Ji Lingfeng was exuding, it could be seen that he had participated in quite a few life-and-death matches in his time as well, killing many of his opponents. Otherwise, there was no way he could have emanated such an overwhelming aura of savagery. It was no wonder the other party dared make a move on him despite knowing his identity. It seemed like the blood he had on his hands had already dulled his deference for life and the master-teacher pavilion. To be able to decipher even a quasi-grade 8 formation so swiftly, you are indeed a formidable opponent. However, no matter what kind of tricks you have up your sleeves, there's no way you will be getting out of here alive. Ji Lingfeng gritted his teeth furiously, letting loose a feral wary cry. He raised his sword and hacked it down furiously, releasing an overwhelming burst of sword chi amid powerful winds. Sila! Ji Lingfeng's strength as a half-grand Dominion Realm cultivator complemented with a leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle sword was no joke. It felt as if it would tear through space and forcefully crush one into innumerable pieces. Just this single move was sufficient to show that Ji Lingfeng's current strength was already far beyond that of Pavilion Master Yu. Even though Pavilion Master Yu was the head of a master-teacher pavilion, due to his lofty position, he was lacking in battle experience. There was no way he could compare to the boss of the black market, who had undergone multiple life-and-death battles and killed innumerable master-teachers. Without such battle experience, it was inevitable that Pavilion Master Yu's moves would be lacking in decisive sharpness and valiance, and those two factors had lowered his fighting prowess significantly. "This will be difficult." A grim expression finally appeared on Xianxia's face. "You won't be useful against an opponent of this caliber. Return." With a wave of his hand, Xianxia collected the puppets and sabers back into his storage ring. These puppets were only at leaving Aperture Realm Intermediate Stage and Advanced Stage. There was no way they would be able to stand against an opponent like Ji Lingfeng. They would only be crippled if they were kept on the field. The same went for the sabers. "Release!" After storing the clones and sabers, Xianxia tapped the area before him, and a light sphere with a radius of roughly 1 meter covered him. "Tudan heavenly art of dimension unravel, traverse." Sensing the danger that he was in, Xianxia had decided to use his strongest move. As soon as his dominion appeared, Xianxia felt as if a sturdy armor had been formed around him, and the sense of security he felt made him heave a sigh of relief. In the next moment, the sword chi fell into the range of Xianxia's dominion. Tzzzzzzzz. A sizzling sound reminiscent of searing metal coming into contact with ice was produced. Despite being impeded by Xianxia's dominion, the sword chi was actually still able to edge forward bit by bit. "It seems like my dominion doesn't necessarily grant me invincibility. If the strength of my opponent were to exceed my limits, the effects of my dominion will be on my opponent would be discounted," Xianxia noted grimly. He had tested his dominion on the Golden Origin Cauldron shortly after comprehending dominion, and he had successfully halted the Golden Origin Cauldron's movement instantaneously. But thinking back, the reason why he had been able to do so might have been because the Golden Origin Cauldron's cultivation was only at leaving Aperture Realm Advanced Stage, and it didn't specialize in offense either. On the other hand, Ji Lingfeng had consumed an insane demon breakthrough pill, and he was wielding a leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle sword as well. In the face of such overwhelming strength, it was inevitable that the effects of Xianxia's dominion would be limited. Nevertheless, while his sword chi might be strong enough to move in my dominion, an attack of this level won't be able to phase me at all. While Xianxia's dominion failed to halt Ji Lingfeng's sword chi entirely, it did manage to slow and weaken it to the point where the sword chi could no longer harm him. With a cold harumph, Xianxia flicked his palm. Voila! The slowly advancing sword chi immediately dissipated on the spot. As powerful as the other party's sword chi was, most of its energy was expended while trying to overcome the might of his dominion, such that the threat it posed was already minimal by the time it arrived before its target. You have already made your move. It should be my turn now. While saying these words, Xianxia flitted forward. Hula! In an instant, Xianxia traversed over 100 meters and appeared behind Ji Lingfeng's back. Clenching his fist tightly, he dealt a powerful punch forward. A torrential might that could reverse even the flow of a river burst forth for Ji Lingfeng's heart. At Xianxia's current strength, even without utilizing the Tudan heavenly art of Dimension Unravel, his strength was already on par to a half-grand Dominion Realm expert. Pairing such strength with the Heaven's Path Fist art, even Pavilion Master Yu would be hard-pressed to receive this attack. My attack didn't work? Ji Lingfeng had devoted his full strength to the previous attack, and he hadn't thought that a primordial spirit realm pinnacle cultivator like Xianxia would actually be able to withstand his sword chi, let alone launch a counterattack shortly after that. In an instant, his face turned livid in grimness. Nevertheless, while he was taken off guard by the situation, his movements didn't stop at all. With a swift reversal of his blade, he turned his sword around and pierced it through the opening beneath his armpits. What swift reaction speed! Xianxia was astonished. He thought that the sudden surge of strength would make Ji Lingfeng prone to carelessness. After all, the most fatal mistakes usually occur when one was certain of victory, so he was planning to catch Ji Lingfeng off guard by launching an attack right after his offense. Yet, to his surprise, Ji Lingfeng was actually able to react to his attack with nearly no delay time at all. As expected of a warrior who had fought on the ring of death, through undergoing multiple life and death situations, one would become more adaptable to unexpected situations, allowing one to see opportunity amidst the threat of danger. Take the current situation for example. Instead of going on the defensive, Ji Lingfeng had chosen to launch a counterattack instead. He angled his sword in a trajectory such that if Xianxia's fist were to proceed any further, Xianxia would first find a hole punctured into him by the sword. Excellent! Let's see who will be able to last till the very end then. Seeing Ji Lingfeng's swift and sharp reflexes, Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. In this crucial moment, he suddenly felt a surge of adrenaline rushing through his veins. All along, his opponents were either way stronger than him, or they would be defeated in a single move after having their flaws exploited. As a result, he couldn't really say that he had gone through a real life-and-death battle before. Thus, when he saw how the other party was actually able to match him in battle, he couldn't help but feel his heart leap in exhilaration. Against Ji Lingfeng's counterattack, Xianxia decisively morphed his fist into a palm while twisting his body to advance forward. The sword should have pierced Xianxia if he were to proceed any further, but this maneuver allowed him to move parallel to the sword, thus bypassing the sword with ease. Pang! With his sharp instincts, Ji Lingfeng also swiftly noticed that something was amiss. He quickly dashed forward to retreat, but it was already too late. Xianxia's fingertips struck the back of Ji Lingfeng's body squarely, pumping a powerful might through his body that shattered many of his meridians simultaneously, and a spurt of blood escaped from his mouth. Nevertheless, Ji Lingfeng's forward dash wasn't completely meaningless. It had allowed him to ward off a significant portion of the might behind Xianxia's strike, thus minimizing his injuries. At the same time, he had also managed to create some distance between the latter and him. Making use of this opportunity, he quickly turned around to launch a decisive counterattack. In the next moment, however, the scene that came into his sight made his hair stand on end. He realized that no matter how fast he moved, Xianxia was actually able to move faster than him. The young man was like a bug firmly plastered to his back. No matter how he twisted and turned, he simply couldn't shake the young man away. His movement technique is really a drat to deal with. Left with no choice, Ji Lingfeng could only swing his sword frenziedly and form a protective barrier around him, choosing to go on the defensive for the time being to bide his time for the next opportunity to strike. Just as what Xianxia had guessed, he had once stood on the ring of death of the black market using another persona, and with his superior strength, he managed to rise to the position of Conqueror of 100 at one point in time. It would be foolish for anyone to underestimate his fighting prowess. Even an average combat master of the same cultivation realm was no match for him. Yet, despite possessing cultivation significantly lower than his, not to mention the fact that he had even consumed the insane demon breakthrough pill for this, he found that he was still unable to claim the upper hand in the battle. How in the world could a monster like that young man before him exist in the world? I admit you are indeed a far stronger opponent than I have thought you out to be. It won't be easy for me to kill you using ordinary means, Ji Lingfeng uttered coldly as a callous glint flashed across his eyes. In the next moment, he propelled his sword behind with his jinchi and drove it straight toward the young man behind him. Then, making use of the time that the young man was preoccupied with his sword, he turned around and flicked his left hand powerfully. So. Several hundred sharp needles flew forth like a raging storm. Storm needles. In order to remain the undefeated champion of the Ring of Death, on top of being strong and vicious, one must possess countless different means up one's sleeves as well. The storm needles happened to be his strongest trump card. Every single one of those narrow needles was forged of a unique material, allowing it to pierce through the skin of a half-grand Dominion realm expert. On top of that, it was also laced with lethal poison that would swiftly kill any cultivator afflicted with it. Uncountable were the number of experts who had fallen right to this move. Voila! Despite having used his hidden weapons, Ji Lingfeng didn't get careless. He swiftly rushed forward first in order to free himself from the young man's relentless pursuit before turning around to assess the situation and decide on his next course of action. But when he turned around once more, the sight that unfolded before him made him narrow his eyes in shock. The young man had successfully halted all of the needles through a sphere of light around him, allowing him to collect all of the needles into his hands. However, perhaps out of curiosity over the needles, he picked them up and began fiddling with them. Slowly, Ji Lingfeng's shock turned into agitation, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Ha ha ha! I never thought that you will actually court your own death." He had specially found a 7-star pinnacle poison master to concoct the poison he had laced on the needles. Even if the needle didn't pierce his opponent's skin, the poison would be able to kill his opponent just by coming into physical contact with him. Usually, there would be no cultivator who would dare to pick up the hidden weapon of another carelessly. But that fellow actually picked up his needles directly with his own hands. Was he tired of living? But instead of seeing the young man's face slowly caving in to despair, the latter simply glanced over and shook his head in disappointment. "The poison you have used on the needles is too weak. You have probably been scammed. You might be able to scare others with it, but there's no way such an inferior poison is going to kill anyone." Right after saying those words, Xianxia intentionally pinched the tip of the needle, as if trying to prove his point. "You are able to discern the poison on the needles?" Ji Lingfeng narrowed his eyes. The lethal poison concocted by the 7-star poison master was colorless and odorless, making it impossible for any ordinary cultivator to perceive it. Yet, to be able to see through the poison just by holding it up, how did he manage to do it? "If I can't even discern such an obvious poison, I would have already died countless times over," Xianxia scoffed coldly. Then, with a sudden flick of his wrist, he shot the needles back at Ji Lingfeng. Whoa! These needles were further enhanced by Xianxia's jinchi, allowing them to move at a speed that seemed to be as fast as lightning. In just the blink of an eye, the needles were already right before Ji Lingfeng. Knowing that the needles were laced with poison, Ji Lingfeng didn't dare allow any of the needles to land on him. Thus, with a powerful swing, he spun the sword before him in a continuous circular motion to deflect the needles. Ding ding dang dang. As the boss of a black market in Chenchong Empire, Ji Lingfeng possessed considerable talent in swordsmanship as well. His mastery over the sword had at least reached the level of upper sword heart. Under his tight guard, all of the needles were easily deflected to the ground. If you think that you can injure me using my hidden weapons, dream on. After knocking away the storm of needles, Ji Lingfeng sneered coldly. But before he could finish his words, the vision before him abruptly blurred. Without any warning, Xianxia materialized right before him and raised his hand up, preparing to send a slap over. To his astonishment, it seemed like in the span of time that he was dealing with the hidden weapons, the young man had already closed in the distance between them once more. You? Livid, Ji Lingfeng quickly raised his sword, intending to counterattack. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Pa! A fiery pain consumed Ji Lingfeng's face, and he was sent flying away. A sweet sensation welled up in his throat before a spurt of fresh blood spilled from his mouth along with several teeth. The young man had used his full strength in that slap. Had it not been for the insane demon breakthrough pill that he had eaten earlier, his head might have exploded from that move. Even so, he still felt intense vertigo assaulting his head, leaving him feeling deeply disoriented for a moment. Damn you! Ji Lingfeng's body trembled uncontrollably under the impact, and he roared in frenzy. He had lived for several centuries now, and yet, he actually suffered 2 consecutive setbacks in the hands of the same person. The overwhelming feeling of shame left him so angry that he could explode on the spot. You bastard! I will rip you into pieces! Roaring angrily, the Xianxia in his body billowed as he prepared to charge forward. But before he could make a move, a derisive smile had already emerged on the lips of the young man in front of him. I advise you not to move recklessly. And also, it would be wise for you to avoid driving your Xianxia as well. Otherwise, you will only be hastening your own death. What do you mean? Seeing the fearless smile on the young man's face, Ji Lingfeng narrowed his eyes warily. I don't mean anything much, just that when I struck you earlier, I inserted 2 needles into your cheeks. Xianxia replied calmly. Needles? Ji Lingfeng's body froze. It was only in this moment that he realized that there were indeed 2 additional needles on his cheeks. Due to the powerful might of the slap he had suffered earlier, he hadn't sensed the presence of the needles at all. The antidote? Swiftly withdrawing the needles, he hurriedly retrieved a pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. He had witnessed the formidable potency of the poison with his eyes. Even a leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle expert had died within 3 seconds of being afflicted with the poison. While his cultivation was currently at half Grand Dominion Realm after consuming the insane demon breakthrough pill, he still wouldn't last more than 10 seconds before a poison as lethal as that. Consuming the antidote can spare you from death, but if my eyes fail me not, the side effects of the antidote will induce numbness in your body in the short run. You aren't even a match for me in your peak condition, so how do you expect to defeat me in your current state? Xianxia chuckled softly as he slowly made his way forward toward Ji Lingfeng. He raised his palm slowly and thrust it down lightly. Kacha! A tremendous pressure fell on Ji Lingfeng and shattered all of the bones in his body in an instant, rendering him completely helpless on the ground. The young man was right. Since he wasn't a match for the other party in his peak condition, how could he possibly defeat the other party in his current state? What other trump cards do you have? Take them all out at once. If this is all you got, don't you think that it's laughable for you to attempt to take my life? Crushing Ji Lingfeng firmly to the ground, Xianxia glanced down at him impassively. The both of them had crossed blows with one another back at the black market, so Ji Lingfeng should know that he had over 100 puppets and sabers in his possession. To be safe, the latter should have assumed that he would have other means in his hands as well. Yet, Ji Lingfeng still dared to attempt an assassination on him, even declaring proudly that he would claim his life. If this was all Ji Lingfeng had, a pill and a sword, he was really being a little too conceited over here. Oh? You are indeed a smart person, but smart people tend to die premature deaths. Spurting another mouthful of blood, savagery returned to Ji Lingfeng's face. Gathering whatever strength he had left, he flicked his wrist, and the sword in his hand flew into the stream not too far away. I have already given you the sword, so it's about time for you to fulfill the end of your bargain. The stream began billowing furiously before a massive column of water rushed into the sky, as if heralding the arrival of an unparalleled existence. Following which, an old man slowly walked out of the water column, headed toward Xianxia. He naturally commanded a grand and imposing appearance, reminiscent of a deity. It's no wonder why Ji Lingfeng wants to kill you. You are indeed extraordinary. The old man chuckled. Then, his eyes abruptly turned cold. It's really a pity to see someone as talented as you going down prematurely, but I guess it can't be helped. Voila! With a flick of his finger, a sharp surge of sword chi whizzed toward Xianxia. This surge of sword chi descended from the sky with a might almost comparable to a comet. The surrounding space froze as soon as the sword chi appeared, making it nigh impossible to avoid the attack. Grand Dominion Realm Primary Stage? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Who could have thought that the old man hiding in the stream would actually be a real Grand Dominion Realm expert, stronger than even Pavilion Master Yu himself. More importantly, his comprehension of swordsmanship is also on par with Ma Minghai, reaching half-quintessence. To possess superior cultivation and exceptional mastery of swordsmanship, even normal Grand Dominion Realm primary stage experts would find it hard to rival him. Sila. In the midst of Zhang Xian's shock, the sword chi had already appeared before him, colliding with the 1-meter dominion he had constructed around him. Kacha! The sword chi sliced right through his dominion like butter, opening a small gap that allowed it to advance forward unhindered. Halt! Zhang Xian swiftly concentrated the strength of his dominion to hinder the sword chi as much as it could. At the same time, he also thrust his palm forward in order to fend it off. Pang! Despite the defenses Zhang Xian had put up, the tremendous might of the sword chi was still too much for him to bear. His face paled, and he was sent flying straight into a massive tree behind him. To think that even when using his full might together with his barrier, he would still be unable to withstand the other party's attack. It's no wonder why Ji Lingfeng is unable to defeat you. You actually managed to grasp the primary form of dominion. To be able to achieve this despite being only at primordial spirit realm pinnacle, your talent is really beyond my imagination. On the other hand, seeing that his slash had only injured Zhang Xian, the old man in the stream remarked wintry. The coldness in his eyes deepened as he continued. All the more reason to kill you. A genius of this caliber was bound to come from a powerful lineage. Since they had already made a move, they would have to ensure that the other party was killed through and through, or else this matter would come back to haunt them in the future. They couldn't afford to take such a risk. Who are you? Struggling to his feet, Zhang Xian spat through gritted teeth. Since you are already bound for death, I'll at least satisfy this little curiosity of yours. I am the Sword of Faint Warble, Ji Lingzhen, and the boss of the black market is my younger brother, Sword of Faint Whispers, Ji Lingfeng. The old man, Ji Lingzhen, said. Ji Lingzhen. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before shaking his head. He had been in Chenchong Empire for a day now, and toward those two names he only had 4 words to say. Never heard of it. Now that your curiosity is satisfied, it's about time for me to send you off on your trip down. Ji Lingzhen spoke coldly. Unwilling to waste his breath anymore, he flicked out another sword chi with his finger. This attack was even more fearsome than the one before. As soon as the burst of sword chi was released, the entire formation began shaking, as if even the grade 8 chaotic palace beguilement formation wasn't resilient enough to withstand the might of the sword chi. If he could wield such strength without a sword in hand, how powerful would he be armed? With a face livid with graveness, Zhang Xian knew that he mustn't take Ji Lingzhen's attack face on. Thus, he flicked his wrist, and a formation plate appeared in his hand. It was the very same formation plate which Ji Lingfeng had thrown out previously, but Zhang Xian had managed to take it for his own. Hong Long. Instead of using it to trap Ji Lingzhen, Zhang Xian used the formation to shroud himself instead, and his silhouette swiftly disappeared in the mist produced by the formation. A beguilement formation could be used to trap others, but it could also prevent the enemy from finding one in the short term. But of course, such a course of actions had its own setbacks too. Firstly, it would be much easier for the enemy to break the formation from the outside. Secondly, placing oneself in the midst of a beguilement formation was as good as trapping oneself in a cage. Even if the cage was shrouded with a cloth, a relentless barrage of attacks from the outside would still eventually wear down and destroy whatever that was on the inside. Interesting. Let me see how long you can hide for. Chuckling softly, Xianxia took a step forward and sent another burst of sword chi over. It sliced an opening through the mist easily, reminiscent of a sword cutting through mud. Astonishingly, instead of caving back in to fill up the opening, the mist actually remained firmly parted, as if there was some kind of force preventing them from converging in once more. With just one look, it was obvious that the formation plate had been ruined. Regardless of whether a formation was constructed using formation flags or a formation plate, there were two ways to overcome it. First, understanding the principles behind it and finding its flaws or life gate. Second, using brute force to destroy it. Xianxia's formation plate was only at quasi-grade 8. It could still trap leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle or Half-Grand Dominion Realm cultivators, but against a true Grand Dominion Realm expert, let alone one who had comprehended half-quintessence, it was inevitable that its resilience would be lacking. A slash to overcome all means. As long as one's strength had reached a certain mark, regardless of what kind of ridiculous abilities others were to throw at one, a single slash would be able to put them right back in place. And the current Xianxia wielded such strength. Xianxia had many means up his sleeves, but against Xianxia, they were all sorely lacking. After slicing the mist into two, Xianxia waved his hand slightly. Kacha! The mist dissipated without a trace, and a severed formation plate fell to the ground. Without the formation to conceal him, Xianxia's silhouette appeared once more. In just a few breaths, the young man had changed into a fresh set of clothes. More than that, his aura seemed to have become loftier, and his eyes carried disdain from everything in the world. If one had to describe his attitude, it would be that of the indomitable conqueror of the world, peerless and unmatched by any other. If not for the identical face and soul, Xianxia would have really thought that the young man had swapped positions with someone else. No matter what means you use, there's no way you will be able to bridge the vast difference in strength between the both of us. Even if you change your clothes and disposition, it won't make a difference at all. It's all futile. Sneering coldly, Xianxia flicked another sword chi at Xianxia once more. Sila! The air was split apart once more, and a chilling glint whizzed swiftly across the air. He can't even deal with such trash? He sure is regressing with time. Xianxia shook his head in disappointment. With a swift step, his figure suddenly blurred. Woo! In the blink of an eye, he suddenly appeared in mid-air and threw a fist forward. Walla! Do you really think that you stand a chance against me? Seeing how the young man who had struggled to withstand even a single burst of sword chi from him was attempting a counterattack, Xianxia scoffed in disdain. A cold glint flashed across his eyes, and he flicked another burst of sword chi forward. That burst of sword chi clashed directly with Xianxia's fist, and a powerful shockwave rippled from the collision, causing the entire formation to tremble non-stop. The collision lasted for just an instant before the sword chi shattered into countless fragments and scattered the surroundings, leaving sharp gorges all over the ground. What? Astonished by the outcome of the collision, Xianxia widened his eyes in astonishment, and he unwittingly took a few steps back. Earlier, even when using a technique similar to a dominion, the young man was still unable to fend against his sword chi. Yet, just by changing his clothes, it was as if the young man had turned into a completely different person, to actually catch his sword chi with a brute punch. Furthermore, he shockingly realized that the other party's fist seemed to be even more resilient than his sword chi. I don't believe it. There's just no way a person's cultivation could grow that quickly. He must have used some kind of method. Shaking away his astonishment, Xianxia flicked his finger with greater force than before, sending forth a sword chi far stronger than before. Halfway in its movement, the sword chi abruptly divided into countless surges of sword chi that filled up the entire sky. These surges of sword chi seemed to harmonize with one another, releasing the metallic call of a sword, resembling waves in a sea of 1,000 blades. This was one of the most powerful techniques of the Sword Lagoon, and clearly, Ma Minghai wasn't the only one who had managed to comprehend this move. Sila, the sea of sword chi swiftly gushed toward Xianxia, and a black streak seemed to vaguely appear along the path where it passed by, as if even space was unable to withstand its stupendous might. A mere child's play, Xianxia sneered coldly as he took a single step forward. He raised his palm high in the sky and pressed it down powerfully. It was the same palm strike which was used against Ji Lingfeng earlier, but its might was far stronger than before. Even when faced against the sea of sword chi, it was like a swat smacking away a fly, an unquestionable suppression. Right after resolving the sea of sword chi, Xianxia immediately flitted forward, appearing before Ji Lingzhen in the blink of an eye. Without any hesitation, he shot a fist toward the latter's abdomen. Pong! Caught off guard, Ji Lingzhen didn't even manage to put up his defenses when a colossal might sunk into him. His lungs suffocated in that instant, and so he was sent flying diagonally the ground. He tumbled along the ground many times, creating hole after hole in his wake. How can this be? This is impossible. In this moment, the severely wounded Ji Lingzhen had nothing but disbelief left inside his head. It wasn't too long ago that he wielded the absolute advantage in the battle, so how could the other party suddenly overpower him by so much in just a few moments? He wasn't just any ordinary Grand Dominion Realm primary stage cultivator. He was a genius who had comprehended half-quintessence. There was not a single person in Qianchong Empire who came close to being a match for him. Yet, someone as strong as him wasn't able to receive a single punch from that young man. Was that young man really just a primordial spirit realm pinnacle cultivator? Very quickly, Ji Lingzhen's disbelief turned into rage. He had been an indomitable existence to those around him for a good part of his life, and he couldn't accept being defeated by a mere young lad so easily. Screw this! Suppressing his injuries, he pushed himself out of the pit he was in forcefully. In this moment, the elegance and grace he had when he first appeared had already turned into unkempt and fury. Screw this? The only one who is going to be screwed here is you. Xianxia replied coldly as his figure blurred once more. This time, the attack that Ji Lingzhen found himself faced against wasn't a punch nor a palm strike, but a kick. You! This kick wasn't a battle technique, and there was nothing notable about its skills-wise either. However, the might it wielded was staggering, to the point where it felt as if no human could stand against it. For a moment there, Ji Lingzhen felt as if the heavens were collapsing down on him. Damn it! Damn it! Ji Lingzhen cursed furiously as he quickly drove his jinshi furiously, sending out as many sword chi as he could. In an instant, a sphere constructed out of sword chi surrounded him. Battle technique, Great River of Swords. This was a defensive technique that served to create a spherical river of sword chi around one, neutralizing any external attacks that were to land on it. In terms of defensive ability, it could be said to be even stronger than a dominion. Kacha! As soon as the kick landed on the sphere, a resounding Jia echoed deafeningly in the surroundings, seemingly threatening to burst the spherical river of sword chi. With a livid face, Ji Lingzhen gritted his teeth and infused even more sword chi into the defensive technique, attempting to sustain it. Humph! Xianxia's eyebrows shot up as he intensified the strength exerted by his leg. Boom! Under the swiftly growing might of the kick, the sphere eventually came to its limit and burst. Pooh! Ji Lingzhen spurted a mouthful of fresh blood as he flew out once more, crashing forcefully to the ground. You actually think that you could kill me with skills like yours? You sure know how to dream. Xianxia slowly walked over on midair before stopping right above Ji Lingzhen. With his hands behind his back, he gazed sternly down on the latter, reminiscent of a peerless god of war. At this point, Ji Lingzhen's mental defenses had already collapsed. Frightened by the imposing disposition of the young man before him, He couldn't help but crawl backward in fear. The young man was simply too strong. Without using dominion or any powerful battle technique, just by sheer brute strength, the young man was able to overcome all of his means. To make things worse, the young man's body was also unbelievably resilient. Despite clashing multiple times with his sword chi, there wasn't the slightest scratch to be seen on his skin at all. At this rate, he might really just die. Just what kind of existence is this fellow? Ji Lingjun couldn't help but feel a shred of regret. Had he known that the young man would be so powerful, he would have never agreed to help Ji Lingjun and place himself in this mess. He thought that the other party was just an insignificant shrimp whom he could crush to death at a wave of his hand. But in the midst of his battle, he realized what he was faced against was an inviolable dragon instead. This won't do. I'll really die like this. Since that's the case, I can only give it a try then. Ji Lingjun gritted his teeth and toughened his resolve. He swiftly rushed toward the stream before slitting his wrist with a flick of his finger. Fresh blood began spurting out wildly. Tzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. As more and more fresh blood flowed out of his body, Ji Lingjun's face shriveled more and more, and his black hair swiftly turned snowy white. It felt as if his vitality was flowing away along with his blood, causing his rapid aging. With a feeble but indignant voice, he exclaimed, "Over the years, I have offered countless blades to you. Now, I have even tribute the sort of faint whispers, sort of faint warble, and even my own fresh blood to you. Isn't it about time for you to appear? Or are you just going to lie dormant here for your entire life?" Hong long long. The earth began shaking uncontrollably, and the water in the stream raged furiously. The chaotic palace beguilement formation shrouding this area also began to shake intensely as a result of this furious surge of power, seemingly on the verge of collapsing altogether. What's that? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. The sight before him was simply too scary. Even he had to rely on the Library of Heaven's path to overcome the chaotic palace beguilement formation. And yet, just the power surging from the stream was enough to leave the formation on the verge of collapsing. Most likely, whatever that was hidden beneath the stream had already exceeded his ability to deal with. Sila. In Zhang Xian's moment of shock, a powerful sword intent suddenly burst into the sky, tearing right through the chaotic palace beguilement formation and soaring up into the sky, reminiscent of pillar of blinding light that connected the heavens with the earth. Huaji! Huaji! Along with the appearance of the ray of light, Zhang Xian felt the sword intent within him being completely suppressed, preventing him from utilizing it at all. Following which, the earth began shaking intensely, and a scarlet stone platform slowly rose from a crack in the stream. There was a sword plunged into the stone platform. Even from afar, one could already feel an unbelievably sharp sword chi harnessed within the sword, and it felt as if it was threatening to slice them into thin shreds. That is a Saint high-tier artifact? Zhang Xian's face warped in astonishment as he clenched his fists tightly. A powerful aura which could burst a hole even through the chaotic palace beguilement formation, along with that indomitable sword intent. There could only be one possibility. The weapon before him had far surpassed the level of ordinary Saint intermediate tier artifacts, reaching the level of Saint high tier. Only a weapon of that caliber could wield the strength to overwhelm even a grade 8 formation and instill a feeling of helplessness in him. That must be the personal sword of the old sword maestro. While Zhang Xian still pondering over the matter, another identical Zhang Xian appeared with a grim look on his face. Naturally, the one who had subdued Ji Lingjun with ease earlier was the clone, and the one who had just appeared was the real Zhang Xian. Previously, when the real Zhang Xian realized that he wouldn't be a match for Ji Lingjun, he swiftly concealed himself within the mist and made use of the opportunity to swap places with his clone. And his clone really didn't let him down, crushing Ji Lingjun with ease. Just that, he didn't think that Ji Lingjun would still have another card up his sleeves. Considering how the sword was lying in the middle of the sword lagoon, the chances were that it was the personal sword which the old sword maestro had left behind. Could it be that Ji Lingjun had successfully tamed the sword? If that was the case, they would really be in a dire position. Like I have told you, Only when you have truly comprehended sword quintessence will you be qualified to make me submit to you and obtain that old man's heritage. Why are you waking me at this moment? Do my words sound like a joke to you? A crisp voice reminiscent of a bell sounded from the sword. There was a special quality to the voice that allowed it to echo even within one's soul. Saint high-tier artifacts had the ability to slay primordial spirit and erode one's mental fortitude. If one were to get careless around them, one's state of mind could very well be shaken by them. Elder, the reason why I pleaded for you to appear is to request your help in dealing with my enemy. I hope that you can help me kill that. Jilingzhen turned around to point at Xianxia, but the sight that he saw left his face freezing in shock instead. He was sure that there was only one Xianxia earlier, so how did he split into two all of a sudden? Kill? The sword embedded in the stone platform also swiftly understood what was going on. And in the next moment, Xianxia suddenly felt a wave of sword intent locking in place and assessing him from head to toe. He tried resisting it, but he found that he was unable to move at all. Realizing that he was completely helpless against that sword, cold sweat began dripping down his back. Why yes. It took a while before Jilingzhen recovered from his shock, and he hurriedly nodded in response. The items you have tribute to me over the years did help me regain consciousness. In view of your efforts, I'll grant you this favor and kill a person for you. However, you are still lacking in your mastery of swordsmanship for me to submit to you. We'll only talk about that after you have comprehended sword quintessence. After saying those words, the sword on the stone platform trembled slightly, and a powerful wave of sword intent abruptly caved in on the two Xianxians. It felt like as long as the sword were to will it, the both of them would be killed easily. Thank you, Elder. Seeing that the sword was willing to stand up on his behalf, Jilingzhen heaved a huge sigh of relief. He directed a savage look at the two young men, and the deep hatred in his eyes was apparent. If not for those two fellows, he could have used the tributing of the Sword of Faint Whispers and Sword of Faint Warble to win the goodwill of the sword, and with that, he might just be able to convince the latter to hand him the heritage. But now, he could only expend the goodwill with the sword for a favor to kill that bastard. Just like this ideal opportunity for a breakthrough was blown. Just as Jilingzhen thought that the sword was going to make a move, the sword's doubtful voice suddenly sounded, "Which one of those two do you want me to kill?" Which one of those two? Jilingzhen frowned upon hearing that question. In truth, he was also deeply perplexed over this matter. Shouldn't there be only one of Master Teacher Xianxia? Why would there suddenly be two of them? Could they be twins? But even twins wouldn't have such identical appearances, dispositions, and even souls. I am the real one, he's the fake. I am the real one, he's the fake. The two Xianxians simultaneously pointed to one another, glaring at the other indignantly. Seeing how even the movements of those two fellows were identical, as if a mirror, Jilingzhen fell into a daze. While such a farce was occurring within the formation, a huge commotion had broken out amidst the crowd outside. All of the sword practitioners had halted their cultivation to look at the burst of sword intent in the air, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably in agitation. That must be from the old sword maestro's personal sword. Does it mean that the heritage is about to surface? I have waited so many years just for this day. Let's go over to take a look. I must snatch over the heritage no matter who obtains it. Otherwise my centuries of hard work would have gone to vain. I shall slay anyone who stands in my way of obtaining the heritage. Everyone's eyes had reddened upon seeing this sight. Some were out of agitation, some were out of envy, some were out of greed, and some were out of all three. Many of them had camped here for several centuries now, and it was not without reason why they would devote such a huge portion of their lifespan in the Sword Lagoon. Of course, a part of the reason was to advance their comprehension of swordsmanship, but more than that, they were biding their time for the day that the heritage of the old sword maestro rose from the dirt. Otherwise, even if they could refine their mastery of swordsmanship in the Sword Lagoon, they would have never wasted several centuries of their life here. The old sword maestro had stood at the very peak of Qianchong Empire. Countless opponents had challenged him, and some were even experts from the Empire Alliance, but he remained undefeated until his death. If they could obtain his heritage, they would be able to overcome their current bottleneck and reach far greater heights. It must the young man who has just entered. Let's head over to take a look, someone amidst the crowd exclaimed, and the crowd hurriedly rushed toward the area behind the stone wall. Previously, a young man had easily defeated Ma Minghai, who had comprehended the half-quintessence, and barely 10 minutes after he walked into the formation, a huge pillar of sword intent suddenly rose from within. For such a situation to occur, it could only mean that the young man had managed to free the old sword maestro's personal sword from its seal. The emergence of the old sword maestro's heritage was an opportunity of a lifetime. The young man might have displayed astounding might earlier, but just this much wouldn't deter them from fighting over the heritage. Very soon they arrived before the formation. The structure of the chaotic palace beguilement formation had already been destroyed by the burst of sword intent from the sword earlier, putting it in a precarious situation, on the verge of shattering at any moment. It might have been difficult for them to overcome the formation in the past, but in its current state it wouldn't be able to hinder their passageway anymore. Everyone, let's calm down and discuss a plan first. We have all witnessed that fellow's strength, and it's apparent that he's no ordinary cultivator. One-on-one, none of us will be an opponent for him. Thus, I propose that we collaborate with one another to subdue him first. An old man halted the crowd and said, "He's right. We'll only stand a chance against that fellow if we were to unite with one another." A voice of agreement swiftly sounded from the crowd. "But how do we determine the allocation of the heritage after that?" asked another member of the crowd. "We have known each other for quite some time now, so we have some understanding of what each of us is capable of. So, I say that we collaborate with one another to obtain the heritage first, and after that we can study the heritage together," the old man suggested. "Sounds good to me." Voices of consent swiftly rippled through the crowd. The old sword maestro's heritage was bound to be incredibly profound. If they were sufficiently talented to figure it by themselves, they wouldn't have ended up sitting before the stone wall for centuries yet still be unable to take the final step forward. Besides, they also knew that if any one of them were to attempt to claim the heritage for himself, that person would never make it out of here alive. Assuming that that person really did manage to escape from their encirclement, his friends and family would also swiftly meet with the vengeance of those gathered here. Good. Let's proceed ahead then. Having successfully come to a consensus, the crowd began marching into the formation. At the same time, on the island, many young men were standing opposite to one another with wary looks in their eyes. "Sun gone, we can be considered as old acquaintances with one another. So you should know that even if you are able to snatch away my jade token, you will end up sustaining severe injuries yourself as well. By then, you would be easily eliminated by other candidates too. Since that's the case, why don't we team up to eliminate the others instead?" One of the young men proposed. Standing opposite to the young man was the person whom Ma Minghai recognized as Brother Sun. Brother Sun contemplated for a moment before replying with an amiable smile. "Brother who is right. If we were to clash with one another, the victor will surely be severely wounded at the end of the battle. It's simply not worthwhile. In any case, we only have to eliminate 10 more candidates, so it would be wiser for us to team up and eliminate other candidates. There's really no need to fight this tough battle." "Very well. Let's make a master-teacher vow then. We shall work with one another to eliminate others, and we are not to turn on one another until the end of the secondary selection." Brother who said. A master-teacher vow was more of an informal promise, and it wasn't binding. Nevertheless, in view of their standing, it was unlikely that they would stoop so low as to renege on their words. "Very well." Brother Sun nodded, but halfway through his words, there was suddenly an abrupt disturbance in the spiritual energy in the surroundings, following which a pillar of sword intent burst into the sky. "A treasure has surfaced." The eyes of the young men gathered in the area narrowed their eyes. They were all top-notch geniuses in their own regions, and every single one of them was deeply knowledgeable. The sword intent was powerful, but it carried no hostility at all. As such, it was unlikely to be the emanated by a cultivator. Since that was the case, it was likely to be the occurrence of a phenomenon as a result of the emergence of a treasure. "I heard that Xianxia Empire has a sword lagoon. and hidden within it is an exceptionally powerful saint artifact. There was once an expert who attempted to venture into the depths of the Sword Lagoon to uncover the secret behind it, only to be chased away by the Qianchong Empire Master-Teacher Pavilion under the pretext that this was a heritage left behind for the populace of Qianchong Empire, so it should only be acquired by them. All along I thought that it was only a legend, but could the island we are on really be the Sword Lagoon? Brother Hu exclaimed with fists tightly clenched in agitation. All of them had heard of Qianchong Empire's Sword Lagoon, but they didn't think that the secondary selection would actually be held there. More importantly, the powerful sword intent that was radiating from that blinding pillar of light was a clear sign that the treasure that had surfaced possessed extraordinary strength. Whether the legend was true or not, as long as they could obtain that treasure, their strength would surely increase by leaps and bounds. With a superior saint-tier artifact in hand, they would be able to make a name for themselves even in a place as competitive as the Sanctum of Sages. Let's head over to take a look. With irrepressible excitement on his face, Brother Hu proposed. Let's not hurry into making a move first. Considering the scale of the phenomenon, everyone on the island should have noticed the emergence of the treasure by now. Given so, there's bound to be a tough fight over it. Since that's the case, why don't we make an agreement to team up first? Otherwise, with our strength, we won't have much of an advantage over others, especially against that Xianxia. Brother Sun quickly halted the crowd and said, Xianxia? The rules of the secondary selection prohibit the usage of puppets and weapons. That lad is just powerful for his own cultivation realm. As long as we don't suppress our cultivation, we'll surely be able to thrash him with ease. Brother Hu replied casually, clearly not thinking of Xianxia as a threat. There was an unbreachable gap between the strength of primordial spirit realm cultivators and leaving aperture realm cultivators. This was common knowledge known to all cultivators. As long as he fought with his full strength, he should be able to subdue Xianxia easily. The rule which Zhao Shi has set is that artifacts are not to be used in any manner that contributes to the elimination of a candidate. If he were to just use his puppets to keep us at bay, preventing us from getting to the treasure, that wouldn't be against the rules. Brother Sun replied. Brother Hu was taken aback. Thinking about it once more, Zhao Xingma did say that artifacts weren't allowed in the elimination of other candidates. As long as Zhang Xian didn't attempt to break their jade tokens with his puppets, whatever actions he made with his puppets wouldn't be considered as an infringement of the rules. What do you suggest then? Brother Hu hesitated for a moment before asking. With just the strength of the few of them, they wouldn't be a match for those puppets even if they were to team up with one another. Simple. As soon as we meet Zhang Xian, we should just charge forward and subdue him before he can release his puppets. With our combined strength, we should stand a pretty good chance at success. Brother Sun said as a glint flashed across his eyes. Charge forward and subdue him? Brother Hu and the other young men fell into deep contemplation. With our strength, as long as we collaborate with one another, it shouldn't be too difficult for us to seal his cultivation before he can release his artifacts. Once we succeed, we won't have to worry about him anymore. By then, we can just fight it out amongst ourselves to determine the allocation of the treasure. What do you say about that? Brother Sun analyzed the situation for the crowd. Zhang Xian will indeed be a huge trouble to deal with if we don't strike him down promptly. As long as he remains in the race, there's no way any one of us will be able to acquire the treasure. I approve of your idea. Brother Hu nodded. The others also quickly expressed their agreement to the temporary collaboration as well. All right, since we are all agreeable to the matter, let's make a master-teacher vow. Anyone who violates our agreement shall have his reputation torn to shreds. Brother Sun said. Very well. The others nodded in agreement. Very soon, everyone made their vows, and the group began making their way in the direction where the treasure had appeared. As powerful as the massive formation one cast over the island was, as top-notch geniuses, it didn't take long for the group to overcome it and make their way over the stone wall. Circumventing the stone wall, they soon found themselves standing at the boundary of a land shrouded in mist. There, they found that all of the remaining 20 or so candidates were gathered in the area as well. Shall we make an agreement? Let's first obtain the treasure before fighting it out amongst us. Brother Sun swiftly raised his previous suggestion to the larger crowd. Very well. The crowd knew that a temporary teamwork with the others would boost their chances of acquiring the treasure, so they swiftly agreed to Brother Sun's idea. Regardless of which one is real and which one is fake, just kill the both of them to be safe. Lying on the ground, Ji Lingfeng exclaimed anxiously. Indeed, Elder. Please kill both of them for me. Ji Lingzhen clasped his fist to the sword and requested. Dealing with one Zhang Xian had nearly cost him his life. Now that another had popped up, he wouldn't stand a chance at all without the help of the sword. Kill the both of them? Well, I guess that I can help you. However, don't you think that you should show some sincerity in exchange? For example, another sword of the same caliber of the sword of faint warble. This, Ji Lingzhen's face twitched. Finding an ordinary Saint Intermediate tier artifact in Chenchong Empire was no difficult feat, but those of the sword of faint warble's caliber only numbered a few, and they were extremely difficult to find and obtain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put himself at risk and agree to help Ji Lingfeng over his sword. Elder, you also know that swords of that caliber are extremely hard to find. If you could just give me some time, I promise you that I'll find one for you. However, that young man over there must be killed as soon as possible, or else there'll be great trouble. Ji Lingzhen hesitated for a brief moment before replying anxiously. But before he could finish his words, the young man not too far away had already interjected with a voice filled with disdain. In the end, you are just unwilling to offer my sword to the elder. Following that, one of the Zhang Xians stepped forward, and with deep indignation reflected in his eyes, he cried, Elder, do you know why the both of them are so determined to kill me? That's because they have stolen a top-notch Saint Intermediate tier sword which has been passed down through my clan over many generations from me. It's out of fear that I would alert the elders in my clan of the matter that he lured me here, intending to silence me. You are saying that we stole your sword? Who in the world stole your sword? You are the one who stole my spirit stones and the annal of bedstead disquisition from me, you bastard. Not expecting those two Zhang Xians to interject at this crucial moment, Ji Lingzhen and Ji Lingfeng were stunned for a moment before they lashed out furiously. Can you get any more shameless than that? When have we stolen your sword? Don't you dare hurl false accusations at us. On the other hand, after hearing the words from the two Zhang Xian, the sword on the stone platform shook its blade and sealed Ji Lingzhen and Ji Lingfeng's mouths with its sword qi, after which it asked, Lad, you said that Ji Lingzhen stole your sword. What tier is it? Elder, my sword is at half-grand Dominion realm. Even though it hasn't reached Saint High tier yet, it isn't too far from that. An elder in my clan has bestowed it to me in case I encounter any danger in my journey, and he has reminded me time and time again not to lose it. One of the Zhang Xians replied anxiously. A half-grand Dominion realm sword? The sword in the platform harumphed coldly, and a burst of sword intent suddenly emanated from it, as if reflecting the overwhelming rage it was in. Elder, don't listen to his nonsense. I have never taken his sword. Besides, he's just an ordinary cultivator. So how could he possibly have such a powerful sword in his possession? Ji Lingzhen desperately explained. The spirits within weapons tended to be innocent and candid in nature. For some reason, the personal sword of the old sword maestro had an interest in collecting other high-tier swords. Thus, Ji Lingzhen brought the sword of faint whisper and sword of faint warble over, hoping to win the sword's goodwill through offering them. He thought that after several centuries of companionship, they would already be considered as friends with one another. Yet, the sword actually chose to trust the words of that young man over his. Who are you saying is an ordinary cultivator? I am a genius of a sage clan, the Zhang clan at that. Elder, if you don't believe my words, you can check my blood. As he said those words, Zhang Xian flicked a droplet of blood toward the sword lodged in the stone platform. Offspring of sage clans possess the strength of old sages in their bloodline. Through using a unique method, it's possible to draw out the sage aura in it. The sword on the stone platform mumbled as it shook its blade. Ooh! Numerous surges of sword chi landed on the droplet of blood, and a slight, divine aura rippled out from it. It's very thin, to the point that it's almost negligible, but without a doubt, you do possess the bloodline of a sage clan, the sword said. This, Ji Lingzhen body stiffened. In the information which Ji Lingfeng had provided him, Zhang Xian should have just been an insignificant figure from Qingyuan Empire. When in the world did he become an offspring of a sage clan, not to mention the powerful Zhang clan at that? If he had known that Zhang Xian was related to the Zhang clan, he would have never dared to make a move on him. Elder, please don't listen to the nonsense that fellow is uttering. One must possess a very high comprehension over swordsmanship before one can possibly earn the recognition of a half-grand Dominion realm sword. However, that fellow is a saber practitioner. Even if he knows a little of swordsmanship as well, there's no way his minor understanding in the way of sword would be sufficient for him to tame such a sword. Seeing that the sword was beginning to waver, Ji Lingfeng quickly spoke up. Since neither Ji Lingzhen nor he was a match for Zhang Xian, they only had the personal sword of the old sword maestro to fall back on. Their fates were dependent on the decision made by the sword. If the sword were to be beguiled by Zhang Xian, they would be the ones who would die here today. Recalling their encounter with Zhang Xian so far, he had shown superior proficiency in saber art, fist art, palm art, and movement art, but as for sword art, it didn't seem like he knew much about it. Swords were light and agile, whereas sabers were heavy and powerful. While both weapons may appear similar, they were very different in nature. Those who were proficient in the saber were not necessarily proficient in the sword too. As long as they were to bite relentlessly on this point, they should be able to convince the sword that it was impossible for Zhang Xian to have a half-grand Dominion realm sword in his possession, and that Zhang Xian had been lying all this while. As expected, as soon as it heard those words from Ji Lingfeng, the sword on the stone platform immediately spoke with a displeased voice. Lad, you specialize in saber art? For many years, sabers and swords had been in a rivaling relationship, both vying for supremacy. Naturally, the sword would be displeased to hear that Zhang Xian specialized in the saber instead. Elder, please don't listen to the lies he is spouting. I am a sword practitioner, so the weapon I specialize in is naturally the sword. My comprehension of swordsmanship has already reached the level of upper sword heart, so how can I possibly be a saber practitioner? Zhang Xian exclaimed indignantly as he tapped his finger forward. Tizila! A surge of sword chi flew across the air, causing a cold, sharp glint to reflect onto the surroundings. From the pure sword intent, it could be deduced that Zhang Xian had long reached the level of upper sword heart, just a step away from half-quintessence. You! Arriving at the same conclusion as well, Ji Lingzhen and Ji Lingfeng were stunned. It was just a moment ago they had seen that fellow controlling over 100 Saint low-tier sabers to deal with Ji Lingfeng's formation plate, so they assumed that he specialized in the saber, yet, how in the world did his field of specialty turn into the sword all of a sudden? Furthermore, they realized that his sword intent was so pure that even theirs paled in comparison to it. A pure and firm sword intent. Those who don't carry true passion toward swordsmanship will never be able to comprehend such a realm. The sword on the stone platform complimented earnestly. How can this be? Ji Lingzhen and Ji Lingfeng's bodies stiffened. It was apparent from the sword's tone that it was full of approval for Zhang Xian. So, things were really bad for them. It would be nigh impossible for them to convince the sword to kill the young man. In order to become closer with the old sword maestro's personal sword, I spent the last 500 years offering treasures and artifacts to it. The wealth I have spent on it can easily number up to several 10,000 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. On top of that, my comprehension of swordsmanship has reached half-quintessence as well. Yet, after so many years, not once have I ever received its recognition. How could that fellow receive the sword's compliment despite only being at upper sword heart? Ji Lingzhen couldn't accept the situation. Taming a high-tier sword was somewhat similar to taming a beast. Continuous and steady effort was required for the high-tier sword to accept one. In order to get close the old sword maestro's personal sword, he had gone to great lengths, but never once did he receive the other party's compliment. On the other hand, Zhang Xian had only spoken a few words, but the sword was already full for compliments for him, When did the sword become so understanding? If the sword had been so understanding from the start, he wouldn't have failed to make any progress despite centuries of effort. Wait a moment. That fellow is using demonic tunes and impartation of heaven's will. Ji Lingfeng hurriedly sent a telepathic message over to Ji Lingzhen. He could tell that there was a unique quality to the other party's voice that seemed to put one in a trance. If not for that, the sword would have never believed Zhang Xian so easily. That bastard! Ji Lingzhen also swiftly realized the same after Ji Lingfeng had pointed it out, and his gaze swiftly turned cold. Elder, please don't fall for his deception. Ji Lingzhen anxiously stepped forward and persuaded. However, Zhang Xian swiftly shot him a piercing glance and bellowed, "Silence!" After which, he turned his sight back to the sword and explained, "Elder, the main reason why those two men want to kill me is because I have fully grasped the conception behind the old sword maestro's Jan, sword, character, and my comprehension of swordsmanship is also about to reach sword quintessence. They feared that I would overtake them, that's why. They have been wanting to suppress me for a long time now. You have fully grasped the Jan, sword, character?" The sword on the stone platform trembled intensely upon hearing those words, and it hurriedly asked on. "Of course." Zhang Xian nodded proudly. All in all, the character harnesses a total of 107 sword arts. On the surface, the sword arts appear to be individual of one another, and some of them were conflicting even, but this is also where the wisdom of the old sword maestro lies. He has managed to combine all 107 sword arts together to create a new sword art. Elder, may I know if my analysis is right? The sword on the platform shook in agitation as it gestured on. Continue! While the sword art doesn't manifest itself in the Jan, sword, character, I am still able to deduce a part of it. Most likely it would have a grand air so as to allow it to harness and control any sword art within it. If I'm not mistaken, the final sword art that the old sword maestro has formed out of the 107 sword arts should be a type of sword formation, and in order to activate it, we would need your strength, Elder, Zhang Xian said. The scribblings on the stone tablet outside contained the knowledge of experts over many generations. While their interpretation was erroneous on a whole, there were bits and pieces of truth in each of them, and through the library of Heaven's Path, he was able to derive out the most accurate cultivation method to the sword arts. After which, with his deep understanding of swordsmanship, it wasn't too hard for him to deduce a little ahead. You're right, the sword on the stone tablet replied as it assessed the young man before it once more. The more it looked at the young man, the more satisfying he became to it. To be able to deduce this much from just the Jan, sword, character itself, the young man's talent was really frighteningly high. If Ji Lingzhen could comprehend so much back then, it might have already submitted to him and became his weapon. You said that you were about to reach sword quintessence. May I know how long will it take? 10 years? 50 years? Or 100 years? The sword asked in agitation. The young man already managed to achieve a complete grasp of the character which the old sword maestro had left behind. As long as he achieved sword quintessence, he would be able to meet the requirements for the old sword maestro's heritage. I don't need that much time. At which, Zhang Xian closed his eyes before continuing. Just give me a moment. 5 minutes would do.